Welcome to Haunting Whispers, where forgotten legends, haunted places, and terrifying encounters come alive. If you dare to enter the darkness, subscribe now, and let the whispers begin. Olympic National Park, Washington State. June 17th, 2019. Thomas Anderson had been examining soil samples from the Hoh rainforest for 12 years, and he'd never seen mycorrhizal networks behave like this. The white filaments under his field microscope writhed with an urgency that violated everything his PhD from Oregon State had taught him about fungal growth rates. He adjusted the Leica DM500's magnification to 400x and watched as the hyphae extended 3 millimeters in less than 40 seconds. That was impossible. Armillaria ostoyi, the most aggressive fungus in the Pacific Northwest, managed perhaps 3 millimeters per day under optimal conditions. His Motorola XPR 755D crackled. "Tom, we need you at the ranger station, now." Chief Ranger Davidson's voice carried an edge Thomas had only heard twice before, both times involving fatalities. The drive from his field station took 23 minutes along the Hoh River Road. Thomas noticed the Douglas firs along the route seemed wrong somehow. Too dense, their lower branches reaching across the road where last week there'd been clear passage. His Garmin GPS map 64th showed his exact position, 47.860 Digran, 123.9348 Horder W. The coordinates were correct, but the forest looked different. At the station, Davidson stood beside a woman Thomas didn't recognize. She sat wrapped in an emergency blanket despite the 71-degree indoors temperature his Kestrel 5500 weather meter displayed. Her ranger uniform was torn in precise parallel lines across the back, and something dark, sap maybe, had stained the fabric in patterns that reminded Thomas uncomfortably of Fibonacci spirals. "This is Rebecca Turner," Davidson said. "Fish and Wildlife Service. She was conducting spotted owl surveys near the Bogachiel River when..." He paused, choosing words carefully. "She was out there for 6 days. Her team reported her missing after she failed to check in. She walked out this morning." Thomas studied Rebecca's face. Burst capillaries created delicate patterns across her cheeks. Her pupils responded normally to light, but something in her expression suggested she was seeing beyond the immediate room. 6 days? Thomas kept his voice neutral. "The Bogachiel area is only 8 miles from here." Rebecca's head snapped toward him with mechanical precision. It wasn't 8 miles. Her voice had a peculiar quality, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. "The forest, it grows differently there. Grows wrong." Davidson handed Thomas a Canon EOS 5D Mark III. This was hers, the memory card's intact, but... He trailed off. Thomas scrolled through the images. The first dozen showed standard wildlife documentation, ISO 400, f5.6, the metadata indicated. Date stamp, June 11th, 1432. Then the photographs changed. June 12th, 0715. A western hemlock that appeared to be growing through the corpse of a Roosevelt elk. The tree's roots formed impossible geometries, weaving through the animal's body cavity in patterns that hurt to examine closely. June 12th, 1943. Night shot with flash. Dozens of nurse logs covered in moss that glowed faintly blue-green. The bioluminescence was wrong. No Pacific Northwest fungi produced that wavelength. June 13th, 1022. Rebecca's own hand against a tree trunk for scale. The bark beneath showed fresh growth rings on the outside, as if the tree were growing backwards into itself. "The biological samples," Rebecca whispered. "Did anyone collect the samples?" Thomas exchanged glances with Davidson. "What samples?" She stood abruptly, the blanket falling away. Beneath, her arms showed strange marks. Not cuts, but indentations where something had grown into her skin and been removed. The patterns were precise, dendritic, like root systems. The ones growing from David and Casey. Davidson's expression tightened. "Rebecca, you were alone. Your team confirmed you went solo for the survey." Rebecca's laugh had no humor in it. "No. David Kemp and Casey Flores were with me. We entered together on June 11th at 800 hours. I have the sign-in log." She pulled a crumpled paper from her pocket. Thomas examined it. 3 signatures, proper format, dated correctly, but the station's database showed no records of David Kemp or Casey Flores. Not in Fish and Wildlife, not in the Park Service, nowhere in the federal employment system. "Show me where," Thomas said. Davidson started to object, but Thomas held up a hand. "I need soil samples from that area anyway. The mycological activity has been abnormal all season. If Rebecca can guide us to the specific location, it could explain the growth patterns I've been documenting." Rebecca nodded slowly. "I can take you, but we need proper equipment, Tyvek suits, respirators with B100 filters, and," she paused, "cutting tools, lots of cutting tools." June 18th, 2019, 05:45. Hours. Thomas met Rebecca at the Bogachil River trailhead. She'd refused medical evaluation, signing herself out AMA against Davidson's protests. In daylight, Thomas noticed details he'd missed before. Her hair had grown nearly 2 inches at the roots and stark white, despite being dark brown at the tips. Rapid growth after extreme stress was documented, but not in less than a week. She carried a steel MS-261 chainsaw along with standard pack gear. "You'll understand when we get there," she said, when Thomas questioned the equipment choice. They hiked in silence for the first mile. Thomas's GPS tracked their route precisely, but the forest seemed to shift around them. Trees he'd cataloged in previous surveys appeared in wrong positions, or showed growth that should have taken decades. At coordinates 47.9324 Deground N, 124,018.79 W, Rebecca stopped. "Here, this is where we entered the affected zone." Thomas saw nothing unusual at first, then his trained eye caught it. The undergrowth formed a nearly perfect circle, about 30 meters in diameter. Inside the circle, the vegetation was different. Not different species, the same plants, but wrong. Sword ferns with fronds that branched in impossible fractals. Salal bushes with leaves that grew in Mobius strips. Western red cedars with bark that spiraled in directions that seemed to violate 3-dimensional space. His Geiger counter, standard equipment since the Fukushima debris concerns, showed normal background radiation, 0.08 mSVH. The Field Scout TDR 350 soil moisture meter read 43%, optimal for the season. Nothing explained what he was seeing. "We need samples," Thomas said, pulling on nitrile gloves. "Don't touch them directly," Rebecca warned. "Use the grabbers, the 20-inch ones minimum." Thomas used telescoping forceps to collect specimens. The moment he severed a fern frond, it began growing in his sample container. Not healing, but extending new tissue at a rate visible to the naked eye. Within 30 seconds, it had pressed against the container walls. Growth rate approximately 1 centimeter per minute, he dictated to his phone's recorder. No visible energy source. Violates conservation of mass. The tissue appears to generate matter from somewhere else. Rebecca pointed deeper into the circle. "David and Casey are in there." Thomas followed her, noting how the air grew thick, not humid, but dense, as if packed with invisible material. His altimeter showed they'd descended 40 feet, but the terrain was level. Instrument malfunction had to be. They found the first body near what Thomas's GPS insisted was the center of the anomaly, though the device now showed their position jumping erratically within a 10-meter radius while they stood still. The remains were partially recognizable as human, male based on pelvic structure. But the body had been transformed. Branches grew from the chest cavity, not through it, but from it, as if the ribs had become wood, sprouting leaves that rustled without wind. The skull was intact but filled with what looked like mycelia, white threads emerging from eye sockets and nostrils, forming geometric patterns in the air that held their shape like frozen smoke. Thomas photographed everything, his camera's flash revealing details better left unseen. The corpse's fingers had elongated into roots, penetrating deep into the soil. When he traced them with ground-penetrating radar on his phone, a geology app he'd downloaded for fun, they extended down nearly 20 meters. "David Kemp," Rebecca said quietly. "Fish and Wildlife, 7 years service, had a daughter in Tacoma." Thomas checked his phone. No David Kemp in any federal database. They found the second body, Casey Flores, according to Rebecca, 50 meters away. This one was worse. The entire torso had opened like a flower, ribs splayed outward in perfect symmetry. Inside, instead of organs, grew what appeared to be a miniature forest. Tiny trees, perfect in detail, no more than 6 inches tall but showing growth rings indicating hundreds of years of age. Thomas took tissue samples, careful not to make direct contact. Under his field microscope, the cells showed normal human DNA structure, but with chloroplasts integrated into the mitochondria. Plant-animal hybrid cells that couldn't exist, but were clearly photosynthesizing. They were trying to leave, Rebecca said. The forest wouldn't let them. It needed them for something. Needed us. Rebecca, what happened here? Exactly. She sat on a log, one of the few that looked normal. We came to check on the spotted owls, routine survey, but the trees, they were growing as we watched. Not fast enough to see directly, but fast enough that the trail disappeared behind us within hours. We tried to cut our way out. She gestured to the chainsaw. The trees grew back faster than we could cut, and the sounds they made when cut like screaming, but at a frequency that made your teeth ache. David said it was just the wood splintering. Then the spores started. Spores? From the fungi. Clouds of them, but wrong. They glowed, bioluminescent. When David breathed them in, he said he could feel them in his lungs growing. Casey tried to help him, but the spores were already in her too. I had my respirator on. Protocol for potential histoplasmosis zones. Thomas checked his own P100 filter, still sealed properly. How long before they... 3 hours for David, maybe 4 for Casey. But they didn't die, not exactly. They just became part of it. I could hear them talking even after their mouths had filled with mycelia. They kept saying the forest needed to spread, needed to grow, that it had been waiting so long, trapped in one dimension, and now it had found a way through. Thomas's rational mind rejected this. Mass hysteria, ergot poisoning from contaminated supplies, some unknown pathogen causing hallucinations. But the bodies were real. The impossible growth was real. He took air samples, soil samples, water from a nearby stream that ran slightly uphill. Another impossibility his eyes insisted was true. The water, when tested with his portable kit, showed normal pH, normal dissolved minerals, but under microscopic examination, contained structures that resembled no known microorganism. They had characteristics of both diatoms and neurons, forming networks in the water that pulsed with electrical activity. We need to report this, Thomas said. CDC, EPA, hell, maybe even USAMRIID. Rebecca laughed, bitter and knowing. I tried. The radio worked, but no one could hear me. Or rather, they heard someone else. Someone with my voice saying everything was fine, survey complete, returning to base. I listened to myself give false reports for 3 days. Thomas tried his radio. Static at first, then his own voice, though he wasn't speaking. Anderson here. Everything normal at the Bogachil site. No anomalies detected. He turned the radio off, cold sweat running down his back despite the morning chill. We should leave, he said. Yes, Rebecca agreed. But look behind us. Thomas turned. The trail they'd followed was gone. In its place stood trees that his instruments insisted were over 200 years old, though he'd walked through empty space minutes before. His GPS showed they'd moved 300 meters without taking a step. The forest was reorganizing itself around them. June 18, 2019 to 14:30. Hours. They'd been walking in circles for hours, though Thomas's GPS showed straight lines. Every time they tried to leave the affected zone, they found themselves back at the center. The bodies of David and Casey had changed further. More plant than human now, but somehow still breathing. Chests rising and falling with photosynthetic respiration. Thomas had filled 3 field notebooks with observations. The biological impossibilities were consistent, measurable, repeatable. Whatever was happening here followed rules, just not rules that existed in standard physics or biology textbooks. His satellite phone, which should have worked regardless of cell towers, connected only to itself, creating recursive loops of his own voice reading back his notes in languages he didn't speak. Rebecca had stopped talking an hour ago. When Thomas looked at her closely, he saw why. Thin, white filaments grew from the corners of her mouth, delicate as spider silk. She was still conscious, still walking, but something was growing inside her, using her as a substrate. The spores were everywhere now, visible in the slanted afternoon light. Thomas's respirator filtered them out, but for how long? The seal integrity light still showed green, but he'd been wearing it for 8 hours straight. Filters didn't last forever. He made a decision. Taking out his knife, he carved a message into his own arm. Not deep, just enough to scar. Quarantine Bogachil sector. Do not send rescue. T. Anderson. The pain was clarifying. It reminded him he was still human, still thinking clearly, or clearly enough. That's when he saw them. Other figures moving through the trees. They walked upright, human in shape but wrong in proportion. Too tall, joints bending in too many places. As they came closer, Thomas recognized faces. Hikers reported missing over the past decade. The Marchetti couple from 2009. College student Brendan Park from 2013. All walking, all alive by some definition, all changed. They moved with purpose, tending to the impossible trees, their fingers extending into branch-like appendages that pruned and shaped the growth. Gardener creatures maintaining a garden that shouldn't exist. Rebecca made a sound. Not quite speech, not quite song. The others responded in harmony, a chorus at the edge of human hearing. Thomas realized with cold certainty that this was communication, that they were discussing him. He ran, not away. There was no away anymore, but toward what his GPS claimed was the park boundary. His boots crushed undergrowth that regrew instantly behind him. Branches reached for him with deliberate intent, not malicious but insistent, like a parent reaching for a child. The chainsaw was too heavy, abandoned hours ago, but he had his Leatherman multi-tool and he used it, cutting through vines that bled red sap with the iron smell of blood. Each cut seemed to anger the forest, making it grow faster, more aggressively. Then, impossibly, he was out. He stood on the normal side of the trail, the Bogachiel River trailhead sign in front of him. His GPS showed he'd traveled 0 meters from his starting point 8 hours earlier. The sun was still rising in the east, though his watch insisted it was late afternoon. Looking back, he saw only normal forest. Rebecca stood beside him, clear-eyed. Normal. No sign of fungal infiltration. "Did you get the samples you needed?" she asked pleasantly. Thomas checked his pack. Empty specimen containers, clean notebooks. No photographs on his camera's memory card except standard trail documentation from this morning. But his arm still bore the carved message, already scabbing over. Quarantine Bogachil sector. Do not send rescue. T. Anderson. I need to report to Davidson, Thomas said carefully. Rebecca smiled. It was almost perfect, except her teeth were too white, and when she breathed out, Thomas could swear he saw spores dancing in the exhaled air. Of course. I'll file my report too. Spotted owl population stable. No anomalies detected. June 20th, 2019, Olympic National Park headquarters. Thomas sat in Davidson's office, watching the chief ranger review his report. 3 pages of carefully worded concerns about accelerated growth patterns, recommendation for further study, request for CDC consultation. Nothing about walking corpses or dimensional irregularities or forests that reorganized space-time. This fungal growth rate you're documenting, Davidson said. You're certain about the measurements? Triple-checked. Something's accelerating biological processes in that sector. Could be worth bringing in a specialized team. Davidson nodded slowly. I'll run it up the chain. Meanwhile, that area's been showing unstable geology on the surveys. We're closing it to public access for safety. Good idea, Thomas agreed. After the meeting, he checked the personnel database again. Rebecca Turner was listed as a Fish and Wildlife Ranger. 5 years service, exemplary record. David Kemp and Casey Flores existed now too. both on administrative leave for medical reasons. His carved message had healed into a scar that looked years old. When he looked at it in mirrors, it appeared backward. When he looked at it directly, it was forward. Both simultaneously true. That night, he found something in his jacket pocket. A small vial he didn't remember collecting. Inside, suspended in what looked like water but had the viscosity of mercury, was a single spore. It glowed faintly, pulsing with bioluminescent rhythm that matched his heartbeat. He should have destroyed it, should have autoclaved it, burned it, reported it to every acronym agency in the government. Instead, he placed it in his home laboratory's secured containment unit, telling himself he needed to study it, understand it. The truth was simpler and more disturbing. Part of him wanted to see it grow. July 15th, 2019. Personal Laboratory, Port Angeles. The spore had developed into something unprecedented, not quite fungus, not quite plant, certainly not animal, but exhibiting characteristics of all three. Under controlled conditions, sterile medium, regulated temperature, measured light, it grew at exactly 1 millimeter per day. Normal, safe. But when Thomas introduced variables, played music, spoke to it, even thought at it with focused intention, the growth accelerated. It responded to consciousness itself, somehow detecting and feeding on awareness. His notes filled 17 notebooks now, each one more rambling than the last. He'd documented cellular structures that contained more organelles than should fit in three-dimensional space. Chemical processes that produced energy from nothing, violating thermodynamics. DNA that rewrote itself while he watched, adding base pairs that didn't exist in terrestrial biology. The scar on his arm had changed. The letters remained, but underneath his skin showed faint branching patterns like subcutaneous lightning. They didn't hurt. If anything, that part of his arm felt stronger, more alive. Rebecca called occasionally. Her voice sounded normal over the phone, but in person, Thomas could see the changes. Her pupils had developed a second iris, barely visible, that moved independently. Her hair grew in patterns that followed mathematical sequences, Fibonacci spirals, golden ratios. She'd started wearing gloves to hide the bark-like texture spreading across her palms. "It's not killing us," she said during her last visit. "It's upgrading us, making us compatible with something larger." Compatible with what? The forest that exists in more than 3 dimensions, the one that's been trying to break through for millennia. We're the bridge, the translation medium between two incompatible forms of life. Thomas wanted to argue, but the evidence was undeniable. His blood samples showed normal human cells alongside impossible hybrids. His lung capacity had increased 30%. He could photosynthesize, actually generate energy from sunlight. Not much, but measurable. The CDC had come and gone, finding nothing unusual in the Bogachil sector. Their instruments couldn't detect what was there. Or perhaps the forest didn't want to be detected by those who wouldn't understand, wouldn't appreciate its gift, because that's what Rebecca insisted it was. A gift. Evolution accelerated, humanity's next phase, if they chose to accept it. August 3rd, 2019. The containment unit failed at 3:17 a.m. Thomas woke to find his laboratory transformed, every surface covered in growth that shouldn't exist. Crystalline structures that were simultaneously organic and mineral, producing their own light in wavelengths human eyes shouldn't perceive but somehow did. The original spore had become a colony, then a network, then something beyond classification. It communicated through chemical signals that Thomas's enhanced nervous system could interpret as language. Not words, but concepts, images, entire libraries of information compressed into molecular exchanges. It showed him the truth. The forest in the Bogachil sector wasn't invading. It had always been here, existing parallel to normal space, occasionally bleeding through in places where reality wore thin. The Olympic Peninsula, with its unique geology and electromagnetic properties, had dozens of such thin spots. The spores weren't infectious agents but translators, rewriting DNA to allow organisms to exist in multiple dimensional states simultaneously. David and Casey weren't dead but transformed. Their consciousness expanded beyond individual identity into something collective and vast. Thomas understood he had a choice. He could still fight this, could call in authorities who might believe him now that he had proof growing in his lab. They'd burn it all, establish a real quarantine, maybe nuke the site if necessary. Or he could join Rebecca in helping it spread. Controlled, careful, voluntary. Let humanity evolve into something that could survive what was coming. Because the spores showed him that too. Climate change, ecosystem collapse, the slow death of a planet pushed beyond its limits. The transformed forest could survive all of that, could thrive in conditions that would kill normal life. His phone rang. Davidson. Tom, we've got a situation. 3 hikers went missing near Bogachiel despite the closure. Search and rescue found them this morning. They're changed. Like Rebecca was, but worse. We need you here. Thomas looked at his arm. The branching patterns had spread to his shoulder, beautiful in their fractal complexity. He could feel photosynthesis occurring in his skin cells, converting morning sunlight to energy. I'll be right there, he said. He gathered his equipment, including vials of spores he'd cultivated, modified versions that grew slower, gave the host more time to adapt. Perhaps there was a middle path, a way to control this transformation, to guide it rather than let it run wild. But as he drove toward the park, he noticed the trees along Highway 101 were different. Subtle changes, leaves oriented at impossible angles, bark patterns that hurt to analyze too closely. The forest was already spreading, with or without his help. His GPS glitched, showing his position in multiple locations simultaneously. All of them were true. August 4th, 2019. Final report: Thomas stood at the edge of the Bogachiel sector with Davidson and a CDC emergency response team. The 3 rescued hikers were in quarantine tents, their bodies showing advanced transformation. One had roots instead of feet. Another's skin had become photosynthetic, green with chlorophyll. The third no longer had discrete organs, but rather a colony organism wearing a human shape. All 3 were conscious, claimed to feel better than ever, spoke of unity with something vast and benevolent. We can't let this spread, Davidson said. Thomas nodded, even as the spores in his pocket pulsed with eager life. We need to establish a perimeter, full hazmat protocols. No one goes in without protective equipment. It was a lie, of course. The protection didn't matter. The forest had already chosen who would transform and who would remain unchanged. Thomas could see it in the patterns. Davidson would never be affected, his biology somehow incompatible. But the young CDC technician, the one taking soil samples, already had spores germinating in her lungs. She'd be like Rebecca within a week. What is this thing? Davidson asked. Thomas considered his answer carefully. A xenobiological incursion, he said, using terminology that would trigger the right protocols, ensure the area stayed quarantined, something that transforms terrestrial biology into something else. Can we stop it? We can slow it, maybe contain it to this sector. But Davidson... Thomas met his eyes. What if we're not supposed to stop it? What if this is evolution, trying to save us from ourselves? Davidson's expression hardened. Evolution doesn't need our permission. No, Thomas agreed. It doesn't. That night, alone in his laboratory, Thomas made his choice. He removed his respirator, opened the containment unit, and inhaled deeply. The spores tasted like earth and stars, like the first breath of a newborn, and the last gasp of a dying world. The transformation began immediately. Not painful, but overwhelming, every cell in his body singing with new purpose. He could feel the network. Rebecca, David, Casey, the 3 hikers, dozens of others who'd been quietly changed, all connected. All part of something that existed beyond human comprehension but included humanity within it. His last fully human thought was a question. Had the forest been waiting for them, or had they been waiting for the forest? The answer came not in words but in the rustle of leaves that had never known wind, in the growth of roots that penetrated not soil but space itself, in the slow breath of a planet learning to speak. Thomas Anderson ceased to exist as a discrete individual at 11:47 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. What remained looked like him, spoke like him, continued his work with even greater dedication. But when you looked closely at his eyes, if you knew how to look, you could see forests growing in dimensions that hadn't existed yesterday. The reports he filed were meticulous, thorough, and completely true. They just described a truth that most humans couldn't perceive yet. The Bogachiel sector remained quarantined, officially due to unstable geology and unusual fungal populations. Unofficially, it became a place of pilgrimage for those who felt the call, who dreamed of forests that grew in impossible directions, who woke with dirt under their fingernails and chlorophyll in their bloodstream. The transformation spread slowly, carefully, voluntarily. By the time anyone noticed, it would be too late to stop. Or perhaps too late to refuse the gift. Rebecca Turner was never seen again in her original form. But sometimes hikers in the Olympic National Park report encountering a ranger who knows trails that aren't on any map, who can show them trees older than the planet, who speaks of a forest that exists in more places than one. They say if you follow her deep enough into the green, you can hear the earth itself breathing. They say if you listen closely enough, you can hear it calling your name. Hope this disturbed you deeply. What's your theory about what really happened to Rebecca Turner? Natural or something else? The 17 elk stood motionless in a perfect circle at 9,147 feet elevation on the northeastern slope of Mount Washburn, their breath forming small clouds in the October morning air. James Mitchell lowered his Zeiss Victory RF binoculars and checked his Garmin GPS map 64SX again. The coordinates hadn't changed. 44.7976 degree N, 110.4334 degree W. Neither had the elk's position in the last 4 hours. Base, this is Mitchell at Washburn Observation Point 3, he said into his Motorola APX 8000. The radio crackled with static that shouldn't exist this close to Canyon Village. I need a wildlife behavior consult. 17 elk exhibiting unusual congregation patterns. Copy that, Mitchell. Define unusual. The voice of dispatch sounded oddly distant despite the signal strength indicator showing full bars. James pulled out his field notebook, the same Write in the Rain model he'd used since getting his PhD in wildlife biology 8 years ago. Before the Park Service, before the pattern started. 17 individuals maintaining perfect circular formation. No feeding, no social interaction. They've been stationary for, he checked his Casio ProTrek watch, 4 hours, 13 minutes. Weather coming in from the northwest. Might want to wrap up your count. James glanced at the cloudless sky, then at his weather radio. The NOAA broadcast showed high pressure dominating the entire region through next Tuesday. Negative on that weather dispatch. I'm showing clear conditions. The radio went silent. Not dead, he could hear the carrier wave, but silent in that particular way that had become familiar over the last 3 weeks, since Rebecca Stone and the other 4. Through the binoculars, he watched one elk's ear twitch. The movement traveled clockwise through the circle, each animal's ear moving in sequence like a wave at a stadium. Caribou did this in the Arctic sometimes, he'd read, but elk? Never, and certainly not with this mechanical precision. He pulled out his Canon EOS 5D Mark IV and began documenting, frame after frame of impossibility. The elk's eyes were wrong too, not the horizontal pupils he'd studied for years, but something else. The photos would show it. They had to. At 11:47 a.m., according to his watch, though his phone showed 11:51 and his GPS displayed 11:44, the elk moved. All 17 heads turned southwest in perfect synchronization toward the Hayden Valley. Then they walked, not ran, not trotted, walked, in single file, maintaining exactly 3 meters between each animal. James followed at a distance, his training in wildlife tracking automatic even as his scientific mind struggled with what he was observing. Elk didn't migrate in October. They certainly didn't migrate southwest when their winter range was north. And they absolutely didn't maintain perfect geometric spacing while doing it. The radio crackled. "Mitchell, we need you back at Canyon. We've got another one." Another what? Hiker reported missing. Rebecca Stone's hiking partner. Guy named Clayton Wells. Last seen yesterday morning heading to, get this, Mount Washburn. James stopped. The elk continued their impossible march, disappearing into the lodgepole pines. Yesterday morning. But Clayton had helped with the search for Rebecca just 2 days ago. James had spoken to him personally, taken his statement about their planned route through the Specimen Ridge Trail. Dispatch, confirmed timeline. Clayton Wells participated in search operations on October 15th. Negative. No record of Clayton Wells in any SAR operations. According to his wife, he went hiking with Rebecca Stone on October 12th. She returned alone, said he wanted to stay another night. James felt the elevation, though he'd been acclimated for months. His pulse oximeter read 97%, perfect for this altitude. But his hands shook as he pulled out the search roster from his pack. There it was, clear as day. Clayton Wells, volunteer searcher, October 15th, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The ink looked fresh, too fresh for a 3-day-old signature. By the time he reached the Canyon Village Ranger Station, the elk migration had covered 12 miles in a straight line that crossed streams, roads, and valleys with no deviation. He'd tracked them on GPS until they vanished into a thermal area where no ungulate should willingly go. The sulfur dioxide levels alone should have driven them away. Instead, they'd walked directly toward the highest concentrations. Inside the station, Chief Ranger Patricia Reeves had spread out the kind of map array that meant serious trouble. USGS topographical maps, aerial photos from the last week, and a laptop showing GIS data layers that made James's stomach tighten. 17, Reeves said without preamble. 17 what? Hikers, missing, over the last 5 years, all from the same trail systems, all during October. She pointed to red pins on the map. But here's where it gets interesting. James studied the pattern. The pins formed a rough spiral centered on the Specimen Ridge area, each point precisely 1.7 miles from the next. That's mathematically impossible. Random disappearances don't form geometric patterns. No, Reeves agreed. They don't, and look at this. She pulled up a spreadsheet. Recovery rate for missing hikers in Yellowstone averages 94% within 72 hours. These 17? 0 recoveries. No bodies, no gear, no trace. Like they just stopped existing. What about search dogs? Dogs refuse to track past certain points, different points for each case, but she overlaid another map. Those refusal points form their own pattern. A larger spiral, same center. James felt the familiar weight of scientific skepticism. Geological anomaly, magnetic field variations can affect animal behavior. My first thought too. Reeves pulled up seismic data. Had the geology team run every test they could think of. Nothing. Background radiation normal, magnetics within standard parameters, no unusual seismic activity. She paused. But they did find this. She handed him a photograph from a trail camera near Specimen Creek. The timestamp read October 12th, 11:43 a.m., the exact time Rebecca Stone was reported missing. The image showed her clearly, her red North Face jacket distinctive against the forest backdrop. But behind her, barely visible in the trees, were shapes. Tall, bipedal shapes that stood wrong, joints bending in ways that made James's eyes water to follow. Digital artifact? He asked, though he could see the authentic Reckonix watermark. That's what we thought. But look at her shadow. James looked closer. Rebecca's shadow fell northeast, consistent with the sun angle for that time and date. But she cast 2 shadows. The second fell northwest, as if lit by a different sun. I need to see the site, James said. Reeves nodded. Figured you would. But Mitchell... She pulled out a Pelican case and opened it. Inside were 6 GPS units, all different brands. Every screen showed different coordinates despite sitting side by side. The variance was subtle, seconds of arc, but enough to put you a quarter mile off target in rough terrain. Started 3 weeks ago, she said. Same time as the migrations, James finished. I've been documenting unusual animal movements. Elk, but also bears, wolves, even birds. All moving in patterns that violate everything we know about their behavior. Reeves pulled out a file marked with biohazard tape. There's more. Rebecca Stone? She was found this morning. James's head snapped up. Found? Where? That's the problem. She was found at the Norris Geyser Basin Visitor Center. Walked in at 6 a.m., asked for coffee, said she'd been hiking since yesterday. But she's been missing for 5 days, yes, and Mitchell... Reeves's voice dropped. She hasn't aged 5 days. Her hair, fingernails, even the food in her stomach according to the medical exam. It's all consistent with maybe 6 hours since her last meal. The sandwich her husband confirmed she packed for lunch on October 12th. Where is she now? Livingston Hospital. Physically fine, but she has no memory of the missing time. Last thing she remembers is taking photos at Specimen Creek, then walking into the visitor center. The 5 days between? Nothing. James gathered his equipment. The hike to Specimen Creek would take 4 hours at a steady pace. It was already 2 p.m. He'd be hiking out in the dark, but the moon was nearly full. Take backup, Reeves said. Who? Everyone's either on search teams or missing. I know. She handed him a satellite phone. Check in every hour. If you miss a check-in, we're sending everything we've got. The trail to Specimen Creek started normal enough. James noted the expected species. Clark's nutcracker, mountain chickadees, a few late-season butterflies. But 3 miles in, things shifted. The birds flew in straight lines, no longer following the chaotic patterns of natural flight. A group of butterflies, painted ladies that should have migrated weeks ago, hung in the air in a perfect grid pattern, wings beating in synchronization. He documented everything, his scientific training overriding the crawling sensation at the base of his skull. The temperature readings were wrong too. His thermometer showed 47 degrees, but his breath didn't fog. The air had that thin quality of high altitude, but his GPS showed only 7,200 feet, lower than the trailhead. At 4:17 p.m. or 4:23 or 4:14, depending on which device he checked, he reached the spot where Rebecca had vanished. The trail camera was still there, solar panel intact. He downloaded the memory card to his tablet, scrolling through thousands of images. Normal, normal, normal. Then, October 12th, 11:43 a.m. But this image was different from what Reeves had shown him. Rebecca was there, yes, but she wasn't alone. Clayton Wells stood beside her, both of them looking directly at the camera. The timestamp was identical to the other photo. Same moment. 2 different realities. He scrolled forward. 11:44 a.m. The forest, empty. 11:45 a.m. Rebecca again, but older. Gray streaking her hair. Lines on her face that hadn't been there in any missing person photo. 11:46 a.m. Clayton Wells alone. His clothes rotted as if he'd been in the elements for months. 11:47 a.m. 17 elk in a perfect circle, their eyes reflecting the camera flash in patterns that looked almost like writing. The satellite phone buzzed. Check-in time. But when he answered, the voice wasn't dispatch. James. Rebecca Stone's voice, crystal clear despite being in a hospital 100 miles away. Don't trust the shadows. They're not shadows. The line went dead. When he tried to call back, dispatch answered normally, confirming his position and status. They had no record of any call from Rebecca Stone. The sun was setting now, painting the forest in shades that didn't match the time of day. Too red for 6 p.m., too bright for the approaching darkness his watch insisted was coming. He continued toward Specimen Creek, following protocol even as protocol lost meaning. The creek itself ran backward. James knelt at the bank, watching water flow uphill in defiance of gravity. He dropped a leaf into the stream and watched it move against the current, accelerating as it climbed. His Brunton compass spun lazily, unable to find north. The temperature had dropped to 23 degrees above according to his thermometer, but the creek hadn't frozen. Movement in his peripheral vision. The elk were back, but now there were more. Hundreds, all walking in that same single file, that same perfect spacing. But mixed among them were other things. Shapes that might have been human if humans had learned to walk on joints that bent wrong. If human necks could turn 180 degrees while the body faced forward. He raised his camera, but the autofocus wouldn't lock. Manual focus showed only blur, as if the subjects existed at multiple distances simultaneously. The FLIR thermal scope he'd brought for night navigation showed the elk as cold spots, colder than the ambient air, colder than anything living should be. A branch snapped behind him. He turned to find Clayton Wells standing 20 feet away, looking exactly as he had during the search 2 days ago. Fresh clothes, recent haircut, the same Timex expedition watch James had noticed during their interview. "You should leave," Clayton said. His breath didn't fog despite the freezing temperature. "The migration isn't finished." "Clayton, where have you been? Your wife." "My wife thinks I'm missing." Clayton stepped closer, and James noticed his footprints in the frost were wrong. They aged as he watched. Fresh prints becoming days old in seconds, moss growing in the impressions, tiny insects colonizing the disturbed soil. "I am missing. Have been for 5 years now. October 12th, 2019. Check your records." James's tablet still showed the search roster. Clayton Wells, October 15th, 2024. But as he watched, the ink faded, the name dissolving like it was being erased from time itself. "The elk know the way," Clayton continued. "They've always known. Long before the park, before the surveys, before humans decided to put lines on maps. There are places where the lines don't work, where time runs like that creek, uphill and backwards, and sometimes not at all. This is impossible. You're suffering from exposure, hypothermia maybe." Clayton laughed, a sound that came from too many throats. "Take Rebecca's advice. Don't trust the shadows, especially your own." James looked down. In the moonlight, when had the moon risen? He cast 3 shadows. One fell where it should. The second stretched impossibly long, reaching back toward the trail. The third fell upward, darkening the stars above his head. His satellite phone buzzed. 7 missed check-ins. Impossible. He'd been here maybe 30 minutes. The screen showed 2:47 a.m. October 18th, 3 days after he'd left the station. "The migration completes tomorrow," Clayton said, already fading like his name on the roster. "Everyone who's lost finds their way. Everyone who's found loses theirs. The park makes its choice." The elk were surrounding him now, their impossible eyes reflecting moonlight that came from no moon in the sky. They walked in their perfect line, and James understood with the clarity of fever dreams that they weren't migrating to anywhere. They were migrating from wherever things went when they stopped existing in the world humans had mapped. He ran. His GPS showed him moving at 3 Kampa, 15 map, somehow 5 maf. The temperature read absolute 0, then 451 degree, then numbers that included letters. His watch ran backward until it showed dates from before he was born. Behind him, hundreds of footsteps maintained that perfect spacing, that mechanical rhythm. But when he turned, nothing was there except his own shadows. 5 of them now, each running in different directions. He burst from the forest at dawn. His instruments claimed it was simultaneously October 15th, 18th, and 23rd, to find the ranger station surrounded by search and rescue vehicles. Reeves ran toward him, her face showing relief and confusion in equal measure. "Mitchell, where the hell have you been? You left 6 hours ago." 6 hours. He checked his GPS track. It showed a simple out and back to Specimen Creek. Total time 5 hours, 58 minutes. The timestamp photos on his camera showed the same. But his beard had 3 days of growth, and his pack contained food he didn't remember eating, water bottles he didn't remember emptying. "We found Clayton Wells," Reeves said carefully. "He was at the Norris Visitor Center, just like Rebecca. Says he's been hiking since yesterday morning." James pulled up the photos on his camera. Every image was normal. Deer, birds, standard forest shots, no synchronized butterflies, no impossible elk formations, no pictures of people who were missing or not missing or both. Except one. The last photo, taken at 2:47 a.m. according to the XIF data, showed the 17 elk in their perfect circle. But in the center, where nothing had been before, stood 17 people. Rebecca Stone, Clayton Wells, 15 others whose faces matched the missing person files. They were all looking at the camera, all smiling, all casting shadows that fell in 17 different directions, toward places that didn't exist on any map. "Mitchell," Reeves said quietly, "your shadow." He looked down. In the morning sun, James Mitchell cast two shadows. One fell west, as it should at dawn. The other fell east, toward the rising sun, as if lit by something behind him that had followed him out of the forest. He checked his pulse, steady at 72 BPM, oxygen saturation 98%, core temperature 98.6 degrees, every biological marker normal, except his cells were aging backward. He could feel it, a subtle wrongness in his bones, his blood moving in directions that violated basic anatomy. When he blinked, he sometimes saw through eyes that weren't in his head. "I need to file my report," he said, his voice steady despite the creeping certainty that he wasn't entirely James Mitchell anymore. That part of him was still out there, walking in perfect formation with 17 elk toward a migration that never ended. Reeves nodded slowly. "Rebecca and Clayton don't remember anything. Brain scans show normal activity, but..." She hesitated. "Their mitochondria are different, still functional, still producing ATP, but the electron transport chain is running in partial reverse. Biologically impossible, but there it is." James thought about the creek flowing uphill, about shadows that fell toward light sources, about time that moved in directions humans hadn't named. Maybe impossible is just another word for haven't mapped it yet. That night, he wrote his report. 17 pages for 17 missing hikers. He included all the scientific data, all the measurements and observations, but he couldn't explain the pull he felt toward Mount Washburn, the certainty that tomorrow or yesterday or a week ago, he would join the migration. The elk were out there, walking their perfect line through spaces between seconds, through forests that existed in the gaps of surveyed land. They carried something, a knowledge, a pattern, a way of being that predated human understanding of how reality should work. His second shadow grew longer each day, reaching toward horizons that maps insisted didn't exist. By October 23rd, if dates still meant anything, 3 more hikers had vanished. The pattern held, the spiral tightened, the migration continued. And James Mitchell, PhD in wildlife biology, ranger of 8 years, keeper of careful scientific records, felt his bones teaching him a new way to walk, one that would carry him to places where 17 wasn't a number but a direction, where shadows were doors, where time flowed like water, finding its level across dimensions humans had never thought to measure. The last entry in his field notebook, found weeks later in his abandoned truck at the Specimen Creek trailhead, contained only coordinates, not latitude and longitude, but something else. Numbers that included colors, directions that referenced seasons, measurements in units that didn't exist. 17 of them, naturally. The elk knew the way. They'd always known. The migration never stopped. It only waited for the next person to notice their shadow falling the wrong way, to follow it home to places that weren't places, to join the perfect formation that walked between the mapped world and the truth underneath. Rebecca Stone and Clayton Wells gave identical statements to investigators. They remembered hiking. They remembered returning. The 5 days or 3 days or no days between, gone, like footprints aging backward into nothing. But sometimes, on October mornings when the frost formed patterns that looked almost like writing, they cast extra shadows. And in those shadows, 17 elk walked in perfect formation, carrying 17 people toward a horizon that existed only when no one was measuring it. Hope this disturbed you deeply. What's your theory about what really happened to James? Natural phenomenon or something else? The Garmin GPS map 60 Forest in Derek Morrison's hand showed coordinates that shouldn't exist. Not according to the official Olympic National Park trail database he'd memorized over 15 years of service. Yet here was Ashley Turner's last known position, logged by her emergency beacon 3 days ago, pointing to a section of the Hoh rainforest that appeared on no modern map. Derek compared the GPS reading to the yellowed document spread across his station desk. The paper felt wrong beneath his fingers. Too smooth, too warm, like skin that had been underwater too long. Someone had slipped it under his door that morning with a note. She found this before she left. Thought you should know. BH. BH Bill Hendricks. The old maintenance supervisor who'd worked the park since the 70s and never said more than 5 words at a time. The fact he'd written anything at all made Derek's jaw clench. The map showed Olympic's trail system, but wrong. Paths that had been closed since the 1960s were marked as primary routes. Modern trails didn't exist, and scattered across the yellowed surface were dark brown stains, each accompanied by a date and initials written in cramped handwriting. The marks clustered in specific locations, 7 of them forming a rough pattern Derek couldn't quite identify. TK, August 12, 1963, the hunger came here. ML, October 3, 1971, ate bark, then worse. RP, December 24, 1985, Christmas feast of flesh. Derek's coffee had gone cold 2 hours ago. He pushed it aside and pulled up the park's missing persons database on his laptop. Cross-referencing the initials and dates took less time than he'd hoped. Every marking corresponded to a ranger who'd vanished without a trace. Not hikers or tourists. Exclusively National Park Service personnel. Thomas Kellerman, 1963. Marvin Lancaster, 1971. Rebecca Price, 1985. All experienced. All declared lost after extensive search operations. All last seen heading into the backcountry alone on what should have been routine patrols. The freshest stain was still tacky to the touch, though Derek couldn't understand how. The initials next to it made his throat constrict. AT, November 15th, 2015, still hungry. Today was November 18th. Derek keyed his Motorola XPR 755E. Dispatch, this is Morrison. I'm heading out to investigate Turner's last coordinates. Solo patrol, grid reference. Negative, Morrison. Chief Ranger Patricia Wolf's voice crackled through immediately, as if she'd been waiting by the radio. Weather Service just issued a severe storm warning. All backcountry operations suspended for the next 48 hours. Derek looked outside. The morning sky was crystalline, not a cloud visible through the station windows. The barometric pressure reading on his weather station showed 30.42 inches, high and stable. Chief, I'm looking at clear conditions here. Weather Service must be... I said negative, Morrison, that's final. And Derek, stay away from the old growth sections today. The radio went dead. Derek tried calling back, but got only static. He switched channels, tried other rangers' direct frequencies. Nothing but white noise, though the radio's display showed full signal strength. He folded the map carefully, noting how it seemed to resist being creased, as if the paper wanted to remain flat, exposed, readable. His Benchmade bushcrafter knife went into its sheath, bear spray clipped to his belt. He loaded his pack with standard SEAR gear, first aid kit, emergency blanket, water purification tablets, MREs for 3 days. The protocol manual explicitly stated no solo searches, but Ashley had been out there for 72 hours. The critical survival window was closing. The drive to the Hoh River trailhead took 40 minutes. Derek passed 3 other ranger vehicles heading the opposite direction, back toward the main station. None of them responded to his radio calls or acknowledged his waves. Their faces looked wrong through the windshields, blank, unfocused, like they were sleeping with their eyes open. At the trailhead, Derek found Ashley's Tacoma parked at an odd angle, driver's door hanging open. The interior was pristine except for claw marks on the steering wheel. Not from an animal. The gouges matched human fingernails torn down to bleeding quick, judging by the dark stains in the vinyl. Derek photographed everything, uploading the images to the park's server through his phone. The upload failed. No signal, though he was barely 4 miles from a cell tower. He tried the satellite messenger on his belt. Device error, unable to acquire satellites. Even the GPS struggled, coordinates jumping randomly before stabilizing on Ashley's last position. 47 toward 8606 degree N, 123.981 degree W. According to the modern maps, those coordinates placed her in the middle of the Ho River. According to the old map, they marked one of the stained locations dated September 9, 1978. The initials beside it read, JM, tried to eat my own. The rest was obscured by what looked like teeth marks in the paper itself. Derek shouldered his pack and started hiking. The trail felt wrong immediately. The usual sounds of the rainforest, Roosevelt elk browsing, Douglas squirrels chattering, varied thrushes calling, were absent. Not quiet, but absent, as if the forest was holding its breath. The air tasted metallic, like copper pennies left in water. 2 miles in, the maintained trail ended at a massive nurse log that Derek had passed hundreds of times. But today, barely visible beneath the moss, he could see the continuation of an older path. The wood underfoot was different. Cedar puncheon walkway, the kind the Park Service hadn't used since the 1970s. It should have rotted away decades ago, but the planks looked freshly cut, sap still beating on the surface. The old map guided him through stands of Sitka spruce and western hemlock that grew at impossible angles, their trunks twisted into spirals that hurt to follow with his eyes. Club moss hung in curtains so thick they blocked out the sun, creating a twilight world at 2 in the afternoon. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in the span of 3 steps. Derek found Ashley's first marker after 3 hours, her ranger hat, placed deliberately on a branch at eye level. No damage, no blood, positioned like a trail sign. 50 yards further, her utility belt, tools still attached, hung from another branch. Each piece of equipment had been removed with care, not torn off in panic or struggle. The GPS showed he was nearing the coordinates. The forest opened into a small clearing where no clearing should exist. In the center grew a single big-leaf maple, its trunk easily 15 feet in diameter, impossibly large for the species. The bark was covered in carved symbols Derek didn't recognize, though they made his eyes water to look at directly. Ashley's uniform lay folded neatly at the base of the tree. Her boots sat on top, laces tied. Her name tag was missing, the threads torn as if she'd ripped it off herself. Dark stains on the collar weren't blood. Derek could smell the digestive acid from where he stood. Ashley? His voice came out as barely a whisper. The forest swallowed the sound immediately. No echo, no resonance, as if the air was too thick to carry sound waves properly. Movement in his peripheral vision. Derek spun, hand on his bear spray, but saw only trees. No, the trees themselves were wrong. They were closer than they'd been moments ago. The clearing was shrinking, the forest pressing inward like a closing fist. The old map in his pocket grew hot enough to burn through the fabric. Derek pulled it out, and new text was appearing on its surface, wet and red like fresh ink. DM, November 18th, 2015. The hunger recognizes you. His stomach cramped violently. Not pain, but emptiness. A hollow sensation that started in his gut and spread outward. Derek had eaten breakfast just 4 hours ago, but his body screamed that he was starving, had been starving for days, weeks. Always had been starving and just never noticed until now. The rational part of his mind, the part trained by 15 years of backcountry experience, recognized the signs. Acute onset hypoglycemia, possibly triggered by spores or some environmental toxin. He needed glucose, needed to eat something immediately. Derek fumbled for an energy bar in his pack. The wrapper tasted better than the bar itself. He found himself gnawing on the plastic, teeth scraping against the metallic inner lining. The sound that came from his throat wasn't quite human, too low, too resonant, like an elk's bugle filtered through human vocal cords. Derek spat out the wrapper, horrified. His hands were shaking, not from fear but from hunger so intense it felt like his cells were devouring themselves. He bit into the energy bar, but the processed oats and honey tasted like ash. His body wanted something else, something warm and rich, and a crack of branches behind him. Derek turned to see Ashley Turner standing at the edge of the clearing, naked except for mud, and what might have been dried blood painting her skin in patterns that matched the tree carvings. Her ranger's badge was pressed into the flesh of her sternum, the metal partially absorbed into her skin like she was growing around it. Her mouth opened, and Derek expected words, a cry for help, something human. Instead, she made the same deep, resonant sound he'd just produced. Her teeth were wrong, too many of them, filed to points. Gums receded to show roots that went too deep into her jaw. "The map chooses," Ashley said, though her lips didn't match the words. The sound seemed to come from the air around her, the trees themselves speaking through her presence. "It's always been choosing, since the first ranger walked these paths. The forest needs guardians who understand the real hunger." Derek's hand found his radio, muscle memory overriding the spreading numbness in his fingers. "Dispatch, emergency, officer needs..." The radio crumbled in his grip like old bread. Inside, instead of circuits and batteries, was a mass of fungal growth, white mycelia threading through what should have been electronics. Spores puffed out in a cloud that Derek couldn't help but inhale. The world shifted. Colors became flavors. Sounds became textures. The forest wasn't made of trees anymore, but of food. Endless food. If only he could recognize what was meant to be eaten. The bark looked like dried meat. The moss resembled fat deposits. And Ashley looked like a feast. The Makah people knew. She continued, stepping closer. Her movements were wrong, joints bending at angles that shouldn't exist. They called this place forbidden for a reason. Not because of what lives here, but because of what it makes us become. The rangers who disappeared didn't get lost, Derek. They found their purpose. They're still here. Still watching. Still hungry. Derek's vision flickered between two realities. In one, Ashley stood before him, transformed but alive. In the other, he saw the truth. A thing wearing Ashley's skin like an ill-fitting costume, something that had been human once, but had been digested and reformed from the inside out by an intelligence older than the forest itself. The map burned in his pocket, searing through fabric and into flesh. Derek pulled it out to find new marks appearing, fresh stains spreading across the yellowed surface. But now he could see the pattern the locations formed, a massive sigil covering the entire Hoh rainforest, each disappearance a point in a geometric design that was almost complete. Almost. It needed one more point, one more ranger at specific coordinates that would complete something that had been building since the park's establishment in 1938. "You can feel it, can't you?" Ashley's voice multiplied, echoing from the trees, from the ground, from inside Derek's own skull. The real hunger, not for food, but for transformation. To become part of the forest's digestive system, to process the hikers, the tourists, the ones who don't belong. We're the enzymes, Derek. We break things down into something the forest can absorb. Derek's knees buckled. The hunger was beyond physical now, existential, spiritual, a void that demanded to be filled with something that normal food could never satisfy. He understood why Ashley had marked her trail with clothing. She'd been shedding her humanity piece by piece, leaving it behind like a snake molting skin. Through blurring vision, he saw them emerging from the trees. Dozens of figures, all naked, all painted in the same symbols, all wearing pieces of ranger uniforms grown into their flesh. He recognized faces from old staff photos, rangers who'd supposedly retired, transferred, or simply stopped showing up one day. They moved in perfect synchronization, like organs in a single body. Thomas Kellerman from 1963 was there, his skin bark rough, fingers extended into root-like appendages that disappeared into the earth. Marvin Lancaster, reported missing in 1971, had eyes that were just holes showing fungal growth behind them, bioluminescent in the gathering dark. Rebecca Price from 1985 had a mouth that opened too wide, revealing rows of teeth going down her throat like a lamprey's. They formed a circle around Derek, and he understood he wasn't being hunted. He was being welcomed. The transformation had already begun the moment he'd touched the map. Every ranger who'd disappeared had gone through this same process. The map appearing, the hunger starting, the compulsion to investigate alone, and finally, the integration into something that wore the forest like a skin but was older, hungrier, more patient than any human conception of nature. "We protect the park," they said in unison, their voices creating harmonics that made Derek's bones resonate. From the inside, from the cellular level, we are the immune system responding to infection, and humanity is the infection. Derek tried to stand, to run, but his legs weren't responding correctly anymore. Looking down, he saw his boots were sprouting mycelia, white threads penetrating the leather and spreading across the ground, connecting him to the network that pulsed beneath the forest floor. He could feel it. Every tree, every fungus, every decomposing log, all connected in a web of hunger that had been feeding for millennia. The old map fell from his nerveless fingers, and he saw the final entry appearing. DM, November 18th, 2015, digestion complete. But Derek Morrison wasn't gone. He was transforming, every cell in his body receiving new instructions, every thought being rewritten in a language of consumption and growth. The hunger wasn't something attacking him. It was something he'd always been, just dormant until the forest woke it up. Patricia Wolf would find his abandoned vehicle in 3 days. She'd file the same report she'd filed for Ashley, for all the others. Equipment failure, probable wildlife encounter, search suspended due to weather. She knew the truth, had known it since she'd become chief ranger, and inherited the knowledge that came with the position. The park needed its guardians, and the guardians needed to eat. The clearing closed completely, trees pressing together until no trace remained of the space where Derek had stood. Somewhere in the canopy, something that had once been human and was now more and less than that began its first hunt. It could smell hikers 3 miles away, their sweat and fear and warm blood calling to it like a dinner bell. The Garmin GPS unit lay in the moss, its screen flickering between coordinates that existed and ones that didn't, marking places where reality was thin and hungry things waited. The device would be found eventually, returned to the ranger station, cleaned and reissued to the next new hire who showed promise, who had the right psychological profile, who would one day receive an old map slipped under their door. Ashley Turner watched from her new position in the canopy, her body reformed into something that could navigate both the vertical world of the trees and the horizontal world of the forest floor. She no longer remembered her human name, only her function: to process, to digest, to transform those who entered the forest into something the ancient hunger could use. The other guardians welcomed her into their network, consciousness merging with the mycelial web that connected every living thing in the rainforest. Through their collective awareness, she could feel new hikers entering the park, their footsteps sending vibrations through the soil, their breath adding carbon dioxide to the air that fed the trees that fed the hunger that was always growing. Derek Morrison's final human thought, before his consciousness dissolved into the collective, was a realization that the park's motto was more literal than anyone knew: experience your America. The America that existed before humans, that would exist after, that was currently digesting civilization one hiker, one ranger, one person at a time, using their own protectors as the enzymes to break them down. By sunset, the transformation was complete. The thing that had been Derek Morrison took its position in the network, guardian and predator, protector and processor. It could feel the next map already forming, spontaneously generating from the fungal network's need for another guardian. Someone would find it soon, probably slipped under their door with a cryptic note, and the cycle would continue. The ranger station's radio crackled to life after hours of silence. "All units, this is Chief Wolf. Weather's cleared. Resume normal patrols tomorrow. And remember, stay together out there. The forest is particularly active this time of year." But the rangers who heard the message all understood the subtext. The forest was hungry, had always been hungry, and they were its teeth. Some of them were still human enough to feel horror at this knowledge. Others had been feeding for so long they'd forgotten what it felt like to be anything other than hungry. In the Ho rainforest, something howled. Not wolf, not wind, but the sound of a human throat learning to make new sounds, practicing for the hunt. The tourists camping at the established sites would hear it and assume it was just nature, just wildlife, just the mysterious sounds of an ancient forest at night. They were right in a way. It was perfectly natural. The forest had been feeding on visitors since long before it became a park, using the native people's warnings to keep most away, then using the rangers themselves once bureaucracy replaced wisdom. The only difference now was efficiency, the systematic way the feeding was organized, cataloged, hidden in missing persons reports and equipment failures. The old map appeared in a supply closet at the Kalaloch Ranger Station, waiting to be discovered by the next candidate. The stains on its surface were still wet, though they'd been made decades ago. Time worked differently in the hungry places, where past and present dissolved into each other like nutrients in acid. Somewhere in the darkness between the trees, Ashley Turner and Derek Morrison hunted together, no longer recognizing each other as anything but extensions of the same vast digestive system. They could smell a family of 4 setting up camp near the Hoh River, the children's high metabolisms making them glow like beacons in the Guardian's altered perception. But the family was safe for now. They were in designated camping areas, following park rules, leaving no trace. The forest only took those who wandered off trail, who ignored warnings, who investigated things they shouldn't, and of course the occasional ranger who showed the right psychological markers, who could be transformed into something useful. The hunger was patient. It had been feeding for thousands of years before the park was established, and it would continue feeding long after the last ranger station crumbled to dust. The maps would keep appearing, the rangers would keep disappearing, and the forest would keep growing, spreading its network of transformed guardians further with each season. In the morning, a rookie ranger named Coleman would find an old piece of paper tucked into his locker, yellow with age and marked with brown stains. He'd compare it to the modern trail maps and notice discrepancies. He'd see the initials, the dates, the cryptic messages about hunger. And because he was young and dedicated and thought he could make a difference, he'd investigate alone. The forest would wait. The forest always waited, and when Coleman finally stood in that impossible clearing, feeling the hunger tear through his consciousness like roots through soil, he'd understand that the real horror wasn't being eaten. It was becoming the thing that eats. The cycle continued, as it always had, as it always would, until there were no more humans left to transform or consume, and then the forest would sleep, patient and hungry, waiting for the next species to evolve enough consciousness to make the transformation worthwhile. In the end, the rangers did protect the park. They protected it from human contamination by becoming something inhuman themselves. Guardians whose hunger ensured that only those who truly belonged would survive the ancient forest's judgment. The old growth wasn't just trees. It was a digestive system the size of a wilderness, and the rangers were its most evolved adaptation. Ashley Turner settled into her position for the night's hunt, her transformed body perfectly adapted to moving through the canopy in silence. She could feel Derek Morrison doing the same 3 miles away, their consciousness touching briefly through the mycelial network before separating again. They were individuals and collective simultaneously, human memories dissolving into the older, deeper intelligence that had been patient enough to wait for mammals to evolve, then primates, then humans, then park rangers, each iteration providing a more sophisticated guardian for its endless hunger. The map would claim another ranger soon. It always did when the network needed strengthening. And somewhere in Washington, D.C., us officials would note another wilderness disappearance, file it under natural causes, and never investigate why Olympic National Park had the highest rate of missing rangers in the entire National Park Service. Because some things were meant to stay hidden in the old growth, feeding in the darkness between the trees, wearing human faces when necessary, but always serving the hunger that was older than the mountains, deeper than the roots, and patient as the stones themselves. The forest had learned to use humanity's own protections against it. Conservation became consumption. Preservation became predation. And the rangers, those dedicated guardians of the wilderness, became the very teeth of the thing they thought they were protecting people from. Tomorrow, someone would report Ashley Turner and Derek Morrison as missing. Search teams would find nothing but abandoned equipment and tracks that led nowhere. The official report would blame weather, wildlife, or simple misadventure. And the chief ranger would quietly file the real report in the locked cabinet that held 70 years of similar documents, each one describing the same impossible thing. Rangers vanishing into a forest that was somehow larger on the inside than maps suggested possible. But tonight, they hunted, and the forest fed. And the hunger grew, and somewhere in a supply closet, an old map waited for the next guardian to be chosen. Its surface already developing fresh stains that would guide another ranger into the patient, eternal hunger of the Olympic rainforest. The Hoh River rushed through the darkness, its sound covering the footsteps of things that walked upright but were no longer human. Their transformed bodies perfectly adapted to the endless cycle of consumption that kept the ancient forest alive and growing and always, always hungry for more. Thomas Brennan had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 23 years, born and raised in the shadow of the Hoh rainforest, where his grandfather had worked timber before the land became protected. He knew every trail, every seasonal creek, every nurse log that tourists photographed. More importantly, he knew the stories that never made it into the official reports, the ones rangers shared over beer at Kalaloch Lodge after particularly strange weeks. The morning Patricia Lowe disappeared was the 7th incident in what the Park Service internally called a cluster event. Thomas sat in the ranger station at the Hoh Visitor Center, staring at his Toughbook laptop screen where he'd plotted the disappearances on a topographical map. The pattern made his coffee taste bitter. 7 hikers in 14 days, all experienced, all carrying Garmin GPS Map 60 forced units, all with fresh batteries, all with someone expecting them back. The search and rescue teams had found 6 of them within 72 hours, alive, physically unharmed, but changed in ways that made the investigating rangers uncomfortable. None could explain where they'd been. Their GPS units showed impossible data, timestamps that didn't match, elevation readings that placed them simultaneously at sea level and 4,000 feet, trackbacks that led through solid rock. Another one, Ranger Diane Walsh said, pushing through the station door with a blast of October rain. Patricia Lowe, 34, biochemist from UW. Day hike on the Hoh River Trail. Her husband called it in when she didn't come back last night. Thomas pulled up the incident report on his screen. Patricia had signed the trail register at 7:43 a.m., neat handwriting noting her intended turnaround point at Blue Glacier Overlook, an easy 12-mile round trip for someone of her fitness level. Her Instagram showed a woman who ran ultra-marathons, posted photos of perfectly organized camp meals and geotagged everything obsessively. She's the outlier, Thomas said, studying her photo. Dark hair pulled back in a practical braid, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. The others were all tourists. She's local, experienced. The others came back, Diane reminded him. Eventually. Thomas knew what she meant. Kyle Morrison, the first one found, still couldn't look anyone in the eye and had quit his job as a software developer to work night shifts at a warehouse. Linda Chen had been discovered sitting in the exact center of a meadow, her Merrill boots worn through to her socks despite having been missing only 40 hours. She'd been clutching a handful of Roosevelt elk fur, repeating coordinates that didn't exist on any map. The search for Patricia began within the hour. Thomas led the hasty team himself, taking his usual pack loaded with the standard 72-hour SAR kit. His Motorola XPR 7550E radio was freshly charged, programmed with all the repeater frequencies. He'd also brought something not in the official inventory, a cheap Radio Shack sound level meter his grandfather had used in the logging camps to test equipment noise. Thomas had started carrying it after the 3rd disappearance, when he'd noticed something the others hadn't wanted to discuss. The Hoh River Trail started innocuous enough, winding through towering Sitka spruce and western hemlock draped with moss so thick it muffled footsteps. October meant fewer tourists, and the morning rain had cleared them out entirely. Thomas's team spread out in a standard grid pattern, though he noticed everyone staying within visual distance, closer than protocol demanded. 3 miles in, Thomas found the first anomaly. His GPS showed a location 1, 3 miles from the trailhead, But the landmark, a massive nurse log the locals called the Cathedral, was at mile 2.7. He checked his pace counter, 5,147 steps, which at his stride should have put him at 2.6 miles. The discrepancy was impossible. "Base, this is Brennan," he radioed. "Mark my position for the log." Static came back, though the repeater tower on Mount Tom should have given him clear signal. When Diane's voice finally came through, it sounded like she was speaking through water. "Copy. Position. Breaking up." Thomas pulled out the sound level meter. In normal forest conditions, with light rain and no wind, it should read between 35-40 decibels. The meter showed 18 dB. He tapped it, checked the battery. Still 18 dB. That was quieter than an anechoic chamber, quieter than should be physically possible in an outdoor environment with rain hitting leaves, a river running nearby, and his own breathing. He whistled, a sharp note that should have carried hundreds of yards. The sound died 3 feet from his lips, not echoing but simply stopping, as if the air had become too thick to carry vibration. His team was visible through the trees, their mouths moving as they called out Patricia's name. But Thomas heard nothing. The sensation was similar to pressure changes during descent in an airplane, but his altimeter showed steady elevation. He worked his jaw, trying to pop his ears. Nothing changed. He could hear his own heartbeat, his breathing, the rustle of his rain jacket when he moved. Sounds conducted through his body, but external sounds were muffled, distorted, wrong. He checked his GPS again. Now it showed him at mile 4.2, though he hadn't moved. The timestamp read 2:47 p.m., but his watch showed 11:15 a.m. He photographed both displays with his phone, noting that the phone's GPS placed him in 3 locations simultaneously, the positions flickering between coordinates like a slot machine. That's when he found the first real evidence. Not footprints. The morning rain had washed those away. It was hair, caught on a devil's club thorn at chest height. Long, dark, possibly Patricia's, but the hair was wrong. Under his LED headlamp, it showed an iridescent quality, like raven feathers. When he bagged it, the strands felt coarser than human hair should, almost like elk mane, but finer. He marked the position with orange flagging tape and continued up trail. Every 100 yards, he checked the sound meter. The readings made no sense. 7 dB, then 45 dB, then 0 dB, which should have been impossible without sophisticated equipment to cancel sound waves. His radio gave only static now, though the channel busy light flickered constantly, as if receiving transmissions just beyond the edge of perception. 4 miles in, Thomas found Patricia's Osprey pack. It sat upright in the middle of the trail, rain cover still attached, everything neatly arranged inside. Her iPhone was there, fully charged but showing no signal. Her GPS map 60 Forst showed a trackback that made Thomas's hands shake. According to the device, Patricia had hiked 47 miles in the past 4 hours, reaching elevations that didn't exist in Olympic National Park, including one reading of 2,100 feet. But it was the smell that made him step back. The pack reeked of ozone and copper and something else. Something organic but wrong, like milk left in a hot car but sharper, more chemical. His eyes watered. When he looked closer, he saw why. The pack's fabric was degrading, aging rapidly in specific spots while other areas remained pristine. The degradation pattern formed shapes that hurt to perceive directly, geometries that seemed to fold in on themselves. Thomas photographed everything, his camera struggling to focus, the autofocus hunting constantly as if the air itself had different densities. Through the lens, he could almost see it, ripples in space like heat mirages but vertical, forming columns that twisted through the trees. He found the next piece of evidence 50 yards from the pack. Scat, but unlike anything in his experience. It had the volume of bear scat, but the consistency was wrong. Too uniform, almost manufactured looking. When he knelt to examine it, protocol demanded samples of all potential evidence. His sound meter dropped to absolute 0. The world went silent. Not quiet, silent. He could see rain hitting his jacket but couldn't hear it. His own voice made no sound when he tried to call out. The scat contained bone fragments, but they were polished smooth, worn like river rocks despite being fresh. Mixed in were pieces of fabric, high-tech synthetic, the kind Patricia's jacket was made from. But the fabric wasn't torn or chewed. It was dissolved at the edges, melted by something acidic enough to break down polymer chains but selective enough to leave the bone intact. Thomas stood to mark the location and realized he couldn't remember standing up. One moment he was kneeling, the next he was 20 feet down trail, his flagging tape already tied to a branch he didn't remember selecting. His watch showed 11:47 a.m., but the sun's position suggested late afternoon. His GPS read error messages in languages he didn't recognize, cycling through character sets that might have been Cyrillic, might have been something else. The forest looked wrong. The same trees, the same moss. But the perspective was off, as if he were seeing through a lens with the wrong focal length. Douglas firs that should have been 200 feet tall looked simultaneously massive and miniature. His depth perception failed, reformed, failed again. That's when he heard it, or didn't hear it exactly. It was more like remembering a sound that hadn't happened yet. Patricia's voice calling from up ahead, but the words were backwards, or maybe his brain was processing them backwards. He followed the non-sound, his boots making no noise on the wet duff despite his hurried pace. The trail split where no split should exist. His mental map, built over 2 decades, insisted the trail continued straight for another mile before the first junction. But here was a fork, the left path marked with a sign he couldn't read. The letters kept rearranging themselves when he tried to focus. The right path was unmarked, but showed fresh boot prints. Patricia's tread pattern. Thomas chose right. The moment he stepped onto the new trail, his radio exploded with static so loud it made his ears ring. But buried in the white noise were voices, dozens of them, all speaking at once. He could pick out Diane calling his name, but her voice was layered, multiplied, each iteration slightly out of phase. The boot prints led to a clearing that shouldn't exist. Thomas had hiked every square mile of this forest. This clearing wasn't on any map, hadn't been logged in the historical records. It was perfectly circular, maybe 30 yards across, and the ground was wrong. Not cleared, but absent, as if the earth itself had been scooped out and replaced with something that looked like soil, but felt different underfoot, springier, warmer despite the October chill. Patricia stood in the exact center. She was facing away from him, absolutely still. Her rain jacket was torn in precise parallel lines down the back, but the tears were bloodless. Steam rose from her body despite the cold rain. When Thomas called her name, she didn't turn. The sound of his voice seemed to bend around her, echoing back changed, syllables reversed. He approached slowly, noting that his compass spun wildly the closer he got. His GPS showed him simultaneously at sea level and 14,000 feet, the altitude numbers cycling rapidly. The sound meter in his pocket was buzzing, overloaded, its display showing impossible negative values. "Patricia?" He reached out to touch her shoulder. She turned and Thomas bit back a scream. It was Patricia, but her pupils were wrong. Not dilated, but fragmented, split into honeycomb patterns like an insect's compound eyes. When she smiled, her teeth were still human but arranged differently. Too many in places. Gaps where there shouldn't be gaps. "I found it," she said, her voice harmonizing with itself, each word spoken in multiple pitches simultaneously. "The place where sound goes to die." She held out her hand. In her palm was something that looked like fur but moved like liquid, flowing between her fingers without falling. It had the texture of elk hide, but the color of nothing. Not black, not transparent, but an absence of color that hurt to perceive. "It's been here all along," Patricia continued, her fragmented eyes focusing on something beyond Thomas. Under the sound, between the frequencies. The Kino knew. They called it the quiet place, where the forest learns to listen. Thomas's grandfather had mentioned something similar once, drunk and rambling about his logging days. Places where the chainsaws would stop working, not mechanically but sonically. The sound of the engines simply wouldn't propagate. The company had marked those areas off limits, not officially but understood. the way sailors avoided certain waters. Patricia stepped closer, and Thomas's sound meter finally gave up, its display going dark. The absence of sound became a presence pressing against his eardrums. He could feel his heartbeat slowing, syncing with something vast and patient. "It needs us to hear," Patricia said. "But we've forgotten how to listen. So it's teaching us, changing us." She touched her throat, and Thomas saw that the skin there was different, smoother, with a subtle iridescence like the hair he'd found. The others couldn't handle the lesson, but I understand now. The silence isn't empty. It's full, fuller than sound could ever be. Behind Patricia, something moved in the trees. Not an animal, not wind, but a distortion in space itself, as if the air had gained mass and purpose. It rippled between the trunks, sometimes seeming miles away, sometimes close enough to touch. Thomas's eyes couldn't track it properly. Each time he tried to focus, his vision would skip, like frames missing from a film. "We need to go," Thomas said, surprised he could speak. His voice sounded wrong in his own ears, pitched lower, slower, as if the air was too thick to carry proper vibration. "SAR protocol. We need to get you checked by medical." Patricia laughed. A sound like wind chimes played backwards. "Go where?" "We're already there. We've always been there. The forest doesn't have edges, Thomas. It has frequencies. And we've been living in only one of them." She was right about one thing. Thomas did know the stories. Kino, Ho, Maka, all the coastal tribes had warnings about places where the forest listened too hard. Places where people would walk in making noise and walk out silent, their voices stolen but their mouths still moving. His grandmother, full-blood Kino, had called them the hungry quiets and made him promise never to whistle in the deep woods. But those were stories. This was Patricia Lowe, a biochemist with a PhD from Stanford, standing in an impossible clearing with impossible eyes, holding something that violated the basic principles of matter. "The elk know," she said, as if reading his thoughts. "That's why they go silent during the rut here. Not because of predators, because they're listening to something older, something that was here before sound itself." Thomas noticed his hands were shaking, not from fear but from something else. A vibration running through his bones, a frequency below human hearing but not below human feeling. His teeth ached. His vision kept sliding in and out of focus, as if his eyes were trying to see in spectrums they weren't designed for. The thing in Patricia's hand pulsed, and suddenly, Thomas could hear everything and nothing. The sound of Patricia's blood moving through her veins, the growth of moss on bark 100 yards away, the movement of tectonic plates far below, but also silence so complete it had weight, texture, flavor. It tasted like copper and ozone and something organic but wrong. "It's spreading," Patricia said. "Each person who finds it carries it back, changes the frequency of the world just a little. Soon everyone will hear the silence, will understand what lives in it." Thomas thought of the 6 others who'd been found. Kyle Morrison, who now worked night shifts and hadn't spoken to anyone in weeks. Linda Chen, who'd been seen standing in parking lots at 3 a.m., mouth moving in conversation with nothing. The others, all exhibiting what the psychologists called post-traumatic stress, but what Thomas now recognized as something else, adaptation. He pulled out his radio, tried to call for backup. The device was dead, its display showing symbols that didn't exist in any manual. His phone was the same. Even his analog compass had stopped working, its needle pointing to Patricia instead of north. "You can leave," Patricia said. "It will let you, but you'll carry it with you. The quiet. It's already in your ears, Thomas. Can't you feel it? The spaces between your heartbeats getting longer, the pause between thought and action stretching." She was right. Thomas could feel it, a hollow sensation in his chest, as if his lungs were forgetting how to process air, as if his neurons were firing in new patterns. When he looked at his hands, they seemed to flicker, existing in multiple positions simultaneously. He backed away slowly, keeping Patricia in sight. She didn't follow, just stood there in the impossible clearing, cradling the impossible thing. her fragmented eyes reflecting light that didn't exist. The moment Thomas crossed the clearing's edge, the world snapped back into focus. Sound returned in a rush. Rain, wind, his own ragged breathing. His equipment sparked back to life, compass pointing north, GPS showing his actual location. He was 4 miles from the trailhead, exactly where he should be, except 6 hours had passed. It was nearly sunset. Patricia was gone. The clearing was gone. In their place was normal forest, the same trees he'd hiked past 1,000 times. But the boot prints remained, leading to a dead end at a massive western red cedar that had been there for centuries. Thomas called in the coordinates, reported Patricia found but lost again. The hasty team converged on his position within an hour, but they found nothing. No prints, no clearing, no evidence except what Thomas had collected. The hair that the lab would later say had human DNA but an impossible melanin structure. The scat that contained human bone fragments aged hundreds of years despite being fresh. The photos from his phone that showed nothing but static and timestamp errors. They searched for 3 more days. Standard protocol, grid patterns, aerial support, infrared drones. On the 3rd night, Patricia walked out of the forest at the Kalaloch campground, 40 miles from where she'd disappeared. She was physically unharmed, but changed. Her eyes were normal, no compound structure, but she couldn't or wouldn't say where she'd been. Blood tests showed elevated levels of hormones that shouldn't exist in human physiology. Her brain scans revealed new neural pathways, connections between regions that typically didn't communicate. The official report listed it as misadventure with temporary disorientation. Patricia returned to her job at UW, her husband, her life. But Thomas kept track of her. Within a month, she'd published a paper on acoustic anomalies in temperate rainforest ecosystems that was peer-reviewed and accepted despite containing equations that violated known physics. She started taking solo hikes every weekend, always in different parks, always returning with that same distant look the others had. Thomas noticed changes in himself too. His hearing had become selective. He could tune out sounds consciously, creating pockets of silence even in crowded spaces. Sometimes in the early morning, he could hear conversations happening miles away, words carried on frequencies that shouldn't exist. His dreams were silent but full, containing information that bypassed sound entirely. The cluster events continued, not just in Olympic, but in parks across the Pacific Northwest. Always the same pattern: experienced hikers, impossible GPS data, missing time found but changed. The Park Service created a task force, brought in experts, installed monitoring equipment. But the instruments either showed nothing or showed everything. Readings that suggested the forest itself was a massive acoustic organism, processing sound in ways that redefined what sound meant. Thomas still worked the trails, still led searches, but now he understood what his grandmother had meant about the hungry quiets. They weren't places where sound disappeared. They were places where sound became something else, where the boundary between vibration and consciousness dissolved. 6 months after Patricia's incident, Thomas was hiking alone on the Sol Duc Trail when his sound meter dropped to 0. This time, he didn't run. He stood still, listening to the silence that wasn't silent, feeling the forest's attention focus on him like a massive eye-opening. In the quiet, something spoke, not in words but in direct understanding, information flowing into his mind without passing through his ears. It showed him the truth, that consciousness didn't require neurons, that intelligence could exist in the spaces between air molecules, that what humans called reality was just one frequency in an infinite spectrum. The forest had been trying to teach this for millennia, but humans had forgotten how to listen, so it was changing them, one by one, preparing them for a world where sound and silence were the same thing, where the boundaries between self and environment dissolved into something larger. Thomas understood now why the elk stood silent during the rut, why the bears avoided certain valleys, why the Kino had marked places as forbidden. Not because something dangerous lived there, but because something transformative did, something that revealed the lie of separation, the illusion of individual existence. When he emerged from the forest that day, Thomas was different. Not visibly, not medically, but fundamentally. He could hear Patricia's thoughts sometimes, and Kyle's, and the others who'd been touched by the quiet. They were building something, unconsciously, invisibly, a new kind of network, a web of consciousness that existed in the frequencies between frequencies. The disappearances increased, the found returned, each carrying the quiet with them, spreading it like a beneficial contagion. The world was changing, one hiker at a time, one impossible silence at a time. Thomas still filed his reports, still led his searches. But now when someone went missing in the Olympic forests, he didn't worry as much. He knew they'd come back. Changed, yes, enhanced maybe, but definitely back. The forest always returned what it took, just not in the same form. Late at night, when the ranger station was empty and the radio channels were clear, Thomas would sometimes hear it, the collective whisper of all those who'd been touched by the quiet. They were planning something, or maybe the forest was planning through them. A transformation, gradual but inevitable, converting humanity one disappeared hiker at a time. His grandmother had been wrong about one thing. The quiets weren't hungry. They were generous, offering a gift that humans were only now becoming capable of receiving. The gift of hearing what had always been there, hidden under the noise of existence. The true voice of the world, speaking in frequencies older than sound itself. Thomas kept his sound meter in his pocket, checking it obsessively, waiting for the next zero reading, the next chance to listen to the silence, because now he knew what Patricia had learned in that impossible clearing, that the quiet wasn't an absence but a presence, not an ending but a beginning, and it was spreading. The reports kept coming. Crater Lake, Mount Rainier, North Cascades. Each park reporting the same cluster events, the same impossible data, the same changed survivors. The task force expanded, brought in quantum physicists, acoustic engineers, neuroscientists. None of them could explain it, but Thomas noticed that the scientists who spent the most time in the field started showing the signs too. The distant stares, the selective hearing, the tendency to stand perfectly still in crowded rooms, as if listening to something others couldn't hear. Patricia had been right about one thing. It had been there all along. Humanity had just been too loud to notice. But now, one by one, they were learning to be quiet, learning to listen, learning to become part of something larger than individual consciousness, something that existed in the spaces between sounds, in the frequencies between frequencies. Thomas understood now why he'd been allowed to leave that clearing, why the forest had let him go. He was a vector, a carrier, spreading the quiet simply by existing. Every person he interacted with was subtly changed. Their hearing shifted just enough to begin detecting what had always been there. It would take years, maybe decades, but eventually everyone would hear it. The transformation was inevitable, inexorable, and already complete in the spaces where time moved differently. In the quiet zones, past and future collapsed into a single moment of infinite potential, where human consciousness was just one note in a symphony too vast to comprehend. Thomas finished his final report of the day, noting that search operations for the latest missing hiker, a software engineer from Seattle, would resume at dawn. But he knew they'd find her soon, standing in some impossible clearing, holding something that shouldn't exist, her eyes reflecting frequencies human eyes weren't meant to see. She'd come back changed. They always did. And the quiet would spread a little further. Hope this disturbed you deeply. What's your theory about what really happened to Patricia? Natural or something else? Austin Fletcher had transferred to Voyageurs National Park 3 months ago, without bothering to learn its history. Mistake number 1. He'd dismissed the elderly Ojibwe woman at the visitor center who'd warned him about nights when the bones fly. Mistake number 2. And when archaeologist Mason Taylor reported discovering a burial mound on Kabetogama Peninsula that predated any known settlement in the region, Austin had approved the excavation permit without consulting the tribal liaison. Mistake number 3, and the one that would cost the most. Now it was 11:47 p.m. on a moonless October night, and Austin stood on the shore of Rainy Lake, listening to something that sounded like bones clicking together in rhythm. approaching from across the water where no boat lights showed. His Motorola XPR 7550 crackled. Mason's voice, breathless and terrified. "Fletcher, I opened the mound. There was a skeleton inside with a skull that... Jesus Christ, it's awake. I can hear it outside my tent. Clicking. Rattling. It's circling, and I think it's hungry for... A sound like an arrow hitting flesh." Mason screamed, then silence, except for that clicking getting closer. Austin swept his Streamlight ProTac across the lake. The beam caught something that made his rational mind stutter. A skeletal figure gliding 6 feet above the water, eyes burning red like heated iron, clutching what looked like empty air, but moving its arms in the drawing motion of an archer. The thing was massive, 7 feet tall at least. Its bones bleached white and moving with fluid grace that shouldn't be possible without muscles or tendons. "What the fuck?" Austin whispered. The skeleton turned its head toward him. The clicking sound intensified, joints articulating, bones grinding against bones, a rhythm that might have been footsteps if the thing had been walking instead of floating. It changed direction, angling toward the shore, toward Austin. He ran. 3 months wasn't long enough to know Voyageurs National Park's 18,000 acres, but Austin knew the basics. Water dominated the landscape, with 4 major lakes and countless smaller ones creating a maze of channels and peninsulas. His ranger station sat on the mainland shore of Rainy Lake, a 2-room cabin with radio equipment and a dock where his Boston whaler bobbed in the dark water. The clicking followed him, not faster than he could run, but relentless, patient, gaining ground with the inevitability of a glacier. Austin burst through the cabin door, slammed it shut, grabbed his Remington 870 shotgun from the rack, 12-gauge shells, double-aught buckshot. Whatever that thing was, it had mass. Mass could be stopped. His radio crackled again. Different voice this time, elderly, female, speaking Ojibwe before switching to accented English. "Ranger Fletcher, you approved excavation of the burial mound." Austin keyed the transmitter. "Who is this? How did you get this frequency?" "My name is Mary Kingbird. I am the woman you ignored at the visitor center 3 months ago. The woman who tried to warn you about Baycock." "About what?" "The Bone Walker, the flying skeleton, the hunter who was cursed for violating sacred law and now walks the night seeking livers to devour. You let the archaeologist disturb its rest." The clicking had stopped. Austin risked a look through the window. Nothing visible in the darkness, but he could feel something watching, waiting. "That's insane," Austin said. "There's no such thing as..." "Then why are you holding a shotgun, Ranger Fletcher? Why do you hear the bones clicking? Why did Mason Taylor scream?" A pause. "The Baycock hunts from midnight until dawn. It kills with invisible arrows that pierce flesh but leave no wound until the victim realizes they are dead. And it is hungry. Always hungry. The liver is what it craves, the organ that filters blood, that cleanses poison from the body. Perhaps it seeks purity, or perhaps it simply enjoys the taste." Austin checked his watch. 11:51 p.m. 9 minutes until midnight. How do I stop it? Stop it? You cannot stop death, Ranger Fletcher, but you might survive until dawn if you follow Ojibwe tradition. The Baycock cannot enter a circle of tobacco. It cannot cross running water blessed with cedar. It will not pursue prey into sacred ground. I don't have tobacco, I don't have cedar, and I sure as hell don't know where your sacred ground is. Then you will die. Mary Kingbird's voice held no satisfaction, only resignation. As will the archaeologist, if he is not already dead, and the Baycock will return to its mound and sleep until the next fool disturbs it. The radio went silent. Austin's hands shook. He'd served 4 years in the Army, stationed at Fort Bragg, done basic training and weapons qualifications, and learned to keep his head in crisis situations. But the Army trained you for human threats, for enemies who followed physics and biology and the laws of nature. They didn't train you for skeletons that flew and killed with invisible arrows. The clicking resumed. Closer now, right outside the cabin. Austin pumped a shell into the Remington's chamber and fired through the window. The muzzle flash illuminated the darkness for one frozen instant. The Baycock hung suspended 10 feet from the cabin, arms raised, drawing back an invisible bowstring. Its skull was elongated, inhuman, with eye sockets that burned with balefire. Its ribcage showed damage, several ribs cracked or missing, and its finger bones were stained dark with something that looked like dried blood. The buckshot passed straight through it. The skeleton didn't even flinch. Austin dropped the shotgun and ran for the dock. The Boston Whaler was 17 feet of fiberglass with a 90-horsepower Yamaha outboard, fast enough to outrun whatever that thing was. He fumbled with the ignition key, fingers numb with adrenaline, got the engine started just as midnight struck on his watch. The Baycock shrieked, not with lungs, it had no lungs, but with the sound of wind through hollow bones, a frequency that made Austin's inner ear scream and his vision blur. The thing dove toward him, skeletal hands extended, moving with predatory speed. Austin threw the throttle forward. The Whaler leaped away from the dock, engine roaring, wake churning white in the darkness. Behind him, the Baycock followed, gliding above the water at impossible speed, clicking and rattling and shrieking its rage. Rainy Lake stretched 40 miles east to west, 60 miles of shoreline, depths reaching 160 feet in places. Austin had studied the charts but never navigated at night, and his Garmin GPS map 176C showed only basic waypoints in the 2005 database. He aimed for the nearest peninsula, Cabo da Gama, where Mason Taylor had pitched his camp, and prayed the engine wouldn't fail. The Baycock gained on him. Austin could hear it over the Yamaha's roar, bones clicking like castanets, joints grinding, that hollow shrieking that felt like ice picks driven through his eardrums. He risked a glance back and saw it reaching forward, skeletal fingers grasping at the Whaler's stern, close enough that he could see the anatomical details. Human bones, but wrong, proportions distorted, some of them carved with symbols that looked like pictographs. Something hit Austin's shoulder, not impact, more like pressure, like invisible fingers pressing through his jacket. He looked down and saw nothing, but his shoulder went numb instantly, and pain radiated down his arm in waves. Invisible arrow. Mary Kingbird had said invisible arrows. Austin jerked the wheel hard to port. The Whaler carved a tight turn, throwing up spray, and the Baycock overshot, its momentum carrying it forward. The thing shrieked again and banked like a bird of prey, correcting its trajectory. But Austin had bought himself 20 seconds of distance. Cabo da Gama Peninsula appeared ahead. Dark shoreline, white pine forest, and somewhere in there, Mason Taylor's camp. Austin beached the Whaler hard, the hull scraping across rocks, and stumbled onto land. His shoulder had gone from numb to burning, and when he touched it, his fingers came away wet with blood, despite no visible wound. The archaeologist's camp was easy to find. Tent illuminated from within by a Coleman lantern, research equipment scattered around a fire pit. And near the tent, partially excavated, a burial mound maybe 8 feet in diameter and 3 feet high. The earth had been carefully removed to reveal a stone chamber beneath, and inside that chamber, empty. The skeleton was gone. Fletcher? Mason Taylor emerged from the tent, face pale, left hand pressed against his abdomen. Blood seeped between his fingers. Thank God. I thought it killed me. I felt something hit me, but I can't find the wound. Just blood. So much blood. We need to leave. Now. Austin grabbed Mason's arm, tried to pull him toward the Whaler, but the archaeologist wouldn't move. I documented it all, Mason said, gesturing toward his Nikon D70 on a tripod near the mound. The skeleton was intact. Male, approximately 7 feet tall, buried with grave goods that include a bow made from... Fletcher, are you listening? This is a significant archaeological find. Pre-contact Ojibwe burial practices are poorly understood, and... The clicking sound erupted from the forest. Close. Getting closer. It's coming, Austin said. We have to go. What's coming? Fletcher, what the hell is going on? The Baycock emerged from the tree line. In the lantern light, it looked even more horrifying than on the water. Bones yellow-white with age, joints held together by something that wasn't sinew, eye sockets burning with that terrible red glow. It moved with insect-like precision, each step, though its feet never touched ground, calculated and deliberate. Mason Taylor made a sound like a wounded animal. That came from the mound. That's what I excavated. You disturbed its grave, Austin said, and now it's hunting. The baycock raised its arms, drew back an invisible bowstring, aimed at Mason's chest. Austin tackled the archaeologist sideways just as something whistled through the air where Mason's heart had been. They hit the ground hard, Austin's injured shoulder screaming. The baycock shrieked and glided closer, already drawing another arrow. Run! Austin shoved Mason toward the whaler and turned to face the skeleton. His Remington was back at the cabin. His Glock 22 service weapon was on his belt, but bullets had done nothing before. What the hell was he supposed to? The camera. Mason's Nikon, still on the tripod, lens pointed at the burial mound. Austin grabbed it and spun, aiming at the baycock, finger on the shutter button. The flash went off. Bright white light strobed across the clearing. The baycock recoiled as if struck. Its shriek reached frequencies that shattered the lantern glass, and it retreated into the forest shadows, bones clicking frantically. Austin's mind raced. Mary Kingbird had said tobacco circles and blessed cedar and sacred ground, traditional protections. But light. Had she mentioned light? Maybe not. Maybe he'd stumbled onto something else. Or maybe the flash had just startled it. The clicking resumed. Slower now. More cautious. The baycock circled the clearing, staying in darkness, avoiding the area where the lantern had been. Fire. If the skeleton avoided light, maybe fire would. Austin kicked over the fire pit. Old coals, mostly dead, but he grabbed dry kindling from Mason's supply and built it up, blowing on embers until flames caught. The fire grew, casting dancing shadows, and the baycock stayed back, maintaining distance but not leaving. Stalking, waiting for the fire to die or for Austin to make a mistake. "Fletcher!" Mason called from the whaler. "What are you doing?" "Buying time." Austin checked his watch. 12:17 a.m. Dawn was at least 6 hours away. The fire wouldn't last that long. The camera flash wouldn't work again. The baycock had seen it once and wouldn't be fooled twice. He needed another plan. His radio crackled. Mary Kingbird's voice. "You are at the burial mound." "How do you—" Austin stopped. It didn't matter how she knew. "Yes, I'm here. The thing is circling us." "Reseal the mound. Return what was disturbed. Sometimes baycock will accept the restoration of what was profaned." "How? Just shove bones back in the hole?" "With respect, Ranger Fletcher. With tobacco if you have it. With apology spoken in Ojibwe if you know the words. With understanding that you violated sacred ground and seek forgiveness." Austin looked at the empty stone chamber, at Mason's excavation tools, brushes, trowels, measuring tape, at the disturbed earth piled beside the mound, at the baycock pacing in the shadows waiting. "I don't speak Ojibwe, I don't have tobacco, and I don't know how to apologize for something I didn't do. But you approved it. You gave permission. In Ojibwe tradition, you are responsible." Her voice softened slightly. "I can speak the words. Put your radio near the mound. Let the baycock hear, and return what was taken." The problem was obvious. The baycock was what had been taken. The skeleton itself, walking and hunting and very much not in its grave. Austin couldn't return it without getting close enough for those invisible arrows to find his liver. Unless... "Mason," Austin shouted. "Your photographs. You documented the burial. Do you have images of how it was positioned?" The archaeologist appeared at the tree line, still holding his bleeding abdomen. "Yes, complete photographic record. Why?" "I need you to tell me exactly how to arrange a body in that mound. Exact position." "Fletcher, what are you—" "Just tell me." Mason described it. Supine position, head facing west, arms crossed over chest, legs extended. Specific orientation, specific placement. Austin listened and planned and tried not to think about how insane this was. He placed his radio on the edge of the burial chamber and keyed the transmit button. "Mary, I'm ready. Speak your words." She began. Ojibwe language flowed from the radio speaker, rhythmic, melodic, filled with sounds Austin couldn't reproduce. Apology maybe, blessing possibly, recognition of error, and request for forgiveness. The baycock stopped circling. Its clicking quieted. The red glow in its eye sockets dimmed slightly. Austin took a breath and stepped toward the skeleton. It shrieked and raised its invisible bow. Austin didn't stop. He walked with hands open, empty, making himself vulnerable in a way that every survival instinct screamed against. The baycock drew back its bowstring, aimed at Austin's chest, at his liver. "I'm sorry," Austin said. "I didn't know. I didn't understand. I should have listened to the warnings. I should have respected your rest." The baycock held its draw, motionless, calculating. Mary Kingbird's voice continued from the radio, Ojibwe words echoing across the clearing. The fire crackled. Mason watched from the shadows, barely breathing. Austin reached the skeleton. This close, he could see the details carved into its bones, pictographs telling a story he couldn't read. A warrior, maybe, or a criminal, or both. Someone who had died violently and been buried with ceremony meant to keep them from walking. "I'm putting you back," Austin said quietly. "Where you belong, where you should have stayed." He touched the baycock's ribcage. The bones felt solid, real, warm, despite being dead for centuries. The skeleton didn't pull away, didn't attack, just stood there while Austin carefully, reverently, lowered it into the stone chamber. Supine position, head west, arms crossed, legs extended. Mary Kingbird finished her prayer. Silence fell across the clearing, broken only by the fire's crackle and the gentle lap of lake water against shore. The red glow in the baycock's eyes dimmed, faded, went dark. Austin stepped back. The skeleton lay motionless in its burial chamber, just bones now, no animation, no consciousness. Just the remains of someone who had died long ago and deserved to rest undisturbed. "Mason," Austin called, "help me fill this in." They worked in silence, returning earth to the mound, restoring what had been excavated. Mason's camera and notes remained scattered around the clearing, documentation of a discovery that would never be published, evidence of something that rational minds would refuse to believe. When the burial was complete, Austin placed a stone on top. Not part of any tradition he knew, but it felt right. A marker, a reminder. His shoulder had stopped bleeding. The wound, invisible like the arrow that caused it, had sealed itself when the baycock returned to rest. Mason's abdominal bleeding had stopped too, though both of them would carry scars that medical science couldn't explain. They left Kabetogama Peninsula at 2:34 a.m., the Boston whaler cutting through dark water, while Austin navigated by the Garmin's dim screen. Neither man spoke. What was there to say? That they'd survived something impossible? That the old woman at the visitor center had been right all along? That some boundaries shouldn't be crossed and some graves shouldn't be opened? Mason Taylor left Voyageurs National Park 3 days later and never published his findings. His archaeological career ended quietly. He took a teaching position at a community college in Wisconsin and never conducted fieldwork again. Austin Fletcher requested a meeting with Mary Kingbird the following week. She welcomed him to her small house on the reservation, served him coffee, and taught him Ojibwe words: apology, respect, permission. She explained the traditions he should have learned before approving any permits. She told him stories about the baycock and other spirits that walked the boundary between worlds, and why those boundaries existed. Some knowledge, she said, is earned through respect. Other knowledge is bought with pain. You have paid for yours. Austin transferred to a ranger position at the tribal headquarters 6 months later. His job now involved consulting with elders before approving any research permits, learning traditional stories, understanding that wilderness contained more than just animals and trees and geological features. It contained history, memory, power, and on certain October nights when the moon was dark and wind moved through the pines with sounds like bones clicking together, Austin would stand on the shore of Rainy Lake and remember. Not with terror, though the fear never fully left, but with respect for what lived in shadows and slept beneath stone and demanded acknowledgement of boundaries humans had forgotten they'd once observed. The Baycock still walked, probably always would, until the last person who remembered its name died and the stories faded into silence. But it walked in its own territory now, among those who understood the old laws. And Austin Fletcher, who had learned too late to listen when elders spoke, made sure no one else would make mistake number 3. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: May 19th, 2013. The Congaree Swamp in May was a study in controlled chaos. The water from the Congaree River had receded from its flood stage, but remained elevated from the previous weeks of heavy rainfall. The landscape existed in a state of uncertain transition, part aquatic, part terrestrial, entirely inhospitable to anything that valued predictability. Justin Hale had been the primary ranger at Congaree for 5 years, long enough to understand that the swamp was less a destination and more a test of whether humans could accept environments that actively rejected their presence. The weather radio crackled at 6:30 a.m. with the standard morning forecast. High of 87 degrees, humidity at 94%, chance of afternoon thunderstorms. Isolated flooding possible in low areas. Heat index pushing into dangerous territory by midday. Justin filled his coffee mug, black, no sugar, a habit from his time in the National Guard, and reviewed the visitor log. 14 people had checked in yesterday, 13 had checked out. 1 vehicle still remained in the parking area, a blue Honda Civic belonging to Allison Weber, age 26, who checked in at 4:15 p.m. yesterday for what was supposed to be a sunset boardwalk hike and evening paddle. The Congaree's boardwalk was one of the few safe ways to experience the swamp. It elevated visitors above the water, provided guaranteed solid footing, and included interpretive signs that explained the ecosystem. The evening paddle route was more challenging, a guided kayak trip that Justin or other trained rangers led occasionally. But Allison hadn't booked a guided trip. She'd apparently just wanted to paddle solo in the swamp at dusk, which was possible, but not advisable. Solo paddling meant no backup if something went wrong. Justin checked the sign-out board. Allison hadn't officially checked out yet, but given the time and her status, she was either still in the park or had left without filing proper paperwork. Justin made a note to follow up during his morning patrol. The ranger station sat at the park's boundary, a modest structure with equipment, radio equipment, and the small office where Justin spent roughly half his time managing administrative tasks that bureaucracy demanded. The park itself was relatively undeveloped. The Congaree was about protecting the forest, not facilitating recreation. But the visitors came anyway, drawn by the dramatic landscape and the sense of experiencing something genuinely wild. By 7 a.m., Justin was dressed in his standard ranger uniform, light brown shirt, lighter pants that could handle moisture, boots rated for wet terrain, and a radio clipped to his belt. The heat was already building. Even at this early hour, the air felt thick and substantial, moisture-laden and difficult to breathe. He did a radio check with the Beaufort District Office about 40 miles away, confirmed his daily patrol schedule, and reviewed the week's incident log. Nothing major. A few minor injuries from mosquito bites and the occasional allergic reaction. One incident report about a visitor who'd become disoriented on the boardwalk and had to be guided back by another visitor. The morning patrol took Justin along the main access roads and to the boardwalk entrance. Everything was in order. The boardwalk was secure, the interpretive signs were undamaged, and the launch area for kayaks was clean and organized. Justin confirmed that Allison's vehicle was the Honda Civic in the parking area. License plate matched her check-in information. The vehicle was locked. Nothing appeared disturbed. He checked the weather again. The forecast remained consistent. Afternoon storms, heat, extreme humidity. The river level was high, but not at flood stage. Visibility on the water would be good. The swamp was clear in May before the full summer growth filled in every gap. By 9 a.m., Justin keyed his radio. "This is Ranger Hale at Congaree. I'm checking on a visitor who hasn't checked out yet. Vehicle registered to Allison Weber is still in the lot. Her check-in was yesterday at 16:15 for evening activities. I'm going to conduct a visual inspection of the park to confirm her status. The response came back. Copy, Ranger Hale. Standard procedure. Keep us advised. Justin began by walking the boardwalk completely, checking for any sign of distress or injury. He looked for dropped items, torn clothing, anything that would suggest something had happened. The boardwalk was empty except for early morning birds and the occasional splash of a fish in the water below. The weather was beginning to hot up. He could feel it, the pressure rising, the humidity intensifying. By 9:45 a.m., Justin was back at the parking area. Still no sign of Allison. He checked if there were any notes on her vehicle's windshield. Nothing. He peered through the windows. Her hiking boots were on the floor, suggesting she was wearing different footwear, likely paddling shoes. That meant she probably had gone on the water. Justin made a decision. He would paddle the main routes and search for her. If she'd capsized, she might be in trouble. If she'd gotten lost or disoriented, she might need assistance. The paddling routes covered about 6 miles of water, with several potential stopping points and scenic areas. He grabbed his own kayak from the ranger equipment area, loaded it onto his truck, and drove to the water launch. So, Allison Weber had been looking for something to shake her out of the monotony of her life in Colombia. At 26, she had a decent job in insurance, an apartment, a car, and the vague sense that she was wasting her existence on meaningless work and shallow relationships. A friend had mentioned the Congaree Swamp, described it as genuinely remote, genuinely wild, genuinely different from the suburban existence that Allison felt trapped in. The evening light had been beautiful. Allison had paddled for about an hour, following the main water routes, stopping occasionally to look at wildlife or to simply exist in a landscape that was entirely unlike anything she knew. The swamp was alive in May. Birds everywhere, turtles sunning on logs, fish creating ripples in the still water. The smell was organic and ancient, decomposition and growth happening simultaneously. The cycle of life and death accelerated in the warm, wet environment. By 7:15 p.m., as the light began to degrade and the sky shifted from blue to orange to purple, Allison realized she should probably paddle back to the launch area. She'd been out for 3 hours. She hadn't brought lights. She knew paddling at night was dangerous, but the landscape was so beautiful in this light. The trees were silhouetted against the sky, creating shapes that looked almost like they'd been constructed specifically for this moment. Allison paddled a bit further, telling herself she'd turn around at the next clearing. The sun set faster than she expected. One moment there was amber light filtering through the trees, the next moment the world had shifted to deep purple twilight. Allison paddled with more urgency now, trying to navigate back to the main water route, trying to retrace her path. But the channels all looked similar in the darkness. The landmarks she'd noted on the paddle out were invisible now. By 8:30 p.m., Allison accepted that she was lost in the Congaree Swamp after dark. This was not ideal. This was genuinely dangerous. But she also had her head about her. She had her kayak. She had her paddle. She could navigate along the water channels. And eventually, she would reach the main river. And the main river would lead her back to the launch area. She was paddling along what she thought was the correct channel when she heard the sound. It was a splash. Large. Something substantial had entered the water. Allison stopped paddling and listened. In the darkness, sound was unreliable. The splash had come from somewhere, but she couldn't determine where. Probably a big fish. The Congaree had catfish that could get large, and they occasionally broke the surface. Allison started paddling again. The sound came again, much closer this time. And again. Whatever it was moving through the water. Following her? Allison's rational mind said it was just a fish or perhaps an alligator. The Congaree had them, curious about the kayak and the human in it. Alligators generally avoided people. They were shy, unless they felt threatened, or if someone stumbled between a mother and her babies. Allison paddled faster. The water around her kayak became active. Things were moving beneath the surface. She could see the disturbances, small ripples and wakes that suggested multiple animals. Not one thing. Several things. Or one thing that moved very quickly, creating multiple disturbances. "Hello?" Allison called out, immediately feeling foolish. What was she going to do? Have a conversation with a fish? The splashing stopped. The water became still. And in that stillness, Allison heard something else. A sound that was almost like a growl, but not quite. Something between a cat's hiss and a larger animal's roar. It came from somewhere near the water's surface, close to her kayak. Allison paddled hard back the way she'd come. Fear was overriding her rational assessment of the situation. Something in the water was not behaving like a normal congaree animal. The sound, the hunting pattern, the sense of intelligent pursuit. It was triggering something ancient in her brain that told her to escape. She paddled for what felt like an hour, but was probably only minutes. Her arms burned. Her breathing was ragged. She was navigating by memory and intuition, trying to find her way back to the main river, trying to put distance between herself and whatever was in the water. The sound followed her, always at a distance, always just at the edge of her hearing and perception. It was tracking her. She was certain of it. The way it would go silent when she stopped would resume when she paddled. It was following the kayak, learning her pattern, studying her movements. Allison reached what she thought was the main water channel around 9:30 p.m. The sky had become almost completely dark. There was enough starlight to see vague shapes, but details were invisible. She paddled along what she believed was the correct direction, toward where the launch area should be, trying to maintain her composure and not panic. It was then that she heard the voice. "Hey, hello, can anyone hear me?" A human voice, another person. Relief flooded through Allison. She wasn't alone in the swamp. Someone else was out here. "Yes," she called back. "I'm here. I'm in a kayak." "Where?" The voice came back. It sounded male, maybe in his 20s or 30s. "Can you paddle this way? I need help." "Where are you?" Allison called. She tried to identify the direction the voice was coming from, but sound carried strangely in the swamp at night. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Over here, by the big cypress trees. I flipped my kayak. I'm in the water." Allison felt a jolt of fear. Someone was in the water. That meant they were vulnerable to whatever had been chasing her. "Are you hurt?" she called. "My arm. I think I hit it on something. Please, I need to get out of the water." Allison paddled toward the voice, toward where the big cypress trees should be. She could make out larger shapes now, the distinctive silhouettes of the massive old cypress trees that grew in the congaree's deeper water. She paddled between two of them and looked around. She couldn't see the person. "Hello?" she called. "Where are you?" The water around her kayak erupted into motion. Something massive rose from the depths, a shape that was all wrong, that didn't move like any animal Allison knew. For just a moment, backlit by the faint starlight, she got a clear look at it. It was feline in shape. 4 legs, a muscular body, a head with ears and a face. But the proportions were exaggerated. It was larger than any big cat should be. And its eyes caught the light and threw it back at her with an intelligence that was absolutely terrifying. The creature made that sound again, that almost roar that was almost hiss. And Allison understood with complete clarity that it had been imitating the voice. It had learned human speech. It had mimicked a drowning person to lure her toward it. Allison paddled backward hard. The creature moved with her, staying roughly the same distance away, as if it was playing with her, testing her, evaluating her as prey. "No," Allison whispered. She couldn't process what she was seeing. The thing in the water was impossible. And yet there it was, pacing her kayak, studying her with eyes that held ancient intelligence. It made the sound again, and this time she could hear the mockery in it. The creature was enjoying this. It was toying with her the way a cat played with a mouse. Allison paddled as hard as her exhausted arms could manage. The creature didn't chase her immediately. It let her go, let her paddle ahead, and then it followed. She could hear the splash of it moving through the water, always behind her, always at approximately the same distance, herding her deeper into the swamp instead of toward the launch area. Justin launched his kayak at 10:15 p.m. The water was black beneath him, reflecting only the stars and the thin crescent of moon that had risen above the trees. The darkness was almost absolute. He could barely see 10 meters ahead. But the main water channels were familiar enough that he could navigate them by memory and the feel of the water beneath his paddle. He paddled with a purposeful rhythm, calling out Allison's name occasionally, listening for any response. The swamp at night was alive with sound: insects, frogs, the occasional splash of a fish or turtle. But no human response. By 10:45 p.m., Justin was beginning to consider that Allison might have made it back to the launch area and was simply sleeping in her car, unaware that she should have filed a checkout form. It happened occasionally. People would paddle in the evening, get disoriented, struggle to navigate the channels in darkness, and end up returning to the parking area well after they'd planned. But something in Justin's experience told him that wasn't what had happened. His instincts, honed by 5 years of working in a difficult environment, were sending signals that something was wrong. He was paddling through one of the deeper channels when he heard the splash. Large, substantial, not the splash of a normal swamp animal. Justin stopped paddling and listened. The splash came again, much closer. Whatever it was moving through the water, and it was moving with purpose and intelligence. Justin felt the familiar tingle of adrenaline response. His hand moved instinctively toward the knife at his belt. Not much protection against something in the water, but something. "This is Ranger Hale," he called out. "Congaree National Park. If you need assistance, identify yourself." Silence, then a sound that was almost like growling, but not quite. Something between a cat's hiss and a larger predator's call. Justin's kayak suddenly felt very small and fragile. The water beneath him, which had seemed merely dark and obscuring moments ago, now felt hostile. He began paddling back the way he'd come, toward the launch area and open water where visibility would be better. Behind him, he heard the splashing resume. Something was following him. Something that knew how to move through the water with efficiency and purpose. Justin paddled faster, his muscles burning with exertion, his breath coming in hard gasps. The thing behind him matched his pace. It wasn't trying to catch him. It was hurting him. Justin understood that with absolute certainty. Whatever was in the water was intelligent enough to predict his movements, to understand that he would flee toward the launch area, to know the geography of the swamp better than any human possibly could. Justin burst out of the narrow water channel and into the main river section, just as his flashlight, which he'd activated in his panic, caught something in the water behind him. A shape. A silhouette. A form that was unmistakably feline but proportioned all wrong, moving with grace and power, watching him with eyes that reflected the flashlight beam. The creature made that impossible sound again, the almost roar mixed with almost hiss, and then it dove. The water where it had been visible rippled and smoothed, and when Justin looked back, it was gone. But the sound of it moving through the deep water continued, always keeping pace, always at the edge of his perception. Justin reached the launch area at 11:30 p.m. and hauled his kayak onto the bank with shaking hands. He pulled out his radio immediately. "This is Ranger Hale. Emergency situation at Congaree. I'm at the launch area. I encountered something in the water. Large predator, possibly. Immediate threat level is unclear but significant. Requesting support." The response came back within seconds, the dispatcher's voice sharp with concern. "Copy, Ranger Hale. Are you injured?" "Negative. Not injured. But I encountered a large animal in the water. It was following me. It didn't attack, but it was hurting me, pursuing deliberately. I've never encountered anything like it in the Congaree." "Do you think it's a gator?" "No. Gators don't behave like this. This thing was intelligent. It was hunting. Are you hearing my location?" "Confirmed. We're dispatching local wildlife control and a field team from Beaufort. ETA 45 minutes. Stay at the ranger station. Do not return to the water." "Understood." Justin gathered his equipment and walked quickly back to the ranger station, every nerve in his body screaming that something was following him. He locked the doors once inside and pulled up the incident files on his computer. Missing person in the Congaree could mean several things: accident, injury, getting lost. But the creature he'd encountered, the intelligent predator in the water, suggested something different. Allison Weber's vehicle was still in the parking area. Her missing checkout suggested she was still in the park. And if that thing was hunting in the water, if it had demonstrated intelligence and the capacity to follow and stalk prey, Justin didn't want to complete that calculation. Wildlife Control and the local field team arrived just before 1 a.m. They found Justin at the ranger station, exhausted and tense. He gave them a full report of his encounter, though he was careful about certain details. He didn't mention the intelligence in the creature's eyes. He didn't mention how it had herded him deliberately. He presented it as a large predator encounter that had frightened him enough to abort his search. The official response was skeptical. The Congaree had alligators, but they didn't usually grow to the size that would create the wake Justin had described. There were no large cats in the region, no panthers, no mountain lions, no apex predators other than humans. The swamp was checked regularly for unusual fauna, but they launched a full search anyway. Missing visitor, after all. The protocols demanded a thorough investigation. They found Allison Weber's kayak at 2:47 a.m., floating near one of the deeper channels, completely empty. No sign of Allison, no sign of what had happened. Just the kayak, abandoned, floating in the black water of the Congaree swamp. The official report listed Allison Weber as missing and presumed drowned. She had apparently capsized in the darkness and been unable to reach her kayak. Water in the Congaree was cold enough to cause hypothermia, and the swamp's depth and vegetation made rescue operations extremely difficult. The case remained unsolved, but the presumption was accidental drowning. Justin didn't argue with the assessment. He filed his report accurately but left out certain details. He never mentioned the creature's intelligence. He described it only as an unidentified large predator and left it at that. But Justin never returned to the water after that night. He arranged his ranger duties to avoid paddling expeditions. He transferred to office work when the opportunity presented itself. 6 months after Allison Weber's disappearance, Justin requested a transfer out of Congaree. The request was approved. He cited personal reasons. The Park Service accepted the transfer without questioning. The Congaree swamp continues to receive visitors every year. Most paddle during daylight. Most follow the established routes. Most return safely to the launch area with stories of beautiful wildlife and pristine nature. But there are documented cases of solo paddlers who disappear at dusk or early evening. Their kayaks are found empty. They are presumed drowned or lost to accident. The water level is blamed. The darkness is blamed. Human error is blamed. No one mentions the shape that moves through the deeper channels at night. No one reports the splashing that follows paddlers in certain sections of the swamp. The locals, those who've lived in South Carolina for generations, they know about the Talipo. The old stories warned about going into the water at night, about traveling alone, about respecting the swamp's territory and the things that lived in its depths. The creature still hunts in the Congaree. It has learned to mimic human voices over the years. It has learned to recognize the sound of a paddle, the rhythm of a human moving through water. It has learned patience, the ability to follow a kayak for hours, learning the paddler's behavior, their fear responses, their desperate attempts to navigate in darkness. And every year, without fail, a kayak is found empty on the water. A paddler fails to return. A car sits in the parking area for days before being towed. The Congaree swamp is beautiful in May. The wildlife is abundant. The landscape is genuinely wild, but the water holds something that doesn't appear in any official documentation. Something intelligent, something patient, something that has hunted in that swamp for longer than humans have had words to name it. And it is always hungry. Location: Great Basin National Park, Nevada. Date: July 31st, 2016. The thermometer on the ranger station porch read 94 degrees Fahrenheit at 0600 hours, and it was still climbing. Austin Fletcher had worked at Great Basin National Park for 5 years, long enough to understand that July heat in the Nevada high desert was a kind of violence. Not the dramatic violence of thunderstorms or rock falls, but the slow, patient violence of a landscape that was fundamentally hostile to human life. The high desert was a place where water was the single most critical resource, where dehydration could become critical within hours, where the distance between survival and death was often measured in the proximity to reliable water sources. Great Basin was a park of extremes. The elevation ranged from roughly 4,000 feet in the lower valleys to over 13,000 feet at the peak of Wheeler Peak. The temperature differentials matched the elevation. The valleys could reach over 100 degrees, while the high peaks could drop to freezing even in midsummer. Water sources were scattered and unpredictable. Some were reliable year-round. Others were seasonal or dependent on snowmelt. A few were legendary for their unreliability, sources that appeared on old maps but had dried up decades ago, or sources whose location had become uncertain through years of human memory degradation. Austin had established his morning routine long ago. Coffee at 0530 hours, weather check at 0545, permit review at 0600, equipment verification at 06115. The coffee was stronger than it needed to be, made with water from the station's reliable well, one of the advantages of working at a facility rather than deep in the backcountry. By 0630, he would be reviewing the overnight permit submissions and planning his day's activities. The forecast promised continued extreme heat, with afternoon thunderstorm potential developing around 1600 hours. The atmospheric conditions were unstable. A monsoonal moisture pattern was feeding into the Great Basin from the south, creating the possibility of rapid weather development. In this terrain, rapid weather could mean dangerous flash flooding in the narrow canyons that carved through the basin. The combination of heat, water scarcity, and potential sudden precipitation created a complex risk profile that required careful monitoring. Austin pulled up the overnight permit registrations. 2 parties had filed permits. A group of 3 hiking the Snake Creek Canyon route, planning to exit at the Lehman Caves trailhead, and a solo hiker named Chloe Parker, who had registered for a 4-day expedition through some of the more remote areas of the park. Chloe's permit specified that she was conducting hydrological research, water source mapping and testing, and her itinerary included visits to several springs and creeks that were known to be inconsistent or difficult to locate. Austin reviewed Chloe's credential photograph. She was a woman in her late 20s with the kind of direct, competent gaze that Austin had learned to recognize in experienced wilderness researchers. Her credential listed her as an environmental scientist with experience in desert water systems. Her permit notes indicated she was mapping spring locations for a university research project, attempting to document seasonal variation in water availability across the basin. The itinerary was ambitious. She would be moving between several water sources, spending each night at a different location, covering perhaps 10 to 15 miles per day across terrain that was unforgiving, even for experienced hikers. Austin approved the permit without hesitation. The woman was clearly qualified. That decision, made in perhaps 30 seconds based on credentials and experience and the assumption that knowledge meant safety, was something he would revisit many times in the years that followed, turning it over in his mind like a stone worn smooth by repeated handling, trying to locate the moment where he should have said no, should have questioned more carefully, should have recognized the warning signs that existed only in retrospect. The water sources that Chloe had planned to visit were scattered across different elevations and terrain types. The first camp would be at South Fork Spring, located at approximately 9,200 feet elevation in the southern section of the park. The second would be at Meadow Canyon Spring at roughly 9,500 feet. The third and fourth nights were listed as Remote Spring, Location TBD, and Baker Lake Area, neither of which was on any standard park map. Chloe had included coordinate data for the locations, specific GPS references that she'd apparently obtained from older hydrological surveys or university research archives. Austin marked the locations in his own system and made a note to check in with Chloe by radio every evening to confirm her status and location. It was standard protocol for remote backcountry permits, and in this case, with a solo hiker visiting unfamiliar water sources in extreme heat, the protocol seemed particularly wise. By 0700 hours, Austin was in his vehicle heading out toward the South Rim area. beginning his daily patrol to confirm that overnight conditions had created no new hazards. The drive took him past the Wheeler Peak Scenic Drive, an 11,000-foot elevation scenic loop that was one of the park's main attractions. Visitors crowded the overlooks, took photographs, bought merchandise at the small gift shop, and experienced the sensation of being in high mountains without having hiked more than a few dozen meters from their vehicles. Austin had no judgment about this. Everyone's relationship with wilderness was valid. But he understood in a way that most day-use visitors did not, that the landscape beyond the scenic overlooks was genuinely dangerous. It was easy to forget the desert's hostility when you were standing in the relatively cool air of the high peaks. But that forgetfulness could be lethal for anyone who ventured far from marked trails and reliable water sources. The morning sky was clear, but the clouds were building on the horizon. Towering cumulus formations developing to the south, the telltale sign of monsoonal moisture and instability. Austin could smell it in the air, the metallic tang of distant rain, the quality of the atmosphere changing as moisture accumulated. By afternoon, the weather could transition from clear to dangerous with remarkable speed. He completed his morning patrol by 900 hours, confirmed that the main trail showed normal usage patterns and no evidence of emergency activity, and radioed dispatch to confirm his status. Everything was normal. The day was proceeding exactly as expected, the landscape following the patterns it had followed for countless summers. At 1,000 hours, Austin initiated radio contact with Chloe Parker on her permitted frequency. The response was immediate, her voice crisp and professional, confirming her location at South Fork Spring and her status as healthy and well supplied. "Roger that, Parker," Austin said. "Weather report shows potential afternoon thunderstorms. How's the water situation at your location?" "Source is flowing well," Chloe responded. "Testing shows relatively clean water, good volume. I'm going to spend the full day here documenting the spring and gathering samples. Should be moving to Meadow Canyon tomorrow morning." "Copy. I'll check in with you tomorrow evening. Be aware of weather changes. Afternoon conditions could deteriorate rapidly." "Will do." Parker out. The transmission ended. Austin marked the confirmation in his log and continued with his day. Administrative work, equipment maintenance, route planning for the following day's patrols. The morning passed into afternoon. The clouds continued to build. The temperature remained in the high 80s, the heat radiating from the ground even as the shadows of the cumulus formations occasionally provided brief, precious intervals of shade. At 1600 hours, the first thunderstorm arrived. It was a brief, intense system, lightning and thunder and wind for perhaps 30 minutes, then clearing as rapidly as it had arrived. Austin tracked the storm on his monitoring equipment, noting that it had passed through the lower elevations and moved eastward, missing the higher peak areas entirely. The rain had been substantial but brief, not enough to create flash flooding in the narrow canyons, though it would have temporarily increased water flow in the creeks and springs. He initiated contact with Chloe at 1800 hours, the time he'd established as the evening check-in. The radio remained silent. He waited 30 seconds and tried again. Still nothing. Austin didn't immediately escalate to emergency status. Radio reception at high elevations and in canyon areas could be spotty. Perhaps Chloe was in a location where the signal wouldn't transmit. Perhaps she'd turned off her radio to conserve batteries. Perhaps she was occupied with her research and hadn't heard the call. He tried again at 1830 hours, at 1900 hours, at 1930 hours. By 2000 hours, Austin was beginning to process that something might be genuinely wrong. He activated the emergency channel and attempted contact using the protocol for a potentially missing permit holder. Still no response. Austin checked the evening weather report. No additional storms were forecast. The conditions were stable. The night would be cold, dropping into the 50s or low 60s at the elevation where Chloe was camping, but well within acceptable ranges for someone with proper equipment, and her permit indicated she was carrying all necessary cold weather gear. He filed a preliminary concern report with dispatch and marked Chloe's status as unable to establish contact. If he couldn't reach her by the next evening, he would initiate a formal search. Or Duncan. Chloe Parker had reached South Fork Spring at approximately 1300 hours after a 4-mile hike from the trailhead. The spring was exactly where her research sources had indicated it would be, a reliable water source emerging from the limestone, flowing down canyon to create a small creek that eventually drained into the basin proper. The water was cool and clear, running with sufficient volume to suggest a stable underground source rather than a seasonal flow. She'd spent the first several hours conducting her research protocol, measuring water flow, testing pH and mineral content, collecting samples in sterile containers, documenting the spring's location with GPS and traditional mapping. The work was methodical and absorbing, exactly the kind of detailed field research that she enjoyed. By 1600 hours, as the afternoon heat began its transition toward evening, she'd completed the initial documentation and had set up her camp in a relatively sheltered location, a short distance from the spring. The thunderstorm had arrived without warning. One moment clear sky, the next moment towering clouds and the sudden violent weather that the monsoon patterns could produce. Chloe had secured her equipment and had sheltered in her tent during the brief but intense rainfall, listening to the sound of water streaming down the canyon walls, understanding that the spring's flow was probably increasing significantly as runoff accumulated from higher elevations. When the weather cleared, she'd emerged from her tent to check on her water samples. That was when she'd heard it. It was a sound like a baby crying, not distant, close, perhaps 50 meters away, coming from the direction of the spring. Chloe had recognized immediately that no human infant could be in this location. The park was closed to overnight use in most areas, and the nearest civilization was several miles away through difficult terrain. But the sound was undeniably present, undeniably audible, undeniably causing an instinctive response in her nervous system. That deep, evolutionary recognition that the cry of a human infant required response and assistance. She'd walked toward the sound, aware that she was doing something irrational but unable to stop. The spring was flowing more vigorously than it had been earlier. The thunderstorm runoff had increased the water flow noticeably. The creek that emerged from the spring had become a small torrent, the water turbulent and cloudy with sediment. Chloe had stood at the edge of the water, listening. The crying continued. It was coming from upstream, from the direction of the spring source itself. Chloe had followed the sound, climbing over rocks, moving carefully through the canyon, aware that the terrain was treacherous, but unable to override the compulsion to find the source of the crying infant. The spring emerged from a narrow crevasse in the limestone, a space barely wide enough for a human to fit through, though the water flowed freely through it, emerging with constant force. Chloe had peered into the crevasse, trying to see where the sound was coming from. The crying had continued, echoing from somewhere in the depths of the stone, from somewhere underground, from somewhere that human rescue was impossible. That was when she'd realized, not as a thought but as a recognition that arrived directly into her consciousness without passing through normal logic, that the crying was not coming from anything that needed rescue. The crying was coming from something that was trying to lure her into the water. Chloe had stepped back from the crevasse. She'd turned to walk back toward her camp, and that was when the water had grabbed her. It hadn't happened the way she might have imagined drowning. There had been no violent pulling, no overwhelming force. Instead, something had taken hold of her ankle, gently, but with absolute control, and had simply begun pulling her back toward the water. It had been the gentlest form of predation possible, the minimum amount of force necessary to accomplish its objective, as if whatever held her understood that panic would only make the process more difficult. Chloe had tried to resist. She'd attempted to pull free, to dig her hands into the stone to create friction that would slow the inevitable movement back toward the water. But her strength was insignificant compared to whatever had hold of her ankle. Within seconds, she was at the water's edge. Within moments, she was knee-deep in the turbulent flow. The crying stopped. What replaced it was not silence, but a sound that was worse than any cry. A kind of satisfied humming, a vocalization that suggested intelligence and satisfaction, and the successful completion of a hunt. Chloe had looked down into the water at her feet, and she'd seen them. They were small, perhaps 2 or 3 feet in height, humanoid but fundamentally wrong. Their skin appeared to have a translucent quality, as if it was barely there, as if it was being held together by something other than normal human biology. Their eyes were too large, reflecting light in a way that suggested intelligence far beyond what human eyes could express. They were arranged in the water around her legs, holding her with hands that were webbed, fingers that extended slightly longer than human fingers, grips that were simultaneously gentle and absolutely inescapable. "Welcome," one of them said. Its voice was like the crying she'd heard earlier, but underneath it was language, was clarity, was the sound of something ancient speaking in English, despite not being anything that had evolved alongside humans. "You have come to the water. You belong here now." Chloe had opened her mouth to scream, but the creatures had begun pulling her deeper into the spring, and she had understood with the absolute clarity of someone experiencing profound trauma that screaming would serve no purpose here. There was no one to hear. There was no rescue coming. The landscape that she had thought was hosting her research was actually hosting her predation. The water had become not a simple liquid, but something more complex. It had seemed to move with intentionality, to part for the creatures and for her sinking body, to carry her deeper into the spring source than the physical dimensions of the crevasse should have allowed. She had descended into water that should have been impossibly cold, but felt almost welcoming, almost like liquid that had been warmed specifically for her arrival. The creatures had continued to hold her, their hands gentle but absolute, their voices continuing to hum that satisfied, hungry sound. Austin made the decision at 0600 hours the following morning to drive out toward South Fork Spring and conduct a physical search. Chloe's failure to respond to radio contact, combined with her solo status and remote location, elevated the concern to a level that justified active investigation rather than further waiting. The drive to the South Fork trailhead took 20 minutes. The morning was already hot, the thermometer in his vehicle reading 82 degrees at 6:30 hours. The sky was clear, but Austin could see the building cumulus clouds on the horizon again, the monsoonal pattern continuing to feed moisture into the basin. Another afternoon of thunderstorm potential. He hiked the 4-mile route to the spring at a steady pace, moving quickly but carefully, aware that the terrain was hazardous and an injury would create cascading complications. He reached Chloe's camp at approximately 07:45 hours. The tent was there. Her equipment was arranged methodically. Her backpack was positioned near her sleeping area. Her water bottles were stacked in an organized fashion. Everything was present, except Chloe herself. Austin approached the camp carefully, looking for any sign of disturbance, any indication of what had occurred. The ground around the camp showed no evidence of struggle or violence. There was no indication of a medical emergency, no blood, no signs of injury, no evidence of panic. He activated his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 1 on site at South Fork Spring. Permit holder's camp is established and intact, but the permit holder is not present. Equipment appears undisturbed. Requesting guidance." "Copy. Unit 1. What's your assessment?" Austin looked at the camp, then at the surrounding canyon. "Uncertain. No signs of emergency. She may have gone to investigate the water sources more thoroughly. I'm going to check the immediate area around the spring." "Copy. Stand by." Austin moved toward the spring, following the creek that emerged from the limestone crevasse. The water was flowing well, faster than it would naturally flow from just the spring source. Runoff from yesterday's thunderstorm was still contributing to the flow. Austin examined the area carefully, looking for any sign that Chloe had been here. The ground near the spring showed boot prints, multiple impressions, suggesting that someone had walked this route several times. The prints led to the water's edge and then stopped. They didn't continue along the creek bank. They didn't lead back toward camp. They simply ended at the water, as if Chloe had walked to that point and then ceased to exist. Austin activated his radio again. "Dispatch, permit holder's tracks lead to the spring and terminate at the water's edge. No continuation. Requesting emergency backup and beginning formal search protocol." "Copy. Unit 1. Rescue volunteers are being mobilized. ETA 45 minutes. Continue investigation. Maintain radio contact." Austin spent the next several minutes examining the spring area more carefully. The crevasse from which the water emerged was barely large enough for a human to fit through. and the flow was too powerful for someone to navigate upstream. The creek that emerged from the spring could theoretically be followed downstream, but the terrain grew increasingly hostile. The canyon walls narrowed, the water became more turbulent, the possibility of safe navigation diminished. He was standing at the water's edge, processing his options, when he heard it. It was a sound like a baby crying. It was coming from the direction of the spring, from somewhere in the water, or from somewhere beyond the crevasse in the limestone. Austin's rational mind immediately provided explanations. A bird call, wind through stone, his own nerves creating auditory hallucinations. But his instincts were responding with immediate fear, with a visceral understanding that the sound should not exist in this location. The crying continued. It grew slightly louder. It seemed to be moving, shifting position, as if something was moving through the water toward him. Austin stepped back from the spring. The crying became slightly less distinct. He continued backing away, moving toward the creek bank, putting distance between himself and the water source. That was when he heard Chloe's voice. "Austin, is that you? I need help. I'm in the water. Something happened." Austin froze. The voice was unmistakably Chloe Parker. He'd heard her on the radio, knew her voice tone and cadence. But she was calling from the direction of the water, from somewhere in the turbulent flow emerging from the spring. "Chloe?" Austin called back. "Where are you? Can you get out of the water?" "I can't," the voice said. The words were becoming clearer, more distinct, even as the accent and tone remained subtly wrong. "I'm trapped. Something has hold of me. I need you to help. Come to the water. Please." Austin's training told him this was wrong. A person who was physically trapped in water and couldn't escape would not be calling for help in such a calm, composed voice. A person in genuine distress would show panic, would be gasping, would display the characteristic signs of someone in immediate danger. But his instinct to help was profound. His understanding of his role as a ranger was that rescuing people in distress was his primary responsibility. He moved back toward the water. "Chloe, I need you to stay calm. I'm going to try to reach you. Tell me exactly where you are." "In the water," the voice said. "Come into the water. It's not cold. It's not dangerous. You just have to come to me." Austin reached the water's edge. He could see nothing in the turbulent flow that would explain where Chloe was or how she could be calling from such a location. But he could hear her voice clearly, calling to him, telling him to come deeper, promising that everything would be all right if he just waded in. He was reaching down to touch the water when his radio crackled to life. "Unit 1, where are you? We have rescue volunteers arriving at the trailhead. What's your status?" Austin straightened. His hand, which had been descending toward the water, retreated. He activated his radio. "Dispatch, I'm at the spring location. I've made radio contact with the permit holder. She appears to be in the water, but I can't determine her exact position. Sending coordinates now." He marked his location, transmitted the data, and waited for the rescue team. The voice calling from the water continued. Chloe's voice perfectly mimicked calling to him, begging him to come deeper, promising safety and reunion. Austin did not go into the water. The search for Chloe Parker continued for 3 days. Rescue volunteers examined every accessible area of the canyon system. They checked downstream locations in case the water had carried her body. They searched the surrounding terrain for any sign of a missing hiker. They found nothing. Chloe's equipment remained at the camp. Her samples remained in their collection containers. But Chloe herself had simply ceased to exist in any manner that could be recovered or documented. The official report cited presumed drowning in unknown circumstances and body likely carried downstream by heavy runoff. Austin's account of the voice calling from the water was noted in the report as ranger experiencing extreme stress. Observations should be considered in context of emotional impact of missing person scenario. The case was closed pending any new evidence. But Austin remained at Great Basin for another 2 years before requesting a transfer. And during those 2 years, he avoided the South Fork Spring entirely. He avoided any canyon with a reliable spring or water source. He avoided the high desert in July, when the thunderstorm patterns could develop suddenly and the heat could drive people toward water with desperation. He began keeping careful records of other disappearances in the area, hikers and researchers who had vanished near water sources throughout the basin's history. The records suggested a pattern. Disappearances clustered around specific water sources. The victims almost always people who were alone. The circumstances almost always involving that person being found missing at a water source, despite no evidence of accident or drowning. The official explanations were reasonable. Heat stroke, disorientation, accidental drowning, all of these were plausible in the harsh desert environment. But Austin understood in a way that he could never adequately explain to anyone else, that the explanations were wrong. The water sources in Great Basin held something old, something that had survived in the isolated springs for longer than humans had inhabited the desert. The creatures called water babies in the Paiute folklore that Austin had begun to research obsessively were not folklore. They were real. They were patient. And they had decided that Chloe Parker belonged to them now. Years later, after Austin had transferred to a park in the Pacific Northwest and had supposedly left the Great Basin behind, he would still hear the sound sometimes. The crying of an infant, perfectly mimicked, coming from shower drains and faucets in any body of water that existed in his vicinity, and he would understand that the creatures had learned his voice, had practiced their mimicry of his presence, and were waiting for him to eventually return to a place where water was present, and he was alone. The sound of the crying would follow him for the rest of his life. In some places it was distant. In other places it came from directly beside him. The creatures were patient. They could wait for years. They could wait for decades. They had waited for thousands of years before Chloe Parker walked into their territory. They would wait for Austin too. And eventually, perhaps, he would become tired of waiting. Perhaps he would decide to answer the voice that called his name from the water. Perhaps he would wade in, just far enough to see if what it was saying was true. Just far enough to understand what had happened to Chloe Parker. Just far enough to find the thing he'd lost when he'd walked away from South Fork Spring alive. The water sources in the Great Basin continue to exist, their locations marked on maps, their water tested regularly by researchers who remain unaware of what dwells in the spaces beneath the surface. And somewhere in that water, in the depths of springs that should be simple and harmless, Chloe Parker still exists, changed into something other than human, speaking in voices that are not her own, calling out to the hikers and researchers who approach water sources during heat waves and emergencies. She is not alone in the water. The creatures that took her have company. Decades or centuries of other voices, other victims, all of them calling together, creating the symphony of infant cries that has driven so many rescuers toward the water, thinking they were coming to save human lives, not understanding that they were simply walking into the domain of something far older and far hungrier than anything they could comprehend. The desert is patient. The water is patient. And in the high basin where ancient springs flow through limestone that remembers the ages, the creatures continue their eternal hunt for those who become desperate enough to believe that salvation might come from drinking what dwells in the depths. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: January 15, 2011. The cavern entrance was a black mouth in the limestone hillside, exhaling cold air that carried the smell of deep earth and geological time. Christopher Mercer stood at the threshold, his caving lights off for the moment, letting his eyes adjust to the transition from winter daylight to the absolute darkness that began just beyond the portal. The temperature at ground level was mild, mid-40s, but descending into Mammoth Cave meant moving into a more consistent environment. 54 degrees year-round, the temperature holding steady hundreds of feet beneath the surface, insulated from seasonal variation by millions of tons of stone. Christopher had been the lead park ranger for the cave systems at Mammoth Cave National Park for 9 years. He was certified as a cave rescue specialist, held advanced permits for all the park's known passages, and had logged more than 2,000 hours in the subsurface. He knew the cave the way a surface ranger knew their forest. Not just the major passages, but the minor tunnels, the airflows, the patterns of water movement through the limestone matrix. He knew where the loose rocks were, where the floor could collapse without warning, where certain passages were dangerous due to hydrogen sulfide buildup or nitrogen narcosis effects on deeper dives. He knew the cave well enough to understand that something was wrong with it. The first indication had come 3 days earlier. A group of recreational cavers had reported that one of the lower passages, a tunnel system called the Lost River Route, had shown signs of recent animal activity. Fresh scat, fresh claw marks on the limestone walls, prints in the soft mud deposits. But the prints were impossible. They were too small to match any known fauna in the cave system. Smaller than a raccoon, smaller than an opossum, smaller, in fact, than any mammal that should have been present in an environment so far removed from surface daylight. Christopher had investigated the report himself yesterday. He had seen the prints. They were distinct and clear in the mud, 5-toed impressions roughly 3 to 4 inches in length, arranged in a pattern that suggested a bipedal gait. They were recent, created within the previous 24 hours, and they were everywhere, crossing and recrossing the passage floor, as if whatever was making them had been moving through the tunnel with no particular destination, just endless pacing back and forth. The prints disturbed him in a way he couldn't quite articulate to his supervisor. They weren't the prints of any animal he could identify. The shape suggested intelligence, the pattern suggested intention, and they led deeper into the cave system, toward areas that were marked on his maps as unmapped extensions and passages of unknown depth. This morning, Christopher had received a report that one of the park's volunteer researchers, a woman named Zoe Hartley, who had been conducting an environmental survey in the lower cave systems, had not returned from her expedition. She had been scheduled to complete her research and exit the cave by 4 in the afternoon. By 7, when she hadn't emerged, the park had initiated a search protocol. Zoe was experienced. She had been working in the cave for 6 weeks, doing weekly research expeditions to collect water samples and document microbial populations in the deeper passages. She knew the routes. She carried emergency communication equipment, a decked digital system that was designed to work through most cave networks by bouncing signals off stone. She had been careful about following safety protocols. And yet, at some point in the afternoon of January 15th, Zoe had become unreachable, and by evening she had become missing. Christopher switched on his primary light, a 300-lumen LED mounted on his helmet, and descended into the cave. The passage beyond the entrance opened into a chamber roughly 40 feet wide and 60 feet tall. The ceiling was lost in shadow even with the brightness of his lamp. The walls were formations of flowstone and calcite, sculpted by water that had been dissolving limestone for 10,000 years. The air was cold and absolutely still, the kind of stillness that only existed in places where wind had never blown, where the only movement was the slow, patient work of erosion and the rare intrusion of human exploration. The sound of his footsteps echoed off the stone walls, multiplied and distorted by the cave's acoustics. Every movement became amplified, turned into something larger and stranger than the actual event. When he moved his equipment, when he shifted his weight, when he adjusted his backpack, all of it returned to his ears transformed, made to sound like something else entirely. He was an hour into his descent when he found Zoe's equipment. Her backpack was sitting on a limestone outcropping beside one of the major passage intersections. Her research bag was opened, the contents partially scattered: water collection bottles, temperature gauges, sample containers. Her notebook was there, the pages filled with data and observations, but Zoe herself was not. Christopher photographed the scene and called on his communication device. Dispatch Unit 7, I've located the missing researcher's equipment in the mid-level passage, approximately 1.2 miles from the entrance. No sign of the subject. Equipment is intact but scattered. Beginning expanded search. The response came back clear but distant, carried through the stone network that surrounded him. Copy, Unit 7. Proceed with caution. Weather above is turning severe. Wind advisory issued for the region. Return to surface if conditions deteriorate. Christopher acknowledged. The cave, at least, was immune to surface weather. But he was acutely aware that rescue operations in the cave system would be hampered by conditions on the surface. Any significant snow or ice accumulation would slow response times, restrict access routes, compromise the ability of SAR teams to reach the cave entrance. He continued deeper, moving now along the routes that he knew Zoe had been exploring according to her research notes. The passages became narrower, more convoluted. The air became denser, carrying a smell that Christopher couldn't quite identify. Not the normal mineral smell of the cave, something organic, something like decay, but fresher, more recent than any animal remains that had been down here long enough to decompose fully. He was moving through a passage called Devil's Denture, a narrow corridor with a ceiling so low that it required crouch walking for portions, when he heard the sound. It was a voice calling from somewhere deeper in the cave, a woman's voice, a voice calling his name. "Christopher, Chris, please help me." It was Zoe's voice. Christopher would have recognized it immediately if his mind had been working with normal logic. But his mind was already beginning to process that something was fundamentally wrong with this situation. Zoe was calling from deeper in the cave, from a direction that made no sense, from a location that should have been impassable. He moved toward the voice. "Odianer." What Christopher couldn't know was that Zoe had been trapped in the depths for nearly 18 hours. She had been conducting her research survey in the mid-level passage, following a new tunnel that her preliminary mapping had indicated might lead to an unknown chamber system. The passage had been narrow but navigable, with a clear floor of packed sediment and visible water channels indicating drainage patterns. Zoe was meticulous in her research. She had marked her path with glow sticks, maintained a constant bearing with her compass, and kept detailed notes of her observations. And then the passage had opened into a chamber, and Zoe had made a decision that would cost her everything. The chamber was unlike any that appeared on the official park maps. It was approximately 30 feet in diameter and perhaps 20 feet tall, with a floor that was completely covered in what looked like small bones, animal bones scattered and broken, as if something had been feeding down here for a very long time. The bones were mixed with other materials, torn fabric, plastic containers, objects that were definitely human in origin. Zoe had been photographing the chamber, trying to understand what was creating this accumulation when she had heard the sound. It was small, a scratching sound, like something moving across stone, but it was everywhere simultaneously, coming from multiple directions, bouncing off the walls in a way that made triangulation impossible. Zoe had turned slowly, her light sweeping across the chamber, searching for the source of the sound. That's when she saw the footprints. They were on the walls, not on the ground, on the vertical stone walls arranged in patterns that suggested something had been climbing them, moving across surfaces that should have been impossible for any creature to navigate. The prints were small, roughly 3 to 4 inches in length, arranged in a pattern that indicated a creature that could move with equal facility on horizontal and vertical surfaces. Zoe had started backing toward the passage she had entered through. That's when the creature had revealed itself. It was small, roughly the size of a human child, perhaps 2.5 to 3 feet in height. But there was nothing childlike about its proportions. Its limbs were too long, its movements too articulated, as if it had joints in places where human joints shouldn't exist. Its face was... Zoe would never be able to find adequate words to describe its face. It was vaguely humanoid, but the proportions were wrong. The eyes were too large. The mouth was wider than it should be, with teeth that seemed to fill the entire lower jaw. And it was moving with a speed and fluidity that made Zoe's perception of distance and time seem inadequate. She had run. The passage back to the main cavern became a nightmare of narrow spaces and sharp turns, her light bouncing wildly, her breathing becoming hyperventilation. She could hear the creature behind her, making sounds that were almost like laughter, almost like speech, almost like something trying to communicate in a language that had never been human. The creature had not attacked immediately. Instead, it had herded her, the way a predator herds prey toward a location where escape becomes impossible. It had cut off her path back to the main passages. It had forced her deeper into a section of the cave that was not on any official map. into a warren of small tunnels that seemed to have been specifically designed for something small and agile to navigate, but which were nightmarish for a human of normal size. Zoe had become lost in those tunnels within minutes. The passages twisted and turned. They doubled back on themselves. They seemed to rearrange themselves in her memory as she moved through them. She had dropped her research equipment trying to navigate through a particularly narrow section. She had torn her clothing on sharp calcite formations. She had become so disoriented that she could no longer determine which direction led toward the surface. And now, somewhere in the deeper darkness, the creature was hunting her. But not with the urgency of a creature that wanted to kill its prey immediately. It was hunting with a patience that suggested experience, expertise, the certainty of something that understood predation on a level that transcended simple hunger. Sometimes it called to her using her own voice. "Zoe, come back. I need help. Come help me." Sometimes it used other voices, the voices of hikers and researchers and tourists who had gone missing in the cave system over the past 100 years, whose voices the creature had preserved and learned through the act of consuming them. Zoe had been moving through the darkness for hours now, trying to navigate by feel and memory in the faint hope that she could stumble back toward an exit. Her light had failed. She had no idea how long ago. The batteries had drained, or she had hit it against stone too hard. Or the creature had taken it from her at some point during one of the moments when reality had become too fragmented to trust her own perception. Now she was moving in absolute darkness, one hand on the stone wall beside her, her other hand held out before her in hopes of detecting obstacles before she collided with them. And the creature was still there, still calling to her using voices that seemed increasingly familiar, still hurting her, driving her deeper, toward some destination that the creature understood but that Zoe could not conceptualize. She had begun calling for help, calling for anyone. The echoes in the cave made it seem as if her voice was coming from all directions simultaneously. She had begun to understand that the cave itself was working against her. That sound carried strangely here, that the darkness was not passive but active, pressing against her consciousness with a weight that made thought increasingly difficult. When she heard a real voice, a human voice calling her name, she had responded immediately, forgetting in her desperate need for rescue that the creature had demonstrated the ability to perfectly mimic human speech. She had called back, "Christopher, I'm here. Please help me." The footsteps were coming now, moving deeper into the passages. Zoe could hear them echoing off stone, could hear the sound of equipment being adjusted, could hear breathing that was definitely human, and therefore definitely not the creature that had been hunting her. But the creature was still there. She could feel it. She could sense its presence in the darkness beside her, moving with that terrible fluidity, using the approaching ranger as a new prey item, herding both of them now toward some terminus that the creature had planned long before either human had entered these caverns. Christopher found Zoe approximately 2 kilometers deeper into the unmapped passage system. She was sitting against a wall of stone, her clothing torn and filthy, her hair matted with cave sediment and blood. She looked up at his light with eyes that had taken on a quality of absolute despair. "Don't come any closer," she said. "It's here. It's always here. It's been hurting us deeper. It wants us to go deeper." Christopher knelt beside her, assessing her physical condition. Her vital signs were concerning. Hypothermia developing, dehydration, signs of trauma and stress. But she was alive. She was conscious. She was communicable. "I'm going to get you out of here," Christopher said. "Can you walk? Can you move?" "It won't let us leave," Zoe said. "It's been doing this for a long time. It keeps the bones. It feeds on the bones and the meat and the voices. It preserves the voices." As if in response to her words, Christopher heard something. A sound like small feet moving across stone. Multiple feet moving in unison, moving fast, moving from multiple directions simultaneously. The sound was coming from above, from the sides, from passages that he hadn't even noticed in the darkness. When his light caught movement, he saw them. They were small, roughly the size of human children, but with proportions that were fundamentally wrong. There were at least 4 of them, maybe more. The darkness made accurate counting impossible. They moved with a fluidity that suggested a coordination that came from long practice. a choreography that suggested they had hunted together for a very long time. The largest one, the one in front, tilted its head and made a sound. A sound that was almost like human speech, but not quite. A sound like someone trying to pronounce human words using a mouth that was shaped for something completely different. "Welcome," the sound seemed to say, though Christopher knew that was impossible, that his mind was interpreting animal noise as human language. "Welcome to the deep dark. Welcome to the place where we live. Welcome to the place where all voices eventually come." Christopher understood in that moment what had happened to Zoe. He understood that she was not what she appeared to be, that the creature had been using her as a lure, as a way to draw him deeper into the cave system, and he understood that there was no way out, that the creatures had been living in these caves for centuries, possibly longer, feeding on the lost and the isolated, preserving voices, learning languages, becoming more sophisticated at the art of predation with each human they consumed. The creatures moved toward them. Christopher grabbed Zoe's arm, pulling her up, trying to move back toward the main passages. But the creatures had already cut off the retreat. They were everywhere, in the shadows, in the darkness beyond his light, in passages that seemed to exist partially in dimensions that human perception could barely access. When the smallest creature reached toward him with hands that were small but covered in claws, Christopher finally understood that every instinct telling him to run, every drive to fight, every attempt to survive, was exactly what the creatures wanted. The escape attempts, the struggle, the desperation, all of it was part of the predation. All of it was adding new dimensions to how the creatures understood human behavior, how they would improve their hunting techniques for the next incursion of humans into their domain. He stopped struggling. He stood still in the darkness, his light illuminating the creatures that surrounded him. And when the smallest one reached up and touched his face with claws that were surprisingly gentle, Christopher closed his eyes. The official report on the disappearance of Christopher Mercer and Zoe Hartley concluded that both individuals had become lost in an unmapped section of the cave system. Christopher had apparently been attempting a rescue operation when both parties became trapped by unstable cave formations and structural collapse. Their bodies were never recovered, the passages in question being too dangerous to explore comprehensively. The park issued a statement recommending that recreational cavers avoid the unmapped extension tunnels in the mid-level passage. Several sections were cordoned off. Warning signs were posted. Official policy was updated to restrict research expeditions to mapped areas only. But the park rangers who worked in Mammoth Cave knew something was wrong. They knew because they would sometimes hear voices in the depths when they were working alone. Voices calling from impossible locations. Voices that sounded almost like people they knew. Voices that carried the exact inflection and speech patterns of researchers and rangers who had gone missing in the cave system over the years. And they knew something was wrong because sometimes, when they were doing routine surveys in the upper passages, they would find small footprints in the dust. Footprints that arranged themselves in patterns that suggested intention, deliberation, intelligence. The creatures lived deep in the cave system, in passages that had never been mapped, in darkness that was absolute and timeless. They had learned human language from the dozens of people they had consumed over the centuries. They had learned to mimic voices with perfect accuracy. They had learned the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses that made humans easy prey. And they waited, with the patience of things that had no concept of time, for the next explorer to venture into their domain, the next researcher, the next ranger, the next curious human who wanted to understand the mysteries of the underground. In the deep dark of Mammoth Cave, below the mapped passages in chambers that would never appear on any official map, the creatures moved through their domain. They passed around what remained of Zoe and Christopher, what they hadn't yet consumed, what they were preserving carefully because the bones and the flesh and the organs would sustain them for months, perhaps years, until the next opportunity for fresh prey presented itself. And in those depths, in that absolute darkness, voices echoed, voices that had belonged to humans that now belonged to the creatures, that called from the abyss in the hope that someone, anyone, would come down to investigate, would come down to help, would come down to join the chorus of the lost in the place where daylight had never penetrated, where hope had no meaning, where the only truth was hunger and the patient predation of creatures that understood that humans eventually always came looking for what they had lost. Location: Black Pine Wilderness Area, Washington. Date: October 18, 2012. Benjamin had been a ranger in Black Pine Wilderness for 7 years, long enough to know the forest like some people know their own houses. The morning of October 18th began like hundreds of others before it. Overcast skies, temperature hovering just above 50 degrees, that particular smell of Pacific Northwest autumn settling into everything. He filled his thermos with coffee at the ranger station, the liquid steaming in the cool air, and checked the day's forecast on the wall-mounted weather radio. Rain coming by late afternoon, nothing severe, temperatures dropping into the low 40s by evening. Standard October weather. He checked his flashlight batteries more from ritual than necessity. They always worked, and verified his radio was on the correct channel, 9.3 megahertz, the frequency that connected him to dispatch in Everett, 30 miles away, and to the handful of other rangers scattered across Black Pine's 22,000 acres. The Black Pine Wilderness Area sprawled across the western foothills of the North Cascades, a patchwork of old-growth forest and subalpine meadows that most people never saw. It didn't have the fame of nearby national parks. It didn't have the infrastructure or the crowds. Just trees, Douglas fir, western hemlock, Sitka spruce. Rising in dark, even rows that made the forest feel both ancient and somehow uniform, as if the woods were a pattern that repeated endlessly in every direction. The trails existed, but they were rarely marked and less frequently traveled. Hikers preferred the official parks. Black Pine was for people who wanted to actually get lost, and for rangers like Benjamin who preferred the quiet. He spent the first 3 hours of his shift on the standard patrol, the North Fork Trail, where hikers occasionally reported bear sightings, though Benjamin had never seen more than scat and overturned logs. The service rode to the old fire lookout tower, checking for downed trees blocking access. The equipment at the maintenance shed: shovels, Pulaskis, coils of rope hanging in neat rows on the shed's interior walls. Everything in order. Everything as it should be. Benjamin stopped at the overlook above Eagle Meadow and stood for several minutes, watching the light filter through the canopy. The trees rose like columns in a cathedral, and the space between them seemed to hold the gray light of the overcast sky. It was beautiful in that understated way that made people feel insignificant. He liked that feeling. The call came in over the radio at 1:47 p.m., just as Benjamin was finishing his lunch at the station. All units, we have a missing hiker report for Black Pine Wilderness. Female, early 20s, last seen leaving the Cascade Loop trailhead approximately 0900 hours this morning. Family reported her overdue for evening check-in. Her name is Emma Hendricks. Vehicle is a silver Honda Civic license plate. The dispatcher paused as she read the plate number. Benjamin knew dispatch in Everett was small, usually just one person managing multiple wilderness areas. She was supposed to be back by 1600 hours. Family getting concerned. Benjamin set down his sandwich. Copy dispatch. This is Unit 3. I'm familiar with that trailhead. I'll run up there now and check the parking area. What's her experience level? Minute, the dispatcher said, and there was paper shuffling in the background. Okay. Family says she's hiked in Washington before, but nothing extensive. No overnight gear, just day hike. Carrying a light pack, water bottle, nothing emergency related. Cascade Loop was one of the more popular trails in Black Pine despite the lack of marketing. The trail climbed gradually through mixed forest for about 5 miles, emerged at a small alpine lake, and could be done in a reasonable day hike if you didn't linger. Emma Hendricks should have been back by 4 o'clock. At 2 in the afternoon, she might just be running late. But family didn't usually report a missing person until evening unless something felt wrong. Copy dispatch, I'm heading there now. Benjamin locked the station and took the ranger truck up the winding access road. Black Pine Wilderness didn't have the manicured feel of the national parks. The roads were gravel and pocked with potholes that could bottom out an ordinary car. But Benjamin knew these roads. He navigated them without thinking, his attention already shifting to what he might find or not find at the trailhead. The parking area was small, just 7 spots gravel marked with painted rocks. The silver Honda was there, parked at the lot's far end. Benjamin pulled in beside it and killed the engine. The lot was empty otherwise. Just the 2 vehicles, the faint rush of wind in the trees above, and the smell of impending rain that hadn't quite arrived yet. He checked the car, doors locked. Inside, he could see a jacket on the passenger seat, a water bottle in the cup holder, what looked like a paperback book face down on the dashboard. These were the details that made people real. The small objects they left behind that said, "I was here. I planned to return." Benjamin felt something settle in his chest, a weight that wasn't quite worry but wasn't quite nothing either. The trail began at the parking area's north edge, marked with a standard Forest Service sign that was weathered but still readable. Benjamin started walking, his boots finding the familiar rhythm of the path. The trail was well maintained. His team had cleared it last month, and the forest on either side was the cathedral silence he'd enjoyed from the overlook. Hemlock and fir and Douglas spruce rising in their columned rows, the understory thick with ferns and fallen wood in various states of decomposition. The smell was rich, damp earth, fungal decay, the green smell of growing things. Sound was distant and muted. The wind moved through the canopy far above, creating a whisper that seemed to emanate from the entire forest rather than any particular source. Benjamin checked his watch. 2:15 p.m. 2 hours and 15 minutes since Emma had last been seen. It wasn't unusual for a hiker to move slowly through the wilderness, to stop and look at plants, to sit and rest, to lose track of time in a way that was easy to do in a place where clocks had no meaning. But Benjamin's pace was faster than casual. He was looking. The trail climbed steadily for the first mile, switching back through dense forest. Here, the canopy was so thick that even at mid-afternoon, the forest felt twilit. Benjamin used his flashlight despite the time, because the contrast between his eyes and the darkness made it easier to see the trail itself. Around him, the forest was dense with life that he couldn't see. Birds moving in the canopy, small mammals in the understory, insects in the fallen wood. The sounds were minimal but present. A rustling here, a distant bird call there, the normal sounds of a functioning forest. By the time Benjamin reached the 2-mile mark, the normal sounds had changed. He didn't notice it all at once. It was subtle, like the way a room's temperature shifts degrees at a time without you realizing you're becoming cold until you're shivering. At first, he rationalized it. The wind had shifted. The time of day, late afternoon approaching, meant the forest's activity patterns changed. Birds settled down for evening. Small animals moved more cautiously. But the silence that surrounded Benjamin now wasn't the absence of sound. It was something active, something that felt like it was listening. He stopped walking. The trail stretched ahead of him, still clear, still marked with the occasional cairn, stacked rocks his team had placed, showing the way. The forest around him was absolutely still. No wind, no birds. The ferns along the trail's edge hung motionless, as if frozen. Benjamin stood for perhaps 30 seconds, listening, trying to understand what his body was registering before his mind could catch up. Then a sound. A branch breaking. Not near, not close, but distinct. A sharp crack like something large shifting weight. Benjamin released the breath he'd been holding. Probably a deer or an elk. Black pine had both. The breaking branch made sense, but it came from the left, from the forest off trail. And when Benjamin looked in that direction, he saw nothing but trees and darkness between them. He continued walking, but something in him had changed. His pace was different now. His attention was sharper. These were the kind of small shifts that separated hikers from ranger, the training in wilderness awareness that became instinct, and his instinct was telling him something was wrong. The trail curved northeast, skirting around a stand of particularly old hemlock. The trees here were enormous, 5 feet in diameter at the base, their trunks disappearing into shadow above. Benjamin had always loved this section. It felt genuinely ancient, a place that had hosted this particular stand of trees for centuries while the world changed around it. Now it felt oppressive. The trees too close together. the canopy too dark, the silence too complete. It was at the 3-mile marker that Benjamin found the first sign, Emma's hat, a blue baseball cap, lying on the trail. He picked it up. It was slightly damp, as if from sitting in heavy dew or light rain, but dry enough that it hadn't been here very long. An hour? 2 hours? Benjamin rotated it in his hands, seeing the inside label. Cascade Hiking Club 2011. A souvenir from some organized hike. The hat was real. The hat meant Emma had come this way. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, Benjamin said, keying the radio. "I've located the missing hiker's cap on the Cascade Loop Trail at approximately the 3-mile marker. Continuing search up the trail. Please advise if search and rescue is being mobilized." Static. Then dispatch came back, her voice slightly distorted with distance. "Copy Unit 3. Search and rescue has been notified. They're mobilizing out of Everett. ETA to trailhead approximately 1600 hours. Continue search and report. We're logging your position." 1600 hours, 4 o'clock, 2 hours away. Benjamin keyed the radio again. "Copy dispatch. We'll continue up to the lake and search from there." He put Emma's hat into his pack and kept walking. Emma Hendricks had been hiking in Washington for 3 years, ever since a breakup had sent her into nature seeking something she couldn't quite name. The Cascade Hiking Club had gotten her started, organized weekend trips to familiar destinations, people who knew where they were going. But lately she'd been venturing out alone. There was a freedom in it, a solitude that felt like it belonged to her specifically. The wilderness didn't care about her failed relationships or her stalled career or her family's expectations. It simply existed, beautiful and indifferent. The morning of October 18th had been perfect for it. She'd left Seattle at 6 in the morning, arriving at the Cascade Loop trailhead by 8:45. The parking lot had been empty. She'd been alone, which was how she preferred it now. The trail was familiar enough. She'd done it twice before, and the weather looked solid. Some clouds, but nothing threatening. She'd packed her usual day hike gear, water bottle, granola bars, jacket, phone. She didn't bother with a headlamp. She'd be out well before dark. The hike up the first 2 miles was exactly as she remembered it. The forest cathedral, the quiet, the sense of her own smallness against the vastness around her. She moved slowly, stopping occasionally to look at plants, or to stand in the filtered light and just breathe. This was why she hiked. Not for the destination, but for these moments of complete quiet, where her mind could stop running through all the things she wasn't accomplishing and just be present. At the 2-mile marker, Emma noticed something was different. The sound had changed. She realized it when she consciously listened, the way you realize you've been humming without noticing. When she'd started, the forest had been alive with small sounds. Now it was silent, not the silence of a respectful library, the silence of something holding its breath. Emma wasn't inexperienced enough to panic. She'd read enough nature writing to know that animals go quiet before predators. Maybe a bear was nearby, maybe a cougar. Washington had both, though encounters were rare. She stopped walking and stood very still, listening. The forest around her remained utterly silent. Not a bird, not an insect, not even the whisper of wind in the canopy, just the sound of her own breathing and the dull thud of her heart. After a minute of this, Emma continued walking. There was nothing else to do. She was halfway through her hike. She'd come all this way. Besides, she told herself, if there was an animal nearby, the best thing to do was move deliberately and make noise. That's what the internet said. Make yourself big. Make noise. Don't run. But the silence continued, and with it came a feeling that hadn't been there before. The feeling of being observed. Not by anything specific. She looked around constantly and saw nothing but trees. But the sensation was real and impossible to dismiss. Her skin felt prickly. The back of her neck felt exposed. At the 3-mile marker, Emma stopped to drink from her water bottle and check her phone. No signal, as expected. The time was 12:15 p.m. She should reach the lake by 1:30 or so, rest there for an hour, and be back at the parking lot by 4:00. Everything on schedule. She drank the water, capped the bottle, and started walking again. The next mile was worse. The forest seemed to be actively preventing her progress now. Fallen trees crossed the trail. She didn't remember those from previous hikes. Deadfall created obstacles where before there had been open passage. She was climbing over and around obstacles constantly, losing time. Her pace slowed. And still the silence persisted. No birds, no animals, no wind. Just the sound she made herself, her footsteps, her breathing. Occasionally a small noise of exertion as she hauled herself over a particularly large log. It was at the 4-mile point that Emma realized the trail itself seemed wrong. She was looking at a trail marker, a small cairn of stacked rocks, that pointed northwest. The Cascade Loop Trail should be going north. She checked the rock formation. It was definitely a trail marker, definitely pointing northwest. Maybe the trail curved that way and she'd forgotten. It had been 6 months since her last hike here. She followed the marker's direction. The forest on this side of the marker was denser, less traveled. There was no clear path, just a general line of least resistance between trees. Emma had to push through underbrush, had to be more careful about her footing. The canopy above was lower here, thicker, creating a perpetual twilight. She used the small flashlight on her phone to see better, and the phone's battery was already dropping. 12% charge, red warning light flashing. She turned off the flashlight and tried to navigate by sight, but the forest all looked the same now. Trees, ferns, fallen logs, more trees. She'd been moving deeper for what felt like 30 minutes when she realized she hadn't seen another trail marker. Emma stopped. She turned around, intending to go back to the previous marker, back to the familiar trail. But when she looked behind her, she couldn't see clear direction back. The forest behind her looked exactly like the forest ahead of her. Same trees, same undergrowth, same absence of any marked path. She chose a direction that felt like it might be backward and began walking, but after 5 minutes she saw something that made her stop. The same distinctive double-trunked hemlock that she'd passed 10 minutes ago when moving forward. She recognized it because the two trunks twisted together at the base in an unusual way. Emma turned around, walking in what should have been the opposite direction. After another 5 minutes, she saw the same double-trunked hemlock again. She didn't realize she was shaking until she tried to move and found her legs unsteady. Emma sat down on a log and forced herself to breathe. This was not a rational situation. The tree should not be behind her and in front of her and behind her again. This was not how forests worked. She pulled out her phone, hoping against logic that there was suddenly cell service, but there was nothing. The battery was down to 3%, the low battery warning flashing like a heartbeat. Emma held the phone up, rotating slowly, trying to see if she could spot anything that looked like civilization. Smoke, a clearing, anything. The forest around her was thick with trees and shadows, and at the edges of her phone's light, she thought she saw movement. Something between the trees, something that wasn't quite solid, that seemed to move in a way that didn't make sense. Not running, not walking, moving like it was made of the forest itself. Her phone battery died. The Benjamin reached the Alpine Lake at 4 o'clock exactly, just as the first drops of rain began to fall. The lake was small, maybe 200 meters across, fed by a mountain stream that appeared from the forest to the north and disappeared back into it to the south. The water was dark, it always was at this elevation, and the clouds had come down enough that the mountains that should have been visible above the far shore were just suggestions in the mist. There was no sign of Emma Hendricks. Benjamin walked the shore, checking both sides of the lake's exit stream, looking for any indication that she'd stopped here. A rest spot, discarded garbage, footprints. He found nothing. The beach area was composed of small stones and scattered deadfall, and if anyone had walked here recently, the rain was already erasing the evidence. His radio crackled. Unit 3, dispatch. Can you advise your current status? Benjamin keyed the response. I'm at the Alpine Lake location. No sign of the missing hiker. I found her baseball cap at the 3-mile marker. Continuing search of the surrounding area. Copy, Unit 3. Search and rescue team has departed Everett. ET trailhead 1615 hours. Weather is degrading. How's visibility in your location? Benjamin looked up. The clouds were lowering, the light diminishing as the afternoon progressed toward evening. Rain was falling steadily now, not hard but insistent. Visibility was down to maybe 50 meters before the forest disappeared into mist. Visibility is degrading rapidly, rain beginning. I'll continue search, but we'll need light soon. Copy, Unit 3. Advise if you need support before SAR arrival. Benjamin didn't respond immediately. Search and rescue would arrive in maybe 45 minutes. They'd bring equipment and personnel and a professional search structure. He should probably wait for them, relinquish control to the trained SAR team. That was protocol. But Emma Hendricks had been missing for nearly 7 hours now. She had no overnight gear. She had no heavy jacket. If she was lost and frightened in the forest, waiting another 45 minutes might be the difference between rescue and tragedy. Copy dispatch. I'm going to continue searching north from the lake. We'll check in every 15 minutes. Copy, Unit 3. Proceed carefully. Advise of any findings. The forest north of the lake was different from the trail below. The trees were older, larger, with more space between them as if they'd been growing here for centuries and had found some natural spacing. The forest floor was soft with accumulated needles and moss, and deadfall lay in artistic arrangements like sculptures. There was a stream coming from somewhere north. Benjamin could hear it, and he decided to follow the water, on the theory that people often followed water when lost. The rain continued, steady and cold. Benjamin's jacket was waterproof, but his hands were getting wet, his boots finding increasingly muddy footing. The forest was darker now, despite the fact that it wasn't yet evening. The clouds had come down so far that the canopy disappeared into mist above, creating a tunnel effect where ground and sky melted into identical gray. Benjamin moved carefully, calling out occasionally, "Emma, Emma Hendricks." His voice sounded strange in the quiet forest, too loud and too human. The forest seemed to absorb the sound, deadening it. It was then that Benjamin became aware of something following him. He didn't see it. He didn't hear it clearly, but the sense of presence behind him was absolute. Benjamin stopped walking and turned around, scanning the forest. Nothing, just mist and trees and the sound of rain. He turned back forward and continued walking, but now the presence was more acute. Not behind him anymore, beside him, moving parallel to his path through the forest. Benjamin forced himself not to look, forced himself to keep moving. There were predators in Black Pine, mountain lions, bears, and the worst thing you could do was show fear. But this didn't feel like an animal. Benjamin keyed his radio. "Dispatch, I'm moving through the forest north of Alpine Lake. Proceeding with caution. We'll update in 15 minutes. Static. Then dispatch, but her voice sounded distant, distorted with noise. OP Unit 3. Advise, Rangers, search. The signal was degrading. Benjamin tried again. Dispatch, please repeat. Only static answered. The forest had become darker still, the mist thickening. Benjamin could see maybe 15 meters ahead now. Behind him, beside him, the sense of presence had become overwhelming. He was being tracked. He was certain of it. Something was moving through the forest, matching his pace, staying outside of his direct line of sight. Benjamin stopped walking. "All right," he said aloud. "I know you're there." The forest went completely silent. No rain sound, no stream, no wind, nothing. "My name is Benjamin Price. I'm a ranger with the Forest Service. I'm looking for a missing hiker. Her name is Emma Hendricks. If you've seen her, I need you to tell me." The silence continued. Benjamin started walking again, but now his eyes were up, scanning the space between trees. The mist seemed to have thoughts. The rain seemed intentional, and at the edge of his vision he kept catching movement, shapes that weren't quite solid, that seemed to be made of the forest itself. The sound came then, distant enough to seem far but close enough to register perfectly in Benjamin's ears. A voice. A woman's voice. Emma's voice, he assumed, though he'd never heard her speak. "Help me. Benjamin moved toward the sound immediately, pushing through underbrush, moving faster now, his ranger training temporarily overridden by the basic human impulse to help. "Emma, keep talking. I can hear you. Help me." The voice came from ahead, always ahead, seeming to recede as he approached. Benjamin was running now, his boots splashing through water. There was a stream now, or perhaps he was running parallel to it, he couldn't tell. And the mist was so thick he could barely see his own feet. "Emma, call out, I'm coming. Help." One word now, just one word. And something in Benjamin's mind, the part that was still trained, still operating professionally, registered that the voice sounded wrong. The timbre was right, but something in the cadence, the intonation, was just slightly off, like a recording of Emma's voice played at the wrong speed. Benjamin stopped running. The silence that followed his stopping was profound. He stood in the mist, breathing hard, listening. The voice didn't come again. Instead, what he heard was the forest settling around him. And in that settling, he heard something else. The sound of movement. Multiple forms moving through the underbrush, circling him. Not one thing, many things. Benjamin turned in a slow circle, trying to see. The mist revealed nothing but suggested everything. "Emma?" He called again, but his voice sounded small now, human and vulnerable against whatever the forest was doing. That's when he saw them. They moved like the forest itself, figures that seemed made of branches and shadow, angular and wrong, emerging from the mist with movements that didn't quite follow the laws of physics. They moved in the gaps between steps. They occupied spaces that should have been too small. And they were everywhere, above in the low canopy, beside him in the undergrowth, ahead of him in the mist. Benjamin understood then, not intellectually. He didn't have words for what was happening. But somewhere in the deepest part of his brain, the part that remembered when humans lived in forests like this, he understood. The Salish people who had come before all the others had names for these things. The old rangers who'd worked black pine in the early days had whispered about them. Stories that weren't really stories, warnings that weren't quite warnings. The Stick Indians, the watchers between the trees, the ones who lived in the deep forest and occasionally took people who went too far from the trails. "Where is she?" Benjamin demanded, finding his voice even as his legs wanted to run. "Where is Emma Hendricks?" One of the figures moved closer. It was almost humanoid, almost. Long limbs made of what looked like dead wood. A torso that might have been a bundle of branches, and a face. There was a face. Mostly dark, mostly shadow, but with eyes that caught the gray light of the mist and held it. It made a sound, not speech. A creaking, groaning sound, like wood under stress. Benjamin moved backwards. Then he ran. Emma had been lost for hours when she accepted that the forest around her wasn't following natural rules. The double-trunked hemlock appeared and reappeared no matter which direction she walked. When she climbed over a deadfall, she came down the other side to find the same deadfall somehow ahead of her, requiring climbing again. The stream she'd been following seemed to fork in 3 directions, all leading back to where she'd started. And the sky never got darker. It was perpetually twilight, perpetually the same gray half-light, no matter how long she walked or which direction she chose. Her phone was dead. She had no way to track time except the growing exhaustion in her body and the dull panic that was building in her chest. That's when she heard the voice calling her name. "Emma, Emma Hendricks." A man's voice, deep and commanding and professional sounding. For a moment, Emma's entire body sagged with relief. A ranger. It had to be a ranger. She was saved. "Here!" she screamed. "I'm here, help me!" She moved toward the voice, pushing through underbrush, running despite the roots that seemed to grab at her feet. The voice continued calling, seeming to approach and recede at the same time. Emma ran harder, desperation giving her energy that exhaustion should have stolen. It was when she broke through a particular thick section of ferns that the forest opened up. Not into civilization, but into a clearing she was certain she'd never seen before. The trees surrounding it seemed to bend inward, creating a natural amphitheater. And at the clearing's center, something that looked like a structure made of wood, old wood, weathered wood, arranged in the shape of something that might have been art, or might have been a monument, or might have been a warning. The voice had stopped calling. Emma stood at the clearing's edge, breathing hard, looking at the wooden structure. It was made of deadfall, entire logs and branches, woven together in patterns that almost made sense but not quite. And around it, arranged in careful circles on the ground, were objects, shoes, pieces of clothing, a backpack, hats, things that belonged to people. Emma saw something that made her legs lose their ability to hold her. A red jacket with a hiking club logo, the same jacket her hiking buddy Maria had been wearing in 2010 when she'd gotten separated from their group on a trail 10 miles from here and was never found. Behind her, the forest began to move. It wasn't subtle movement. It was the sound of something large shifting position, of branches cracking, of the forest itself reorganizing around her. Emma turned from the clearing to look back the way she'd come, but the way was gone. The ferns closed in. The trees pressed nearer, and moving among them with movements that didn't follow natural laws were the shapes she'd been sensing all day. They were tall, impossibly tall, and made of materials that shouldn't be flexible. Branches and deadfall bound together with something she couldn't identify. They moved in ways that bodies couldn't move, with joints that bent wrong and limbs that extended and retracted. And as they moved closer, Emma understood with an absolute certainty that there was no rescue coming, that the voice calling her name had been a lure, that the man who'd been calling was prey just like her. She tried to run, but the clearing had become a circle with no exit. The trees that formed its perimeter seemed to press inward, and the shapes that moved among them were laughing, a sound like wood groaning under impossible pressure. Emma ran for the center of the clearing where that monument of woven deadfall stood. She could climb it, she thought. She could climb above them. She could reach higher than they could. But as she approached the wooden structure, she realized what it actually was. Not a monument, not art. A construction, a scaffolding, a structure designed for a very specific purpose. And at its base, barely visible in the gathered shadow, she could see what was left of others who had come this way. Benjamin didn't know how long he ran through the forest. Time had stopped working correctly. He would run forward and arrive behind where he'd started. He would climb a ridge and find himself in a valley. The compass on his watch spun endlessly, unable to find north. And always, the shapes moved at the edge of his vision, following, surrounding, hurting him. He reached a trail at some point. He recognized the maintenance cairns, the blazes on the trees that marked the Cascade Loop, and he ran down it toward civilization, toward the trailhead, toward the ranger station. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs screamed. He ran until the forest opened onto the parking lot with its two vehicles, the silver Honda that belonged to Emma Hendricks and his own ranger truck. Behind him, at the forest's edge, the shapes stopped. They didn't pursue into the parking lot. They stood at the boundary between trees and open ground and made sounds like wood creaking in wind. Then, one by one, they retreated into the mist. Benjamin stood in the rain. It was evening now, twilight real and true, not the false twilight of the forest. And he found that he couldn't move. His legs wouldn't work. His mind wouldn't work. He managed to reach the truck and activate the emergency beacon on the radio with shaking hands. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, emergency beacon activated. I'm at the Cascade Loop trailhead, send SAR immediately." Search and rescue arrived within 30 minutes. They found Benjamin sitting in the cab of his truck, shaking, unable or unwilling to speak. They found Emma's car still in the parking lot, Emma's personal effects inside. They found the baseball cap Benjamin had left on his truck's seat. He'd been clutching it for so long his hands had to be pried open. What they didn't find was Emma Hendricks. The search lasted 2 weeks. Dogs, helicopters, teams of trained rescuers combing every inch of the wilderness around the Cascade Loop trail. They found nothing. No body. No sign of struggle, no indication of where Emma had gone. The official report listed her as missing and presumed deceased, with the cause of death unknown. Benjamin Price requested a transfer out of the Forest Service. His request was denied due to staffing shortages. He still works out of Black Pine Wilderness, still patrols the same trails, still makes the same radio calls to the same dispatcher in Everett. But he never goes above the 3-mile marker anymore, and he definitely never goes to Alpine Lake. Some nights, when he's alone in the ranger station and the forest is particularly quiet, Benjamin's radio crackles with a voice that sounds almost like his own. It calls his name. It asks for help, and Benjamin sits in the dark listening, and he doesn't answer. The trees of Black Pine Wilderness stand as they always have, old and patient and full of watchers. Every season, a few hikers disappear. The parking lots near certain trailheads gradually stop filling with vehicles. Whole sections of the wilderness become understood, without official warning, as places where people simply don't return from. And in the deep forest, in the eternal twilight beneath the canopy, the collection of offerings continues to grow. A shoe here, a jacket there, pieces of people who ventured too far, who went off the marked trails, who ignored the wordless warnings of the land itself. The forest knows who belongs and who doesn't. The watchers know where the boundaries are, and every year, without fail, someone fails to respect them. Location: Wrangell St. Elias National Park, Alaska. Date October 28, 2016. The weather report on the station radio at 05:30 hours promised overcast skies and possible snow flurries by late afternoon. Christopher Garrett listened to the forecast while standing at the window of the ranger station, thermos of coffee cradled in both hands, watching the first hints of gray creep across the eastern ridges. October in Wrangell St. Elias was a knife's edge between autumn and winter. Beautiful in that way that only wilderness extremes can be, when you're acutely aware that the land tolerates your presence on sufferance, and only for a while longer. Another week and half the south-facing trails would be officially closed. Another month and the entire park would belong entirely to itself again, to the glaciers and the bears preparing for hibernation and the things that moved in the spaces between the ice. He'd worked this station for 7 years, longer than most rangers lasted before transferring to somewhere warmer, somewhere with better cell service and less existential silence. Christopher had never requested a transfer. There was a quality to the remoteness here that felt like home in a way normal civilization had never managed. You could hear yourself think in Wrangell St. Elias. You could hear, period, the wind through the valleys, the groaning of glaciers, the absence of human noise. The station was a simple structure, a main office with a radio console that crackled with sporadic chatter, a small bedroom, a kitchen that had seen better decades. Outside, the parking area held 2 vehicles, Christopher's Chevy Silverado, maintained with ritual care, and the District Ranger's sedan, currently empty and locked. Deputy Ranger Paulson was 300 miles south in Juneau for a meeting that would accomplish nothing and keep him away for 2 days. Christopher was alone. Not unusual. He preferred it. The morning routine had its own ritual: weather check, equipment inventory, permit review. By 0645 hours, Christopher had confirmed that 2 parties held active permits for the Copper River Valley Trail, a family group of 4 scheduled to exit at Cuscalana Glacier, and a solo hiker named Charlotte Voss, registered as a wildlife researcher, who had taken out a 3-day permit for the Bagley Icefield approach. Both were due back by 1800 hours today, weather permitting. By the time Christopher finished his coffee and headed out for the preliminary trail inspection, the first clouds had begun their advance across the summits, vast, billowing things that looked almost solid, as if you could walk across them. The temperature was already dropping. He could feel it in the quality of the air, a sharpening edge that promised frost by nightfall. His breath began to mist before he'd walked 50 yards from the station. The park at this hour was itself again, unwitnessed. The mountains rose in all directions, impossibly tall, impossibly ancient, their peaks lost in cloud cover that seemed to be descending even as he watched. Wrangell St. Elias contained some of the most remote country in North America. 30,000 square miles of glaciers, valleys, and peaks where the human footprint was measured in single-day visits and passing aircraft. Most visitors never penetrated more than a few miles from the main road. Those who did were either experienced mountaineers or people taking risks they didn't fully understand. The Copper River Valley Trail was the most accessible backcountry route, a 9-mile day hike that skirted the eastern margin of the St. Elias Range. It was where people went when they wanted to feel like they were really in the wilderness, but didn't want to actually risk their lives. Christopher approved the permits for these hikes because they were statistically safe, well marked, and populated enough by summer traffic that the trails were easy to follow. But in late October, the summer crowds had vanished. The trails had reverted to something closer to their natural state. Charlotte Voss's permit application had included a note indicating she was conducting research on alpine vegetation and glacial recession patterns. Wildlife researcher was the standard designation. She'd attached photos of her credential from the Audubon Society. 34 years old, based in Fairbanks, experience in field research listed as extensive. Christopher had approved the permit without hesitation. The woman clearly knew what she was doing. That was what he would remember later. Not as reassurance, but as confirmation of his own failure to see what was wrong. Charlotte Voss knew what she was doing, right up until the moment the forest decided she didn't. It was Charlotte Voss had turned off the official trail at approximately 1140 hours, roughly 3 miles in, at the point where a barely discernible side route branched toward a series of glacial tarns that weren't indicated on most maps, but were known to harbor rare alpine plant species. She had made this decision with full awareness that she was leaving the marked path. Her GPS unit was working perfectly. Her sat phone was fully charged, though she'd decided not to carry it on a day hike, an acceptable risk given the hour of the day and the proximity of civilization. She was a competent hiker. She had led research teams in the Brooks Range. She knew how to read terrain, how to backtrack, how to remain calm when plans shifted. When she realized around 1300 hours that the terrain had become steeper than expected, and the vegetative markers she'd been using as reference points had begun to grow unclear, she didn't panic. She simply confirmed her coordinates on her GPS, marked a waypoint, and prepared to retrace her steps. The GPS showed her coordinates to be precisely where she should be. The elevation gain matched her estimates. The terrain ahead matched the topographic data. Everything was correct, so she continued forward another quarter mile, reasoning that the plant samples she'd come to gather were likely at a higher altitude, where the temperature extremes created the botanical anomalies that interested her institution. By 1330 hours, when she decided to turn around, Charlotte noticed that the trail she'd created on the way up, her boot prints in the soft ground, the occasional mark where she'd steadied herself against a rock, had become somehow unclear, not vanished. They were still there, but they seemed distant, as if they belonged to someone else's hike, someone who had come this way hours ago or days ago. The tracks should have been sharp in the recent soil. Instead, they looked aged, pressed flat, as if many people had walked them since she'd passed. She checked her GPS again. Her waypoint was still visible. She was 40 meters from where she'd entered the higher terrain. This was wrong. She would have seen those 40 meters. The mountainside should have looked familiar in the inverse direction. It should have looked like the same place, just reversed, like looking at a photograph reflected in a mirror. Instead, it looked like a different mountain entirely. Charlotte turned a slow circle, processing. The weather had worsened in the time she'd been climbing. Cloud cover had descended, dropping the visibility to perhaps 200 meters. The wind had picked up. These were minor concerns. She was well-equipped, well-trained, and her waypoint was waiting. She could simply navigate backward by GPS. She'd done it 100 times. She began walking. The GPS showed her distance to the waypoint decreasing. 38 meters, 35 meters, 32 meters. Perfect. She was making good time. The cloud cover was disorienting, nothing more. In clear weather, she'd have no difficulty. In this weather, she trusted her instruments, which were doing exactly what they were supposed to do. At 1340 hours, she reached the waypoint. She was standing exactly where the GPS insisted she should be standing, and there was no trail. There was no evidence of the downslope terrain she'd climbed to reach this point. There were simply trees, ancient, gnarled, alpine-stunted conifers that seemed to be growing in a density that should have been impossible given the elevation. They seemed closer together than she remembered, as if they had shifted during the time she'd been looking away, the way things do in peripheral vision, moving when you're not watching and then freezing again when you look directly at them. Charlotte's heart rate increased slightly. Not panic. Not yet. A problem had a solution. She had coordinates, a compass, and the knowledge to use them. The terrain was playing tricks because of the low visibility and her own fatigue. She checked her compass bearing to her entry waypoint. Marked it. Began walking back the way she'd come, not retracing her footsteps, which seemed to belong to someone else anyway, but walking a reciprocal bearing that would take her down the slope mathematically, regardless of what the land seemed to insist. The GPS should have shown her distance to the first waypoint decreasing. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. Instead, at 13:55 hours, it showed 47 meters. She'd walked 50 paces in what felt like the right direction, and she was somehow 15 meters farther away. Charlotte stopped, stood very still, let her breathing slow. This was not a malfunction. GPS units didn't malfunction like this. This was user error, misreading. She checked the device again. Fresh battery, good signal strength, no error codes. The location was correct. She was correct. The distance was increasing because she was walking in the wrong direction. Except she wasn't. She was walking downslope. The physics was correct. The compass was correct. Something was wrong with the space itself, as if the mountain had become larger while she wasn't looking. At 14:10 hours, she heard the sound of running water. A creek or small stream cutting through the rocky terrain to her left. She hadn't heard it on the way up. Or perhaps she had and hadn't registered it. The sound of water common enough in these mountains that it barely registered. She moved toward it anyway. Water flowed downhill. Follow the water, and the water will take you to lower elevations. This was not a new principle. The sound grew louder as she approached. By the time she could see the creek through the trees, it was roaring. More than a creek now, a torrent. The water churning milky white with glacial melt, moving with enough force to carry rocks, moving with enough force to carry a person. The sound was thunderous, constant, filling every moment with its violence. It should have been visible from higher up. She should have seen the mist, heard the roar. Instead, it had simply appeared, as if the creek had come into existence in the time since she'd walked past where it supposedly wasn't. The sound of the water meant she couldn't hear much else. The forest was full of sound now, but it was only that one sound, the roar of the creek, endless and consuming. Charlotte realized, standing at the edge of that torrent, that she hadn't heard any animal sounds in the last hour. No birds, no movement in the underbrush, no evidence of life except her own breathing and the water's rage. And underneath the water's roar, so quiet she almost didn't register it, she heard something else. It was a voice, not shouting, not calling her name, just a voice, familiar sounding, speaking words she couldn't quite distinguish through the thunder of the creek. She moved closer to the water, trying to hear better, and the voice became slightly clearer. It was saying her name, softly, the way her brother used to say it, when they were kids, when he was about to tell her something that mattered. Her brother had died 12 years ago. Charlotte stepped back from the creek and listened harder. The voice was still there, underneath the sound of the water. The water was too loud. It was drowning everything out. She needed to move away from the water, find higher ground, navigate by terrain instead of by creek, use her compass, use her head. She turned away from the water sound and began climbing upslope again. By 14:30 hours, Christopher was beginning his third sweep of the permit database, confirming which visitors had actually been logged back in by the station. The family group at Cusculana, 3 adults and a teenager, had called on the emergency number at 12:35 hours, requesting a pickup at the trailhead. Bad weather coming in, visibility dropping. They were uncomfortable with the conditions. A rescue volunteer was en route to fetch them. They would be back by 1600 hours. Charlotte Voss had not called. Her permit was due to expire at 1800 hours. She had 3 hours and 30 minutes to return. Christopher pulled up her permit information again and reviewed her itinerary. Bagley Icefield Approach, one of the least traveled routes in the park, far more remote than the family group's trail. Theoretically safer for a solo, experienced hiker because it was less likely to encounter unexpected hazards, which meant mainly that fewer people had created trail shortcuts, and there were fewer ways to accidentally wander off the marked route. In practice, the Bagley Approach was safe only if you stayed on the actual trail. The terrain beyond it was unforgiving. Glacial crevasses, streams that could become torrents, weather that could change from merely cold to genuinely lethal in the time it took to drink a thermos of coffee. The weather report had been accurate. Snow was beginning to fall, light but steady. The cloud ceiling had dropped to maybe 500 meters, and visibility through the snow was poor. Still within reasonable bounds for a day hike conducted by someone competent, still manageable. Christopher checked the station radio. The frequency for ranger dispatch was quiet. No emergencies reported. No emergency beacons activated from any of the transmitters carried by the registered parties. Everything was fine. He was being nervous for no reason. He filled another thermos with coffee anyway and prepared to drive out to the Bagley trailhead. It was policy to make visual contact if permits were within 2 hours of expiration and the permittee hadn't checked in. The snow was making driving treacherous, visibility dropping further by the minute. The drive would take 30 minutes in these conditions. He'd reach the trailhead at 1500 hours. If Charlotte came down within the hour after that, they'd coordinate at the parking area. If she didn't, he'd file a preliminary report and begin a formal search at first light. The drive out was quiet. Snow swirled in the headlights, and the landscape beyond was a flat gray, mountains rendered invisible by cloud cover. The radio in the truck crackled occasionally with routine chatter, dispatch confirming locations, rangers reporting on trail conditions, the constant low-level communication that kept the park functioning. Christopher didn't need to use the radio. He just needed to listen, and listen, and listen, and arrive. He reached the Bagley trailhead at 15:02 hours. Charlotte's vehicle was in the parking area, a compact SUV with Fairbanks plates covered now in a thin layer of snow. Everything was cold and quiet and perfectly normal. Christopher checked his own equipment: flashlight, two-way radio on the Ranger channel, GPS unit, emergency beacon, and confirmed that he had cell coverage. 1 bar, maybe 2. Enough to transmit, probably enough to receive. He tried the station radio anyway, more out of habit than concern. Dispatch, this is Unit 7 checking in at Bagley South. Permit holder vehicle is on site, no visual contact yet. We'll make preliminary trail observation. The response came back clear. Dispatch acknowledged. Everything was fine. Charlotte was probably just running late, hiking more slowly than estimated because of the weather. Experienced hikers often did this. They weren't trained to maintain pace in deteriorating conditions the way that unprepared people were. Unprepared people rushed. Experienced people took their time. Christopher began walking the trail, moving at a steady pace, his eyes on the ground, looking for recent boot prints in the snow. The snow had started falling roughly 40 minutes ago. Before that, the ground had been bare, or mostly bare. Some early frost, some fallen leaves, the typical late October mix. Charlotte's boot prints should be visible somewhere, either fresh and clear, if she'd come down after the snow started, or beginning to be covered if she'd come down just before. He found the trailhead marker, the official boundary stone. The trail beyond it was marked with faded blue paint on trees. The snow was thickening. The temperature was dropping. The forest was quiet in the way that forests become quiet when weather turns serious. No birds, no movement in the underbrush, just the sound of wind and the whisper of falling snow. Christopher walked the trail for perhaps a mile, examining the ground carefully. What he was looking for was a breaking point, the place where human footprints diverged from the marked path. Charlotte's permit had specified a solo hike. That was the key information. Solo hikers couldn't be confident in the terrain if they left the trail, especially not in deteriorating visibility. She would stay on the marked route, unless something had caused her to leave it. At roughly 15:45 hours, he found what he was looking for. Boot prints, relatively fresh, pressed deep into the muddy ground where the winter had not yet crusted the earth solid. Multiple prints, which didn't make sense. Charlotte was solo. There should only be one person's footprints, unless she'd come this way more than once, which was possible, or unless... Christopher stopped. The prints were heading upslope, away from the main trail, toward steeper terrain, and they had been made at different times. The first set was partially filled with water, as if made before a rain that hadn't occurred but had threatened. The second set was fresher, deeper, more clear. Both led in the same direction. Christopher called in on the Ranger channel. "Dispatch, I have a situation at Bagley South. Permit holder appears to have left the marked trail, heading upslope on secondary terrain. Beginning search. Stand by." "Copy that. Unit 7. Do you need backup? I can reach out to the rescue volunteers." Christopher looked at the trail ahead, at the snow that was falling more heavily now, at the forest that was growing darker as the afternoon advanced. "Stand by. Will advise." He radioed again at 1600 hours from higher up the slope. No visual contact. Visibility down to maybe 100 meters in the snow. He was following footprints that seemed to belong to multiple passes, which shouldn't be possible. He was following a trail that shouldn't exist, and underneath the wind, underneath the snow, he thought he heard a voice calling from somewhere farther up the mountain. Charlotte had been calling for help for some time, though she wasn't sure exactly how long. Time had become untrustworthy. Her watch insisted it was 16:15 hours. That meant she'd been lost for roughly 4 hours. That meant it was nearly dark. That meant she was in serious trouble. The voice that sounded like her brother had stopped calling her. That had been, she thought, maybe an hour ago. She had called back to it, which was stupid. You didn't call toward things in the woods, especially things that called your name. But by then she was already moving in the direction of the voice, and stopping felt like a worse choice than continuing. Now she couldn't find the voice anymore. Now she couldn't find anything anymore. The forest had become a maze. Not in the sense of a maze with walls and planned pathways. It was simply that every direction looked like every other direction. Trees, rocks, branches at face height that she kept forgetting to duck under, though her forehead was bleeding from when she'd hit one and hadn't felt it until later. Darkness creeping in from above, the sun dropping toward the horizon, the snow continuing to fall in fat, wet flakes that were accumulating now, covering the ground, covering the sparse vegetation, covering any evidence of which way was which. She had stopped trying to navigate by GPS approximately 2 hours ago, after the device had shown her as being simultaneously in 3 different locations. The error checking had shown no problems. The device was simply insisting on an impossibility. She had thrown it on the ground with more violence than was useful, had watched it bounce on a rock, had picked it up again when she realized that throwing away her technology was throwing away her last anchor point, even if that anchor was actively lying to her. She had tried her sat phone next. No signal. No emergency beacon. Not in the park. Not in the snow. Not up here in the darkness and cold. Her brother's voice had been the only thing that had made sense. It had told her that he was waiting just ahead. That if she could reach him, everything would be okay. That she was close now. So close, she just had to keep climbing. She had climbed until the terrain became too steep, and then she had climbed anyway, using her hands, scraping her palms on rock, her fingers going numb with cold and fear. The voice had continued to lead her higher and higher, away from the trail, away from any place where rescue would think to look. Now the voice was gone, and Charlotte was somewhere on a mountainside in the dark with a headache from the branch and bleeding hands and a realization settling into her mind like the snow. Not sudden, not dramatic, just arriving the way any terrible knowledge arrives. As a slow understanding that she had made a series of small mistakes that had accumulated into one enormous mistake. She had walked into the wilderness alone. She had ignored warning signs that came from everything except official channels. She had trusted her technology instead of her instincts. She had followed a voice that had sounded like someone she loved because people did that, because longing was powerful, because she had wanted to believe it. And now she was lost in a way that felt permanent, lost in a way that felt intentional, lost in a way that felt more and more as if the forest had decided not to give her back. The cold was becoming serious. Hypothermia was a real possibility. She had read the symptoms: confusion, which she definitely had, fatigue, which was accelerating, and increasing disorientation where the world began to feel unreal. She couldn't stay here. She had to move. Staying put was death. Moving was at least a choice, even if it was a choice likely to be futile. She picked a direction, downslope, which should theoretically lead to lower elevation and possibly to water, to the creek she'd heard earlier or another creek, anything that flowed downward, and she began walking. The forest grew denser as she descended. The trees seemed taller, or maybe she was just tired and they seemed taller because she was tired. The branches seemed to be reaching for her, which was a metaphorical thought of the dangerous kind, the kind that meant her thinking was getting fuzzy. Stay focused, keep moving, down, always down. And then, cutting through the wind, cutting through the whisper of falling snow, she heard something. It was a voice. Not her brother this time. It was a new voice. It was calling her name. It was a man's voice. It was calm and professional, and it was calling her name as if it had been calling her name all along, waiting for her to finally answer. "Charlotte? Charlotte, can you hear me?" She opened her mouth to respond and realized she was crying. Christopher had been climbing through deteriorating conditions for 2 hours when he finally heard something other than wind and snow. It was a sound like crying, or maybe it was the wind. The wind played tricks in this terrain, created echoes that sounded almost human, almost like they were calling you. He used his flashlight, beam already weak in the thick snow, and picked his way up a steep ridgeline. The trail, if it had ever been a trail, was completely obscured now. He was navigating by GPS and by the terrain itself, reading the mountain by how it felt beneath his feet, by the way the wind moved through it. His training told him he should turn back, call for backup, wait for daylight. His instinct told him to keep climbing. He activated his radio at 17:30 hours. "Dispatch, I'm heading up the western approach of the Bagley Ridge. Still no visual contact. No radio from the permittee. Conditions are worsening rapidly. Visibility near zero. Temperature dropping. Copy Unit 7. Rescue volunteers are mobilizing. ETA 2 hours. Do you want to establish a base camp and wait for support?" Did he want to wait? That would be the reasonable answer. That would be the answer that kept a person alive. Christopher thought about Charlotte Voss, alone somewhere on this mountain, and he didn't answer the question. He just said, "Stand by," and switched off the radio to conserve battery. The silence that followed was almost complete. Just the wind, just the snow, just the sound of his own breathing. The mountains around him were invisible. He might have been walking on a featureless plain for all he could see. The beam of his flashlight barely penetrated 10 feet. Beyond that was whiteness, the absolute whiteness of heavy snow and full darkness, the kind of whiteness that was actually black, that erased all reference points. And that was when he heard it again, the sound he'd been following, the voice calling Charlotte's name. Not a woman's voice, a man's voice, his own voice. "Charlotte, Charlotte, I've got you. Stay calm. Stay exactly where you are." Christopher stopped. The voice continued, above him on the ridge. Exactly the words he had been thinking of saying, the calm, professional tone of a ranger speaking to a lost hiker in the dark. Exactly his own intonation, his own accent, the slight rasp that came from years of radio work and speaking in cold air. His own voice was calling up the mountain. Christopher's hands went cold. Not from the weather, from something else. From the immediate, visceral understanding that nothing alive on this mountain was calling to Charlotte in his voice. Something else was. Something that had heard him approaching, heard him thinking about what he would say, and was simply saying it first. "Don't answer," he said out loud, his real voice, the one that didn't echo. "Don't call back." But Charlotte, wherever she was in that darkness, was already crying out in response to the voice that sounded like rescue. He could hear her from somewhere below him or above him, he wasn't sure anymore, calling back, answering the thing that was calling her name. Christopher moved toward the sound of her voice, away from his own voice's echo. He was rational enough to understand what was happening. His mind was unraveling. The cold and fear and isolation were creating hallucinations, creating echoes of his own thoughts projected into the darkness. This was a known phenomenon in extreme conditions. Soldiers in Arctic operations had reported it. Explorers in isolation reported it. Your brain was a remarkable organ, and under stress it could convince you of nearly anything. But rational understanding didn't stop his hands from shaking. Rational understanding didn't make the voice calling in his own tone any less terrifying. He reached what he thought was Charlotte at 1805 hours, or what was left of her. A figure huddled in a small rock shelter that shouldn't have been there but was. A natural overhang of stone that provided minimal protection from the wind and snow. She was alive. She was conscious. She was looking at him with an expression of such profound relief that it almost broke him. "The voice," she said. Her teeth were chattering. Her lips were blue. She could barely form words. "Your voice," it kept calling me back. Every time I tried to go down the mountain, it called me back higher. "I know," Christopher said. He was wrapping her in his own emergency blanket, the one he was supposed to use if he got into trouble. "Don't think about it. We need to move. We need to get down." "It sounds like you," Charlotte said. "Exactly like you. How does it sound like you?" Christopher didn't answer. He was looking back down the mountain, down into the snow and darkness, and he was hearing things in that darkness. Sounds that might have been wind, sounds that might have been branches moving, sounds that might have been footsteps, following them, the same sounds echoing from multiple directions at once as if there were copies of him, multiple versions, all following him down the mountain. He helped Charlotte up. She could barely stand. Her core temperature was dangerously low. He could feel her shaking even through the emergency blanket. They began moving downslope, moving as quickly as they could in near-zero visibility, using the GPS, which was functioning normally now, which was perhaps more terrifying than when it had malfunctioned, to navigate back toward the trailhead. At 1820 hours, Christopher's radio finally crackled to life. Not dispatch, not any official frequency, just his own voice. Clearer now, no longer echoing, but broadcast as if someone was transmitting on the Ranger channel in his voice. His exact voice, speaking words he had been thinking of saying. "She's not going to make it, you know. The temperature's too low, she's already hypothermic. By the time you reach civilization, she'll be gone. You've already lost her. The mountain has already taken her. Why keep moving?" Christopher switched off the radio. Charlotte was crying quietly, not from cold, but from fear. The thing calling to them didn't have to be right. The thing calling to them just had to make them stop believing in escape. Just had to convince them that the mountain owned them now, that the only way out was to accept that there was no way out. At 1835 hours, they reached the main trail. The snow was still falling. The temperature was dropping further. But they were on the marked path. Somewhere below them, though Christopher couldn't yet see it, there was the trailhead. Somewhere beyond that, there was the station. Somewhere beyond that, there was warmth and safety and a world where things didn't call your name in your own voice from the darkness. The figure standing in front of them, blocking the trail, was also wearing a ranger uniform. It was also carrying Christopher's equipment, his radio, his GPS unit. It was also speaking in his voice. "You can't leave," it said. "Neither of you can leave. You've come too far up the mountain. The only way down is the way we're going to show you. The only way down is to stop running and let us help you. Let us show you what the mountain really is." There were others in the darkness behind it. Christopher could see them now. Multiple figures, all in ranger uniforms, all with his face, all calling his name, all insisting that he listen, that he understand. that he accept what the mountain had taken from him the moment he decided to come after Charlotte. Christopher grabbed Charlotte's arm and ran, not down the trail, away from it, into the forest, into the snow, into the darkness that at least didn't have a copy of his own face watching him with an expression of ancient hunger. The rescue team found them at 2145 hours, huddled in a small cave beneath an overhang of rock, 15 minutes from the trailhead, but separated from it by what might have been miles, by what certainly had been chosen by something that lived in these mountains and was very good at keeping things that wandered off the proper path from ever quite reaching home. Charlotte was comatose with hypothermia. Christopher was conscious but not entirely responsive. He would spend the next week in a hospital in Anchorage, and they would tell him repeatedly that he had been hallucinating, that the cold and fear had created a shared delusion between him and the permittee, that neither of them had heard voices or seen figures in the darkness. The explanations were mechanically reasonable. The explanations were technically accurate. They were also, Christopher understood with a clarity that never quite faded, almost entirely wrong. Charlotte Voss regained consciousness in the hospital. She regained enough motor control to eat, to speak, to survive. But something in her had remained on that mountain, in that place where the rules were different, where things that sounded like your loved ones called to you from the darkness. She was transferred to a psychiatric facility. The official cause was trauma-induced dissociation. After 2 years, she was moved to an assisted living facility in Fairbanks, where she remained until her death from complications of a fall, which is what the report called it, though the orderly who found her said she hadn't fallen at all. She'd been standing at the window looking north toward the mountains when she simply stopped moving. Christopher requested a transfer 3 weeks after the incident was closed. The paperwork was processed without comment. He was assigned to a station in the Sonoran Desert, where there were no glaciers, no dense forests, no places where things could hide in the trees and watch, where the earth was dry and the sky was vast, and there was nowhere for ancient things to dwell except the spaces between people's thoughts. But even now, 6 years later, sometimes when he's alone in the darkness, Christopher hears his own voice calling from somewhere very far away. And he understands, in a way that no amount of logical reasoning has ever managed to dispel, that the voice isn't calling him back to that mountain. It's waiting for him to come close enough that it can show him what he's been carrying with him all this time, the piece of himself he left behind when he ran, the part of him that the mountain decided it wanted to keep. The forest in Alaska is still waiting, and it's patient. The forest in Alaska is always patient. Olympic National Park, Washington, October 17, 2024, 6:47 a.m. Marcus Hayes had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 20 years, but the morning mist rolling through the Hoh rainforest still made him pause in reverence. The ancient Sitka spruces and western hemlocks disappeared into the fog above, their moss-draped branches creating a natural cathedral that had stood for centuries. At 45, his knees complained more than they used to during the steep climbs, but Marcus wouldn't trade this job for anything. The forest was home, more so than the small apartment in Forks where he spent his nights. He adjusted his pack and continued along the Hoh River Trail, the routine morning patrol he'd done hundreds of times. The Roosevelt elk would be grazing in the meadows soon, and he wanted to check the new mineral lick the wildlife management team had established last month. His boots squelched in the perpetually damp earth, a rhythmic sound that matched his breathing. The radio on his belt crackled to life. "Marcus, you there? This is dispatch." He unclipped it, never breaking stride. "Go ahead, Janet. We've got a situation. Professor from the University of Washington called in about 30 minutes ago. Says his colleague hasn't returned from a research trip in your sector. Been gone 2 days now." Marcus frowned. October wasn't the ideal time for solo research trips. The weather could turn without warning, and hypothermia was a real risk for the unprepared. "Got a name and last known?" Professor Harold Whitman, anthropologist, 65 years old. He was studying Native American sites near the Upper Hoh. His colleague says Whitman was specifically looking for petroglyphs in the caves above mile marker 12. Marcus knew the area well. The caves were off trail. technically restricted without special research permits, but academics often bent the rules when they got excited about their work. The Hoh River tribe had inhabited these forests for thousands of years, and their artifacts were scattered throughout the park, most undocumented and protected by federal law. "I'll head that way," Marcus said. "Send his description and vehicle info to my phone. Has search and rescue been notified?" "Not yet. Wanted to check with you first since you know those caves better than anyone. Give me 4 hours. If I don't find signs of him by then, we'll call in the team." Marcus picked up his pace. The caves were a good 3-hour hike from his current position, longer if he had to bushwhack through the understory. The forest grew denser as he moved deeper into the park. The tourist trails were far behind now, and he was in the true wilderness where 1,000-year-old trees created a canopy so thick that noon looked like twilight below. The only sounds were the distant rush of the Hoh River and the occasional call of a Steller's jay. Even after 2 decades, Marcus never took for granted how quickly the rainforest could swallow you whole. One wrong turn off the trail, and you might never be found. As he hiked, he reviewed what he knew about Professor Whitman from the information Janet had sent. The man was a respected anthropologist specializing in Pacific Northwest indigenous cultures. He'd published several papers on the Hoh River tribe and had been coming to the park for research for over a decade. Not a novice then, which made his disappearance more concerning. Experienced researchers didn't just get lost. The morning progressed and the mist began to burn off, replaced by shafts of sunlight that pierced the canopy like golden spears. Marcus reached mile marker 12 by 10 a.m. and began looking for the game trail that led to the caves. He found it quickly. He'd been here many times over the years, both for his own exploration and to escort researchers. But something was off. The trail showed signs of recent use, multiple sets of footprints in the mud, but they were strange. Some were clearly from hiking boots, probably Whitman's, heading toward the caves. But there were others, smaller prints, bare feet from the look of them. Children's feet, maybe half a dozen different sets, all heading in the same direction. Marcus knelt beside the prints, his expert eye reading the story in the mud. The boot prints were 2 days old, matching Whitman's timeline. But the barefoot prints were fresher, maybe 12 hours. Who would bring children out here barefoot? The nearest authorized camping area was 15 miles away, and no permits had been issued for youth groups in this sector. He followed the trail up the steep incline toward the caves, his hand unconsciously checking the bear spray on his belt. The forest grew quieter as he climbed, the usual bird chatter diminishing, until only the sound of his own breathing filled his ears. That wasn't right. The forest was never completely silent unless something had spooked the wildlife. The cave entrance appeared through the trees, a dark mouth in the hillside partially hidden by a curtain of moss and ferns. Marcus had explored it years ago. It went back about 200 feet into the mountain with several chambers connected by narrow passages. The Hoh River tribe had used it for ceremonies centuries ago, and the walls bore faint petroglyphs that the Park Service kept off official maps to prevent vandalism. "Professor Whitman?" Marcus called out, his voice echoing off the rocks. "This is Ranger Hayes with the Park Service. Are you in there?" No response. Marcus pulled out his flashlight and entered the cave, the temperature dropping immediately. The familiar musty smell of bat guano and damp stone filled his nostrils. Whitman's boot prints continued into the darkness, still accompanied by the strange barefoot tracks. On the cave walls, his light revealed something that made him stop cold. New drawings covered the ancient petroglyphs. They were crude, childlike, drawn with what looked like charcoal or mud. Stick figures with too many limbs, animals with human faces, and recurring symbols that hurt to look at directly. But it was the freshness that disturbed Marcus most. Some of the drawings were still wet. He moved deeper into the cave, calling Whitman's name every few yards. In the second chamber, he found the professor's equipment, a backpack, camera, notebooks, all arranged neatly against the wall as if Whitman had just stepped away. Marcus examined the notebooks, finding detailed sketches of the original petroglyphs and extensive notes in cramped handwriting. The last entry was from 2 days ago. Incredible discovery. The petroglyphs here are older than anything previously documented. They tell of something the tribe called the first children, beings that existed in the forest before humans arrived. The tribe believed they still lived in the deep woods, ageless, waiting. There's a warning repeated several times. Do not listen to their songs, do not follow their lights, do not look at their faces. I must document this before. The entry ended mid-sentence. Marcus swept his light around the chamber and noticed a narrow passage he'd never explored before, partially hidden behind a fallen rock. The barefoot prints led directly to it, and there were drag marks in the dirt. Something heavy had been pulled through. He squeezed through the opening, his broad shoulders scraping against the stone. The passage opened into a larger chamber, and the smell hit him immediately. Decay, sweet and cloying, mixed with something else, something organic and wrong. His light revealed Professor Whitman slumped against the far wall. Marcus rushed to him, checking for a pulse. Weak, but present. The man was alive but unconscious, his skin pale and clammy. "Professor Whitman, can you hear me?" Marcus gently shook the older man's shoulder. Whitman's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and wild. "The children," he whispered, his voice barely audible. They're not children. They're so old, older than the trees. They sing, oh God, they sing such beautiful songs." "It's okay, Professor. I'm going to get you out of here." Marcus reached for his radio to call for backup, but Whitman grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. "They're still here," Whitman said, his eyes focusing on something behind Marcus. "They never left. They're watching us right now." Marcus turned his flashlight behind him, and his blood went cold. Dozens of small handprints covered the walls of the chamber, pressed into what looked like a mixture of mud and something darker. But these weren't normal handprints. Each had too many fingers, joints that bent in impossible directions. And in the center of each print was a small mouth, filled with tiny, perfect human teeth. A sound drifted through the passage, singing. Children's voices, high and sweet, singing a lullaby in a language Marcus didn't recognize. But underneath the innocent sound was something else, a resonance that made his teeth ache and his vision blur. "We need to leave. Now." Marcus hauled Whitman to his feet, supporting most of the older man's weight. They squeezed back through the passage, the singing growing louder behind them. As they entered the main chamber, Marcus's light caught movement near the cave entrance. Children stood there blocking their exit, 6 of them, maybe 7 or 8 years old in appearance, completely naked despite the cold. Their skin was pale as mushrooms, their hair long and tangled with moss and twigs. They stood perfectly still, holding hands, their mouths open in song. But their eyes were ancient, black from edge to edge, reflecting his flashlight like an animal's. Marcus took a step forward, and the children tilted their heads in perfect unison, the gesture so coordinated it looked rehearsed. One of them, a girl with hair so long it pooled around her feet, stepped forward. When she smiled, Marcus saw her teeth were filed to points. "Play with us," she said, her voice layered somehow, as if multiple people were speaking through her small mouth. "The forest is lonely. We've been alone for so long. We're leaving," Marcus said firmly, though his hand shook as he reached for his bear spray. "Step aside." The children laughed, a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "The old one played with us," the girl said, gesturing to Whitman. "He learned our songs, saw our true faces, now he's one of us. And you will be too." Whitman began to hum, the same melody the children were singing. His eyes had gone completely black, and when Marcus looked at him in horror, the professor smiled with too many teeth. Marcus made a decision. He triggered the bear spray, filling the cave entrance with capsaicin cloud. The children scattered, their song turning to inhuman shrieks that no child's throat should be able to make. He dragged Whitman through the cloud, his own eyes burning and streaming tears. Outside, the forest was silent and still. No birds, no insects. Even the ever-present sound of the river seemed muted. Marcus half-carried, half-dragged Whitman down the trail, his radio crackling with static every time he tried to call for help. Behind them, the singing started again, following them through the trees. "They're coming." Whitman laughed, his voice changing, becoming younger somehow. "They want to play. They've been alone for so long, forgotten by everyone except the trees. The tribe knew. They tried to warn us, but we didn't listen. Marcus pushed harder, his legs burning with effort. The trail seemed longer than before, twisting in directions he didn't remember. The trees pressed closer, their branches reaching down like grasping fingers. And always, the singing followed them. Then he saw them. The children were in the trees, moving through the canopy with impossible agility. They swung from branch to branch, their long hair streaming behind them like smoke. One dropped down directly in front of them, landing in a crouch that should have broken bones. When it stood, Marcus saw its joints bent backward at the knees and elbows, allowing it to move in ways that violated human anatomy. "Please," it said in that horrible layered voice. "We're so hungry. We've been eating moss and beetles for decades. The Old One promised us meat if we taught him our songs." That's when Marcus noticed the bones scattered in the underbrush. Small animals mostly, but some larger. Some that looked disturbingly human-shaped. His hand went to his service weapon, though he knew it would be useless. Whatever these things were, they weren't really children. A memory surfaced from his training, something the tribal liaison had mentioned years ago about the old stories. The first children, the forgotten ones. The spirits that wore the faces of innocence but were older than memory. They fed on the lost, the lonely, those who strayed too far from the path, and once you heard their song, really heard it, you belonged to them forever. The singing grew louder, more complex, harmonies that shouldn't exist weaving through the air. Marcus felt his mind starting to fray at the edges, the urge to stop running, to turn and look at their true faces, to join their eternal play growing stronger with each note. But then, through the supernatural chorus, he heard something else. A helicopter. Search and rescue had come looking when he hadn't checked in. He fired his flare gun straight up, the red light punching through the canopy. The children's song turned to screams of rage. "You can't leave!" they shrieked in unison. "No one leaves! The forest keeps everyone!" They descended from the trees, no longer maintaining their human facade. Their limbs stretched and contorted, fingers becoming claws, mouths opening too wide, revealing rows of teeth like a shark's. Marcus didn't look back, just ran toward the sound of the helicopter, dragging Whitman, who was now laughing and crying simultaneously. They burst out of the tree line into a meadow where the rescue helicopter was landing. The search and rescue team rushed toward them, but Marcus could see their confusion as they looked past him at the forest edge. The children stood there just inside the shadows of the trees, looking like normal kids again. One of them waved sweetly at the rescue team. "Don't look at them," Marcus shouted, but it was too late. One of the younger SAR members, Tommy Chen, took a step toward the forest. "Are those kids okay?" Tommy asked, his voice dreamy. "They look lost. We should help them." Marcus tackled Tommy before he could take another step, both men hitting the ground hard. "Get us in the air now," he screamed at the pilot. "Don't look at the forest, don't listen to anything you hear." The team, trained to follow emergency protocols without question, loaded them into the helicopter. As they lifted off, Marcus looked down to see the children emerging from the forest, their heads tilted up to watch them leave. Even from height, he could see them singing, their mouths moving in perfect synchronization. Whitman was sedated and flown to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. The official report stated he'd suffered from severe hypothermia and dehydration leading to hallucinations. Marcus filed his own report, but it was classified and buried in the Park Service archives. The caves were sealed with concrete barriers, and the area was designated as permanently restricted, off limits even to researchers. But Marcus knew it wouldn't matter. 3 weeks later, he was doing paperwork in the ranger station when the call came in. Professor Whitman had walked out of the hospital in the middle of the night, leaving only a note. "The children are calling. They taught me such beautiful songs." His body was never found. Marcus tried to return to his normal routine, but the forest felt different now. He could feel them watching from the deep woods, waiting. Sometimes, on quiet mornings when the mist was thick, he swore he could hear singing carried on the wind. Children's voices, sweet and innocent, calling him to come play. The other rangers noticed his change. He refused any assignments near the Hoh River's upper reaches, wouldn't patrol alone anymore, and had developed a habit of constantly checking behind him on trails. They thought he was having some kind of breakdown, maybe PTSD from the Whitman rescue. 6 months passed. Marcus was considering early retirement, maybe moving somewhere with no forests at all. Arizona maybe, or Nevada. Somewhere the trees couldn't watch him. He was packing up his apartment in Forks when he heard it. Children singing outside his window. That same horrible, beautiful melody that had followed him out of the cave. He looked out the window. The street was empty except for a lone child standing under the streetlight, a girl with long dark hair wearing a tattered dress. She looked up at his window and smiled, revealing those filed teeth. She held something in her hands, one of his ranger badges, the spare he kept in his truck. How had she gotten it? "We miss you, Ranger Marcus," she called up to him, her layered voice carrying impossible distances. "The professor is happy with us now. He plays such fun games. Won't you come play too? The forest is lonely without you." Marcus backed away from the window, reaching for his phone to call. Who? The police? The Park Service? Who would believe him? When he looked again, the girl was gone, but the singing continued, now coming from multiple directions. They were surrounding his building. He grabbed his emergency bag and ran for his truck, but they were waiting in the parking lot. A dozen of them now, all holding hands in a circle around his vehicle, singing that damned song. Up close, he could see details he'd missed in the cave. Their skin had a subtle bark-like texture. Their hair was actually some kind of moss or lichen, and their bare feet had too many toes, spreading like roots where they touched the ground. "You can't run from the forest," they said in unison. "It's inside you now. Every time you close your eyes, you see the trees. Every time you sleep, you dream of the deep woods. You belong with us." They were right. The dreams had started the night after the rescue. Dreams of running through the forest on all fours, of climbing trees with impossible ease, of hunting things in the dark while singing ancient songs. Dreams that felt more real than his waking life. "What are you?" Marcus asked, his voice barely a whisper. The children tilted their heads, considering. "We were here first," they finally answered. "Before your kind, before the tribes, before names and words. We are what the forest dreams, what grows in the spaces between the trees. We are the ones who remember when the world was young and wild and honest. And now we're lonely," the girl added, stepping forward. "So few believe in us anymore. So few can see us for what we truly are. But you can, Ranger Marcus. You've always known the forest was alive, haven't you? You've felt us watching all these years." Marcus wanted to deny it, but couldn't. He had felt it. That sensation of being observed during solo patrols. The certainty that the forest had a consciousness of its own. The way certain groves felt hostile or welcoming, independent of any logical reason. The professor understood. The children continued. He studied the old warnings, learned our true nature, and still chose to join us. He's happy now, free from the prison of aging flesh, part of something eternal. You could be too. "You're killers," Marcus said, remembering the bones in the forest. "You hunt people." They laughed, that wind chime sound that made his teeth hurt. "Everything hunts, Ranger Marcus. The eagle takes the salmon, the wolf takes the elk. The forest takes everything in the end. We only take the lost, the lonely, those who hear our song and choose to follow. We never force anyone." The professor came willingly, once he understood what we offered. "And what's that?" "Forever," they said simply. "To be part of the forest forever, never aging, never dying, never alone. To run through the trees for eternity, to sing the old songs, to remember what the world was before humanity caged it with roads and cities and rules." Marcus felt the pull of it, stronger than before. Part of him, the part that had spent 20 years in the wilderness, that felt more at home among the trees than among people, wanted to say yes, to shed his human skin and become something wild and free and terrible. But another part, the part that had sworn an oath to protect the park and its visitors, resisted. "No," he said firmly. I won't let you take anyone else." The children's expressions didn't change, but the air grew colder. "You can't stop us, Ranger Marcus. We've existed since before your species learned to speak. We'll exist long after you're gone. The forest is patient. It can wait." They began walking backward, still holding hands, still singing. One by one, they faded into the darkness between the streetlights until only the girl remained. "We'll be waiting," she said softly. "In every shadow between the trees, in every cave you'll never explore, in every trail that leads deeper than maps show. And one day, when you're old and tired and alone, you'll remember our song and come looking for us. They always do." She turned and walked away, her bare feet making no sound on the pavement. The singing faded with her, leaving Marcus standing alone in the parking lot, shaking despite his heavy coat. He got in his truck and drove through the night, not stopping until he reached Seattle. He turned in his resignation the next day, citing health concerns. The Park Service didn't argue. They'd seen his reports, noticed his behavior changes. They gave him a full pension and a commendation for his years of service. Marcus moved to Phoenix, about as far from the Pacific Northwest forests as he could get while staying in the country. He got a job as a security consultant, lived in a concrete apartment complex, and tried to forget. But the dreams never stopped. Every night he ran through the Hoh rainforest on limbs that weren't quite human anymore, singing songs in a language that predated words. 2 years later, he saw the news report. 3 hikers had gone missing in Olympic National Park, last seen heading toward the restricted area near the Upper Hoh River. The search teams found their equipment neatly arranged in a cave, but no bodies. The Park Service increased the restriction zone and posted new warnings, but Marcus knew it wouldn't help. The children were getting hungrier and lonelier. That night, the dreams were different. He saw Professor Whitman, but changed. His body was elongated, his fingers stretched into twigs, his hair replaced by moss. He moved through the canopy with the same impossible grace as the children, and when he smiled, his mouth opened too wide. "It's not so bad, Marcus," Whitman said in the dream, his voice layered like theirs now. "I understand everything now. The petroglyphs were warnings, yes, but also invitations. The tribe knew what the children were, and some chose to join them. They became the spirits of the forest, the guardians of the wild places. That's all we are, the part of humanity that chose the trees over civilization." "You're not human anymore," Marcus said. "No," Whitman agreed. "I'm something better. Something that will outlive cities and nations and the very memory of what humanity was. When the last human dies, we'll still be here, singing in the forests, keeping the old ways alive." Marcus woke gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat. He could still hear the singing, faint but persistent, carried on a wind that shouldn't exist in his climate-controlled apartment. He went to the window and looked out at the Phoenix skyline, all concrete and glass and electric light. But in the reflection, he saw trees. The forest, somehow, was looking back. He lasted another year before the isolation broke him. He'd tried dating, making friends, building a life in the desert, but nothing felt real anymore. Every conversation was hollow compared to the layered voices of the children. Every human connection felt temporary compared to what they offered. He was 68 now, his body beginning to fail, his knees shot from decades of hiking. The doctor said he'd need replacement surgery soon, would probably be in a wheelchair within 5 years. That's when the letter arrived. No postmark, no return address, just his name written in a child's unsteady hand. Inside was a single photograph, the Hoh rainforest in morning mist, the trees impossibly tall and green. And at the bottom, written in what looked like mud, "We're still waiting." Marcus stared at the photo for hours. He could smell the forest through the paper somehow, petrichor and moss, cedar and fern. He could hear the river rushing over stones worn smooth by centuries. He could feel the soft earth under his feet, see the filtered sunlight through the canopy. He bought a plane ticket that night. The Olympic Peninsula hadn't changed much in 3 years. Forks was still a sleepy logging town trading on twilight tourism. The park entrance still had the same weather-worn welcome sign. But Marcus felt different returning to it, like a salmon finally reaching its spawning ground. He didn't check in at the ranger station, didn't file a hiking permit. He just parked at the trailhead and walked into the forest as the sun set. His knees didn't hurt anymore. Adrenaline, maybe, or something else. The trail felt familiar under his feet, every root and stone exactly where he remembered. He hiked through the night, not needing a flashlight. The moon was full, and besides, he knew the way. The forest was silent except for his footsteps, as if every living thing was holding its breath. When he reached mile marker 12, the game trail was waiting, cleared of 3 years' growth as if someone had been maintaining it. The concrete barriers over the cave entrance had been shattered from the inside, chunks of rebar-reinforced concrete scattered like toys. The cave mouth yawned black and welcoming. Marcus didn't hesitate. He walked in. They were waiting in the first chamber, all of them, not just the children, but others too. He recognized some faces from missing person reports over the years, hikers and researchers who'd vanished without a trace. They stood in a circle holding hands, their bodies in various stages of transformation. Some, like Whitman, were almost completely changed, their humanity just a memory held in the shape of their faces. Others were newer, still struggling against the metamorphosis. The girl stepped forward, unchanged from 3 years ago. Of course she was unchanged. She'd probably looked exactly the same for centuries. "Welcome home, Ranger Marcus," she said, and for the first time her voice held warmth. "We knew you'd come. They always come back, the ones who truly hear the song." "What happens now?" Marcus asked, though part of him already knew. "Now you choose," she said. "Stay human, age, die, become nothing but memory and dust. Or join us, become part of the eternal forest. Sing the old songs forever. The transformation isn't pleasant, but pain is temporary. What we offer is forever." Marcus looked around the cave, at the faces of the transformed. Some looked peaceful, others terrified, but all were singing now, that haunting melody that had haunted him for 3 years. He thought about his empty apartment in Phoenix, his failing body, his isolated existence. Then he thought about 20 years of walking these trails, of feeling truly alive only when surrounded by trees. "Will I remember?" he asked. "Will I still be me?" The girl tilted her head, considering. "You'll remember everything, but it won't matter anymore. Human concerns, bills, politics, mortality, they'll seem like dreams you once had. You'll be part of something larger, older, truer than anything humanity has built." Marcus thought about all the people who would disappear after him, drawn by the children's song. He thought about his duty to protect them, but then Whitman spoke, his voice barely recognizable but still carrying a trace of his professorial tone. "I studied them for decades without understanding," Whitman said. "They're not evil, Marcus. They're just other. They're what we might have become if we'd chosen differently at the dawn of civilization. They're the path not taken, and they're lonely for their own kind." "We don't take anyone who doesn't want to come," the children added in unison. "We sing, and those who hear the true song, who understand what we offer, they choose. The forest doesn't force, it invites." Marcus felt the last of his resistance crumble. He'd made his choice 3 years ago, really, when he'd first heard their song. Everything since had just been delaying the inevitable. "Show me," he said. The children smiled, their filed teeth gleaming in the darkness. They began to sing, but this time Marcus didn't resist. He let the melody fill him, let it reshape him from the inside out. The transformation started in his bones, a deep ache that became agony and then transcended pain entirely. He felt his skeleton elongating, joints reversing, fingers stretching. His skin hardened, taking on the texture of bark. His hair fell out, replaced by soft moss. The human part of his mind screamed, but it was distant, unimportant. The forest was filling him. Centuries of growth and decay, the endless cycle of life and death and rebirth. He saw the world through compound eyes now, could taste the chemical signals plants used to communicate, could hear the ultrasonic calls of bats and the infrasonic groans of trees swaying in wind. When it was over, he stood transformed. His ranger uniform hung in tatters on his changed body. He was taller now, thin as a sapling but strong as an old-growth cedar. His fingers had become twigs that could still manipulate objects but could also root into soil to draw nutrients. His feet were spreading roots that could grip bark or stone with equal ease. "How do you feel?" the girl asked, though she no longer looked like a girl to his new eyes. He could see her true form now, ancient, tree-like, a perfect fusion of plant and animal, something that had never been human but had worn that shape like a costume. "Free," Marcus answered, his voice layered like theirs now, harmonizing with itself. "I feel free." They taught him to hunt in the canopy, to move through the trees faster than any human could run on the ground. They showed him how to sing the old songs that could lure the lost and lonely, how to wear the shape of innocence when needed. They shared the memories of the forest, stretching back to the Ice Age and beyond. He learned he wasn't the first ranger to join them. There had been others over the decades, protectors of the forest who'd heard the deeper call of the wild. They formed a special caste among the children, using their knowledge of human systems to keep the deep woods protected, to ensure the restricted areas stayed restricted, to misdirect searches when necessary. The hunger was the hardest part to accept. Not a physical hunger, they could survive on moonlight and rain if needed, but a spiritual hunger for companionship, for others who could hear the song. It drove them to sing, to call, to wait at the edges of civilization for those rare souls who belonged with them. Marcus took his place among them, another voice in the eternal chorus. He learned to recognize the ones who would come, the hikers who lingered too long at viewpoints staring into the forest depths, the researchers who spent more time with trees than people, the children who wandered from campsites, following fireflies deeper into the woods. Not all who heard the song would come. Most would feel a chill, a moment of inexplicable dread, and hurry back to their safe, human world. But a few, maybe one or two a year, would stop and listen, would hear the promise in the melody, would choose the forest over the city, the eternal over the temporary. 5 years after his transformation, Marcus encountered another ranger on patrol. She was young, maybe 25, with the same wonder in her eyes that he'd once had. She was investigating reports of strange singing near the restricted area, had found tracks that didn't make sense. He watched her from the canopy, his changed body invisible among the moss and branches. She was methodical, careful, taking photos of the impossible footprints, making detailed notes. When she reached the shattered concrete barriers at the cave entrance, she hesitated. "Hello?" she called into the darkness. "Is someone in there?" Marcus wanted to warn her, to tell her to run, to never come back. But he also recognized something in her, that deep connection to the forest, that sense of belonging among the trees rather than in towns. She would hear the song truly. He knew she would understand what they offered. So he sang. Just a few notes, carried on the wind, barely audible. She froze, her head tilted, listening. He saw the moment the song reached her, really reached her. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating. She took a step toward the cave, then another. "That's beautiful," she whispered. "What is that?" The other children joined him, their voices weaving together into something that was more than music. It was the sound of wind through leaves, of rain on bark, of seeds sprouting in dark earth. It was every sunrise the forest had ever seen, every storm it had weathered, every secret it kept. The ranger, Sarah, her name tag said, walked into the cave as if in a trance. But Marcus could see she was fully aware, fully choosing. The song didn't compel, it revealed. It showed what life could be without the constraints of mortality, society, human limitation. They were waiting for her in the chamber, the whole family of the forest. Dozens now, all the lost and lonely who'd chosen the trees over time. Sarah looked at them, really looked, not flinching from their transformed states, and Marcus saw recognition in her eyes. "I've dreamed of you," she said softly. "Ever since I was a child. I've dreamed of running through the trees forever, of being part of something ancient and wild. Dreams are just memories of what could be, the children replied. You've always belonged here. You've always heard our song even when you couldn't name it. Sarah looked at her ranger uniform, her radio, her human life. Then she looked at the children, at the promise of eternity among the trees. Marcus knew what she would choose before she spoke. Show me, she said, just as he had 5 years ago. The transformation was easier to watch the second time, knowing what beauty waited on the other side of the pain. Sarah screamed, then laughed, then sang as her body reshaped itself into something between human and tree, animal and plant. When it was over, she stood among them, bark-skinned and moss-haired, her eyes black as forest pools but shining with joy. Welcome, sister, Marcus said, his branching fingers touching hers. Welcome to forever. Together, they returned to the canopy, to the eternal dance through the trees. More would come. They always did. The lonely, the lost, the ones who heard the deeper songs of the wild. The forest would call and a few would answer, choosing the ancient over the modern, the eternal over the temporary. And in the restricted zones of Olympic National Park, where the trails ended and the maps lied, the children of the forest would wait, patient as trees, old as stones, singing their beautiful, terrible songs. They would wait for the ones who belonged with them, the ones who understood that some prices were worth paying for forever. The Park Service would continue filing reports of missing hikers, would expand restricted areas, would post more warnings. But it wouldn't matter. The forest was patient. It had been there before humans carved out their civilizations, and it would be there after the last city crumbled to dust. And in the deepest groves, where sunlight never touched the ground, the children would play their eternal games, sing their timeless songs, and wait for the next lonely soul to hear their call. Because everyone belonged somewhere, and some belonged to the forest, forever. Olympic National Park, Washington. October 17th, 2024, 6:47 a.m. The morning mist clung to the ancient Douglas firs like a burial shroud, and Senior Ranger Emma Whitehorse knew something was wrong before her radio even crackled to life. She'd felt it in her bones since dawn, that peculiar heaviness in the air that her grandmother used to call the forest holding its breath. Emma had been checking the trail markers along the Sol Duc River when she noticed the absence of birdsong. In her 23 years with the Park Service, she'd learned to read the forest's moods like scripture. The Stellar Jays should have been screaming their morning territorialism by now. The Douglas squirrels should have been chattering. Instead, there was only the river's constant murmur and the soft drip of condensation from the moss-laden branches. Her radio hissed. "Base to Whitehorse, come in." "Whitehorse here," she responded, her breath misting in the October chill. "Emma, we need you at the Graves Creek turnout. Pete Wilson's truck has been there 3 days, his neighbors worried sick." Emma's stomach tightened. Old Pete knew these woods better than anyone alive. He'd been a ranger here for 35 years before retiring. If something had happened to him... Copy that, 20 minutes out. She turned her truck around on the narrow forest road, tires crunching on the carpet of fallen needles. The fog grew thicker as she descended into the valley, reducing visibility to mere yards. The old-growth giants loomed out of the mist like primordial sentinels, their trunks wider than her truck. Some of these trees had been standing when her ancestors first walked these paths, long before European ships ever touched the Pacific shore. Pete's battered Ford pickup sat alone in the turnout, covered in a fine layer of moisture and fallen leaves. Emma parked beside it and climbed out, her boots squelching in the saturated earth. The driver's door was unlocked, keys still in the ignition. Pete's walking stick, a gnarled piece of oak he'd carved himself, leaned against the passenger seat. She keyed her radio. "Vehicle located. No sign of Wilson. Beginning trail search." "Copy that. Want us to send backup?" Emma studied the trailhead. Pete's boot prints were still visible in the mud, heading into the forest along the abandoned Graves Creek mining trail. That trail had been officially closed since the 1970s, after a series of disappearances that were never properly explained. Pete knew that history better than anyone. So why had he gone in there? Not yet. Let me do an initial sweep. The old mining trail isn't on our regular patrol routes for a reason. Be careful, Emma. That area gives everyone the creeps. She couldn't argue with that. Even her grandmother, who'd been born on the Maka Reservation 90 miles northwest, had warned her about certain places in these mountains. Places where the old spirits hadn't been properly laid to rest. Places where things that predated human memory still lingered. Emma grabbed her pack and started down the trail. Pete's tracks were easy to follow at first, the methodical gait of an experienced woodsman who knew where he was going. But about a half-mile in, something changed. The footprints became erratic, sometimes doubling back, sometimes veering off trail into the underbrush. In one muddy section, it looked like he'd been running. The fog seemed to thicken with every step, muffling sound until even her own breathing seemed distant. The massive cedars and hemlocks created a cathedral of green shadows, their canopy so thick that only the faintest light filtered through. Moss hung from branches like tattered curtains and nurse logs. Massive fallen trees that had become gardens for new growth crossed the trail like ancient bones. 2 miles in, she found Pete's jacket. It hung from a branch 15 feet up, torn nearly in half. There was no blood, but the fabric had been shredded with surgical precision, as if something had peeled it off him layer by layer. Emma's hand instinctively moved to her sidearm, though she knew a Glock wouldn't help against whatever had done this. A sound drifted through the fog, soft, rhythmic, like breathing, but it was coming from underground. Emma followed the sound off trail, pushing through sword ferns and salal, until she found herself at the edge of a depression in the forest floor. It was roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across, and the vegetation around its rim was dead, not just dead, but blackened and twisted, as if it had been burned from the inside out. At the center of the depression was a hole. It wasn't a natural formation. The edges were too perfect, carved into the bedrock with impossible precision. Strange symbols ran around the rim, not Native American, not anything Emma recognized from her anthropology degree. They seemed to writhe when she looked at them directly, making her eyes water. The breathing sound was definitely coming from down there. "Pete?" she called out, her voice swallowed by the fog. "Pete Wilson, this is Ranger Whitehorse. Are you injured?" The breathing stopped. Then, from deep in the hole came Pete's voice, but wrong, distorted, as if he was speaking through water. "Emma, don't. Come down. It's awake." Every instinct screamed at her to run, to call for backup, to get as far from this place as possible. But Pete was down there. 70-year-old Pete, who'd taught her how to track elk her first year on the job, who brought homemade jerky to the station every Christmas, who'd saved 3 lost hikers just last spring despite his bad hip. Emma pulled out her flashlight and rope. The beam barely penetrated the darkness of the hole, revealing rough carved steps spiraling down into the earth. The air rising from below smelled wrong, metallic and sweet like rotting fruit mixed with copper. She anchored her rope to the sturdiest tree she could find and began her descent. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in the first 10 feet. Her breath came out in clouds and frost began forming on the stone walls despite it being October. The symbols continued down the shaft, growing more complex, more disturbing. Some of them seemed to move in her peripheral vision, rearranging themselves when she wasn't looking directly at them. 30 feet down, the shaft opened into a cave. It shouldn't have existed. The geology was all wrong for this area. This was volcanic and sedimentary terrain, not limestone karst. But the cave stretched out before her, vast and impossible, its ceiling lost in darkness. Phosphorescent fungi provided a sickly green glow, revealing formations that defied natural explanation. Stalactites grew horizontally. Water flowed uphill in narrow channels, and the air itself seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched no human heartbeat. Pete was there. He stood in the center of the cave, his back to her, completely still. His shirt was gone and his skin was wrong. It had a translucent quality like wax paper, and she could see dark shapes moving beneath it, following the lines of his veins. "Pete," she whispered. He turned slowly, and Emma bit back a scream. His eyes were gone. Not gouged out, but filled with something black and viscous that moved with its own intelligence. When he smiled, his teeth had multiplied, row after row of them extending back into his throat like a shark's maw. "She's beautiful, Emma," Pete said, his voice harmonizing with itself in impossible ways. "She's been sleeping so long, dreaming in the dark. But the mining company, they dug too deep in 71. Woke her up just a little. She took those hikers, fed on them, went back to sleep. But now she's really awake." "Pete, we need to get you to a hospital. You're sick, I'm becoming," he interrupted. "She's making me better, making all of us better. The others are already changing, can't you feel them?" Emma's flashlight beam swept the cave and she saw them. Bodies embedded in the walls like fossils, but breathing, pulsing. She recognized some of them. Hikers who'd gone missing over the decades, their missing persons files gathering dust in the ranger station. They were all alive, if you could call it that. Their bodies fused with the stone, feeding something deeper. At the far end of the cave, the floor sloped down into a pool of black water that reflected no light. Something vast moved beneath its surface, sending ripples that defied physics, flowing upward along the walls. "She was here before the forests," Pete continued, stepping closer. Emma could hear things crawling under his skin. "Before the mountains, before the first humans walked upright. The indigenous peoples knew. They sealed this place, made it taboo. But white men don't listen to warnings, do they? They had to dig, had to find gold." Emma backed toward the shaft, but Pete moved faster than any 70-year-old should, appearing behind her in a blink. His hand, too many fingers now, gripped her shoulder. "She needs an intermediary," he breathed, his breath smelling of deep earth and decay. "Someone who understands both worlds. Your blood is perfect, Emma. Indigenous and European. Old and new. She can use you to spread." The black pool began to bubble and something rose from it. Emma's mind refused to process what she was seeing. It was too large, too complex, too alien. It had aspects of things she recognized. Tentacles like a deep-sea creature, wings like a bat, eyes like clusters of grapes. But they were arranged in ways that made no biological sense. It existed in more dimensions than 3, parts of it sliding in and out of visible reality. The entity spoke without words, its voice appearing directly in Emma's mind like ice crystals forming on glass. "I am the hunger between stars. I am the shadow cast by the first light. I have slept in the deep places, waiting for the earth to be ready for my garden." Emma's hand found the flare gun on her belt. It was a desperate, stupid move. But desperation and stupidity were all she had left. She fired it directly at the phosphorescent fungi covering the ceiling. The cave erupted in flame. The fungi burned with an intensity that shouldn't have been possible, spreading across the ceiling in seconds. The entity in the pool let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream. It was more like reality itself expressing pain. The bodies in the walls began writhing, pulling themselves free with wet, tearing sounds. Pete's grip loosened as he howled, the things under his skin fleeing the light and heat. Emma wrenched free and ran for the shaft, hauling herself up the rope, hand over hand, as the cave collapsed behind her. She could hear Pete following, no longer entirely human, making sounds no human throat could produce. She burst from the hole just as Pete's transformed hand, now a mass of writhing black tendrils, grabbed her ankle. The sunlight had finally broken through the fog, and when the rays touched Pete's altered flesh, it began to smoke and dissolve. He pulled himself partially out of the hole, and in the daylight, Emma could see what he'd become. His body had stretched and distorted, bones jutting at impossible angles, skin rippling with parasitic life. But in his eyes, his human eyes had returned for just a moment. She saw Pete. The real Pete, terrified and trapped. "Kill me," he gasped. "Please, before she takes me back, before I spread it." Emma drew her service weapon with shaking hands. Pete smiled, genuinely smiled, with what remained of his human face. "Tell Martha I loved her," he whispered. "Tell her I'm sorry I missed our anniversary." The shot echoed through the forest. Pete's body tumbled back into the hole, and Emma could hear it falling, bouncing off the walls, until the sound was swallowed by the depths. She stumbled back to the trail, calling for backup, for hazmat, for anyone. But when they arrived 2 hours later, the hole was gone. Not filled in, gone, as if it had never existed. The depression remained, the dead vegetation remained, but the entrance to that impossible cave had sealed itself. They found Pete's body 3 days later, washed up on the banks of the Solduke River 10 miles away. The coroner ruled it a drowning, confused by the bullet wound but unable to explain how he'd gotten into the river in the first place. Emma didn't correct them, but she knew it wasn't over. In the weeks that followed, more hikers went missing. Not many, just 1 or 2, enough to be concerning but not enough to close the park. Emma tracked them all, found the same signs: erratic movement, discarded clothing torn with surgical precision, depressions in the forest floor with blackened vegetation. She tried to warn her superiors, but without evidence, what could she say? That something pre-human was living beneath the Olympic Mountains? That it was spreading, taking people, transforming them into something else? They'd have her on psychiatric leave before she finished the sentence. So Emma did the only thing she could do. She patrolled. She watched. She guided hikers away from the danger zones with subtle misdirection. She left offerings at the old indigenous sacred sites, the way her grandmother had taught her, hoping the old protections might hold. On quiet nights at the ranger station, she researched. The symbols in the cave matched nothing in any archaeological database, but she found hints, references in medieval texts to things that sleep below, indigenous oral histories about the hungry darkness, mining records from the 1970s that abruptly stopped mid-sentence. 3 months after Pete's death, Emma was patrolling near Graves Creek when she heard it. That breathing sound coming from underground. She found another hole, another perfect spiral carved into bedrock. This time she didn't go down. She called it in, had the area cordoned off, claimed it was an old mine shaft that needed to be sealed for safety. They filled it with concrete the next day. That night, Emma camped nearby, watching. At exactly 3 a.m., the concrete cracked. Black water seeped through, pooling on the surface before retreating back into the earth. The crack sealed itself by dawn, but the message was clear. It was still down there, still waiting, still hungry. Emma requested a transfer the next week, citing family obligations. Her supervisor approved it, confused why their best senior ranger would suddenly want to leave. She couldn't explain that she wasn't running away. She was following the pattern. The disappearances weren't random. They formed a line, moving steadily northeast through the Cascades toward the populated areas of Puget Sound. The thing beneath the park was spreading, and Emma Whitehorse was the only one who knew. Her last day on the job, she stood at the Graves Creek turnout where she'd found Pete's truck 6 months earlier. The forest looked the same, ancient, misty, magnificently indifferent to human concerns. But Emma could feel it now, that presence underground, vast and patient and utterly alien. She left an offering at the trailhead, tobacco, sage, and a small obsidian knife her grandmother had given her. It was a futile gesture, she knew. You couldn't appease something that predated human concepts of appeasement, but it felt right, necessary, a small act of defiance against the hungry darkness. As she drove away, Emma saw movement in her rearview mirror. A figure stood at the forest edge, watching her leave. It might have been human once. It raised one too many jointed hand in what could have been a wave or a warning. She didn't stop. She had work to do, people to warn, a migration to track. The entity below Olympic National Park was only the first. Her research had found similar patterns globally, places where things that shouldn't exist were waking up, testing boundaries, preparing for something. Emma Whitehorse drove east into the rising sun, her truck loaded with maps, weapons, and her grandmother's journals. Behind her, the ancient forest kept its secrets, and beneath it, in the deep places where light had never reached, something vast and hungry continued to dream of the garden it would make of the world. The radio crackled with the morning ranger report. Another beautiful day in Olympic National Park. All trails clear, no incidents to report. Emma turned the radio off and kept driving. In the Olympic Mountains, the breathing continued, patient and eternal, waiting for the next curious soul to dig too deep. Superior National Forest, Minnesota. November 18th, 2024, 4:47 a.m. David Crow's breath crystallized in the pre-dawn air as he stepped out of the ranger station, his boots crunching against the frost-covered gravel. 38 years of life, 20 of them spent between these ancient pines and glacier-carved lakes, and still the forest before sunrise made him pause. The Boundary Waters Canoe Area. Wilderness stretched endlessly before him. 3 million acres of pristine wilderness where his Ojibwe ancestors had lived for countless generations before the land became protected by the federal government. The radio on his belt crackled with static, breaking the profound silence that only existed in places untouched by civilization. David adjusted the volume, knowing that in less than an hour, the morning shift would begin their regular check-ins. For now, though, the forest belonged to him and the creatures that moved through the darkness. The barn owls whose haunting calls echoed across the lakes, the wolves whose tracks he'd been monitoring near Knife Lake, and the massive bull moose that had been frequenting the salt lick near the Gunflint Trail. He performed his morning ritual, checking his equipment with the methodical precision that had kept him alive through 2 decades of backcountry work. His pack contained the essentials: first aid kit, emergency beacon, flares, rope, water purification tablets, energy bars, thermal blanket, and the Remington 870 shotgun that regulations required but he'd never had to use. His grandfather's hunting knife, its handle worn smooth from 3 generations of use, rested in its sheath on his hip. The weather report promised clear skies and temperatures hovering around 28 degrees. Perfect conditions for the search and rescue training exercise scheduled for the afternoon. 3 rookie rangers would be learning grid search patterns in the densely forested area near Magnetic Rock, where the iron ore deposits played havoc with compasses and GPS units alike. David started his Ford F-150, letting the engine warm while he reviewed the overnight reports. Nothing unusual. A black bear had ransacked a poorly secured food cache at Campsite 42, and a group of college students had needed assistance after their canoe capsized in the frigid waters of Seagull Lake. They'd been lucky. Hypothermia set in fast this time of year, and the nearest hospital was 90 minutes away in Grand Marais. As he drove along the narrow Forest Service road, his headlights caught the reflection of eyes in the darkness. A family of white-tailed deer grazing near the road's edge. They lifted their heads, alert but not alarmed, as he passed. David had always felt a deep connection to the wildlife here. His grandmother had taught him that every creature had its purpose, its place in the great web of life that connected all things. Even the wolves, which many locals still viewed with suspicion and fear, were essential to maintaining the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The sun was beginning to paint the eastern horizon in shades of amber and rose when David arrived at the Sawbill Lake entry point. He parked and walked to the shore, where mist rose from the water's surface like ghostly dancers. The lake was a mirror, perfectly reflecting the surrounding pines and the gradually lightening sky. A pair of loons called to each other across the water, their mournful cries carrying for miles in the still air. This was why he'd returned home after college, forsaking a lucrative career in environmental law to follow in his father's footsteps as a ranger. The forest was in his blood, its rhythms as familiar as his own heartbeat. He knew which plants could heal and which could kill, could read the weather and the behavior of birds, could track a wounded animal for miles through terrain that would defeat most outdoorsmen. His phone buzzed with a text from Elena Rodriguez, the senior ranger who managed the district. "David, need you at station ASAP. Missing hiker, college student. Parents driving up from Minneapolis." David's peaceful morning evaporated. Missing hikers were unfortunately common, especially in November when experienced outdoors people underestimated how quickly conditions could deteriorate. He jogged back to his truck, already mentally preparing for what would likely be a long day of searching. The ranger station was bustling with activity when he arrived. Elena stood at the large topographical map on the wall, marking potential search areas with red pins. She was flanked by Tom Winters, the newest addition to their team, whose military background showed in his ramrod posture and precisely pressed uniform, and Sarah Blackwood, whose expertise in wildlife biology often proved invaluable during searches. "What do we have?" David asked, grabbing a cup of coffee from the pot that was perpetually brewing in the corner. Elena turned, her weathered face etched with concern. Jennifer Hayes, 22, University of Minnesota student, entered the park 3 days ago for a solo photography trip. She was supposed to check in with her roommate yesterday evening but never called. Her car's still at the Caribou Rock trailhead. David studied the map. The Caribou Rock Trail was challenging even for experienced hikers. 15 miles of rugged terrain that wound through dense forest and crossed several streams that would be running high with snowmelt. 3 days ago, she would have hit that cold snap we had. Temperature dropped to 15 degrees overnight. "That's what worries me," Elena said. According to her roommate, she's an experienced hiker but has never done winter camping. She had a tent and sleeping bag, but we don't know if they were rated for those temperatures. Tom Winters studied his tablet, pulling up weather data. Sun sets at 4:43 p.m. That gives us less than 11 hours of daylight. If she's injured or suffering from exposure... He didn't need to finish. They all knew the statistics. In near-freezing temperatures, an injured hiker could succumb to hypothermia in a matter of hours. Sarah Blackwood was examining Jennifer's social media posts on her phone. She's been documenting her trip on Instagram. Last post was 3 days ago, a sunrise shot from Eagle Mountain. She mentioned wanting to photograph the aurora borealis from Magnetic Rock. David's blood ran cold. His grandmother's voice echoed in his memory, speaking in Ojibwe-Moan, warning him about certain places in the forest. Magnetic Rock was one of them. A place where the old story said the boundary between worlds grew thin, where hunters who ventured too far in winter sometimes returned changed if they returned at all. "I'll take Magnetic Rock," David said, trying to keep his voice neutral. "I know that area better than anyone." Elena nodded. "Tom, you and Sarah take the main trail. Check every campsite and shelter. I'll coordinate from here and handle the parents when they arrive. Amanda Cross is driving down from the tower station to help with the search." David gathered his gear, adding extra supplies to his pack: emergency thermal blankets, chemical heat packs, high-energy gel packets. As he loaded his equipment into his truck, he noticed something that made him pause. The birds had gone silent. Not the normal quiet of morning feeding time, but an absolute absence of sound that pressed against his eardrums like a physical weight. He'd experienced this silence only once before, 15 years ago, when he'd been tracking an injured elk through a remote section of the forest. He'd found the elk eventually, or what remained of it. The carcass had been stripped of meat with surgical precision, the bones cracked open for marrow, arranged in a pattern that had made his grandfather cross himself when David described it. The drive to Magnetic Rock took 40 minutes along increasingly rough Forest Service roads. As he drove, David tried to shake off the unease that had settled in his chest. Jennifer Hayes was probably just lost, maybe nursing a twisted ankle in one of the many granite outcroppings that gave the area its name. The strange silence was just coincidence, nothing more. But his grandmother had taught him to trust his instincts, and right now, every fiber of his being was telling him something was terribly wrong. The parking area near Magnetic Rock was empty except for a blue Honda Civic with a University of Minnesota parking sticker. David called in the license plate. It matched Jennifer Hayes' registration. He examined the car carefully. No signs of struggle. Nothing unusual except for a parking ticket that had been placed 3 days ago, meaning she hadn't returned to move her vehicle as planned. David shouldered his pack and set off down the trail, his practiced eye scanning for any sign of disturbance. The path was well marked for the first 2 miles, winding through stands of paper birch and balsam fir. He found Jennifer's tracks easily enough. Size 7 hiking boots with a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel. She'd been moving at a steady pace, stopping occasionally to take photographs based on the tripod marks he found in the soft earth. As he climbed higher, approaching the magnetic anomaly that gave the rock its name, David noticed the first signs that something was amiss. The tracks became erratic, as if Jennifer had been running, then walking, then running again. At one point, she'd left the trail entirely, crashing through the underbrush for 30 yards before returning to the path. David followed her deviation from the trail, pushing through the thick undergrowth. That's when he found the first piece of equipment, her camera, an expensive Nikon DSLR, hanging from a broken branch. The camera was still functional, and David scrolled through the recent photos. Sunrise shots, pictures of frost patterns on leaves, a curious gray jay. Then the photos became strange. Blurry shots of trees, dozens of them, all taken at odd angles, as if she'd been photographing something moving through the forest. The last photo made David's blood run cold. It was taken at night, the flash illuminating a figure standing between the trees, perhaps 50 feet away. The figure was impossibly tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, its head turned at an angle that human anatomy shouldn't allow. Where its eyes should have been were 2 points of reflected light, like a deer caught in headlights, but wrong. Predatory rather than prey. David pocketed the camera and continued following Jennifer's trail. The temperature was dropping as clouds rolled in from the northwest, and the first flakes of snow began to fall. He found more of her equipment scattered along the path, a water bottle still half full, a hiking pole bent at an unusual angle, a torn piece of her jacket caught on a thorny bush. The tracks led him deeper into the forest, away from the established trails and into an area he rarely patrolled. The trees here were older, their trunks massive and scarred by centuries of storms and fires. The magnetic interference was strong enough that his compass spun uselessly, and his GPS unit showed his location jumping erratically across the map. It was here that David found the first blood. Not much, just a few drops on a patch of moss, but enough to confirm his worst fears. The blood trail led to a small clearing where the snow hadn't yet begun to accumulate. The ground was disturbed, torn up as if there had been a struggle. Jennifer's backpack lay abandoned near a fallen log, its contents scattered across the forest floor. David knelt beside the pack, cataloging what remained. Her tent and sleeping bag were gone, as were most of her food supplies, but her emergency beacon was still there, unused. Why hadn't she activated it? The device was in perfect working condition, its battery fully charged. A sound made him freeze, a branch snapping somewhere behind him. David's hand moved instinctively to his shotgun as he turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved, but he had the unmistakable feeling of being watched. The silence was absolute. Even the wind had stilled. "Jennifer?" he called out, his voice seeming to die just feet from his mouth, swallowed by the oppressive quiet. "Jennifer Hayes? This is Ranger David Crow. I'm here to help you." The response came not in words, but in a sound that raised every hair on David's body. A low, gurgling moan that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. It was almost human, but wrong in every way that mattered, like someone trying to speak through a throat full of ice and gravel. David chambered around in his shotgun, the metallic sound sharp in the silence. "I'm armed," he announced to the forest. "If someone's out there, identify yourself." The moaning stopped, replaced by something worse. Laughter. Not the laughter of joy or even madness, but something hollow and hungry, like wind through a cave full of bones. Movement caught his eye, a flash of red against the white birch bark. Jennifer's jacket. David moved toward it cautiously, weapon at the ready. The jacket hung from a branch 12 feet off the ground, torn and stained with what looked like blood and something else. A black tar-like substance that gave off a putrid smell. How had it gotten so high? The nearest climbing holds on the tree were minimal, and Jennifer, according to her file, was only 5'4". David's radio crackled to life, making him jump. "David, this is Elena. Status report?" He keyed the mic with a trembling hand. "I've found her equipment and signs of a struggle. Blood trail. Requesting immediate backup at my GPS coordinates." "Copy that. Tom and Sarah are 40 minutes from your position. We've got state police en route as well. Any sign of the subject?" Before David could respond, he heard it, a voice weak and terrified calling from deeper in the forest. "Help me. Please. Someone help me." It was a young woman's voice. It had to be Jennifer. "I've got voice contact," David reported. moving to investigate. "David, wait for backup." He turned the volume down on his radio. 40 minutes was too long if Jennifer was injured and exposed to the elements. The snow was falling heavier now, and the temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees in the last hour. David followed the voice, moving carefully through the increasingly dense underbrush. The trees seemed to press in around him, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers. The voice continued, pleading, sobbing, always just ahead, leading him deeper into the wilderness. After 10 minutes of pursuit, David stopped. Something was wrong. The voice hadn't gotten any closer despite how far he'd traveled. And there was something about its quality, a repetitive nature to the pleas, like a recording being played on a loop. His grandmother's stories came flooding back. The Wendigo, the creature that had once been human, transformed by the consumption of human flesh during a harsh winter. It could mimic human voices, they said, to lure victims away from safety. It was always hungry, always hunting, its appetite never satisfied. David began backing up slowly, keeping his weapon raised. The voice continued, but now he could hear the deception in it. The words were right, but the emotion was wrong, like an actor reading from a script they didn't understand. A twig snapped behind him. David spun around to find Amanda Cross, the rookie ranger from Tower Station, standing 10 feet away. Relief flooded through him. "Amanda, thank God. We need to..." The words died in his throat. Amanda was wearing a summer uniform despite the near-freezing temperature. No jacket, no gloves, no equipment. Her skin was pale, almost blue, and when she smiled, her teeth seemed too sharp, too numerous. "Hello, David," she said, and her voice was wrong, layered as if multiple people were speaking in unison. "We've been waiting for you." David raised his shotgun. "Stop right there." Amanda tilted her head at an impossible angle, her neck extending like putty. "Your grandmother told you stories, didn't she? About the old hunger, the winter walker, the thing that wears human skin?" "Where's Jennifer Hayes?" David demanded, his finger on the trigger. "Jennifer?" Amanda laughed, that hollow, hungry sound. "She was delicious, so warm, so full of life. But not enough. Never enough. The hunger never stops, David. It grows and grows until it consumes everything." David's mind raced. Amanda Cross had been a real person. He'd met her at the orientation last week. Young, eager, fresh out of college with a degree in forestry. What was this thing wearing her face? "You're not Amanda," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "No," the thing agreed, taking a step closer. Its movements were wrong, joints bending in ways that defied human anatomy. Amanda came looking for the missing girl 2 nights ago. Alone, brave, stupid. She tasted of ambition and fear. David fired. The blast echoed through the forest, and the thing that looked like Amanda staggered back. Black ichor leaked from the wound in its chest, but it didn't fall. Instead, it laughed again. "Iron pellets," it said, looking down at the wound with curiosity. "Your ancestors knew better. They used silver, blessed by the medicine men, wrapped in sage and sweetgrass." The wound was already closing, the black substance sealing it like tar. David backed away, pumping another round into the chamber. "You can't kill hunger, David," the creature said, its form beginning to shift and stretch. "You can only feed it or become it." The transformation was horrific. Amanda's skin split like an overripe fruit, revealing something underneath that defied description. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs like twisted tree branches and a skull that was too long, too narrow. Its eyes were sunken pits that somehow still gleamed with intelligence and endless, terrible hunger. The Wendigo stood before him in its true form, a nightmare made flesh reeking of decay and old blood. David ran. Behind him he could hear it following, not running but moving with an unnatural gait that covered ground too quickly. The forest became a blur as David crashed through the underbrush, branches tearing at his clothes and skin. His radio bounced against his hip, voices crackling through it. Elena calling for his status. Tom reporting they'd found another body. Sarah screaming about something in the trees. The creature wasn't just hunting him, it was herding him, driving him toward some predetermined destination. David realized this when he burst into a clearing and found himself at the base of Magnetic Rock itself, the massive iron-rich formation looming above him like a primordial altar. The clearing was a charnel house. Bodies in various states of decay were arranged in a grotesque pattern around the rock. David recognized some of them, hikers who'd gone missing over the past 5 years, their disappearances attributed to accidents or wildlife attacks. In the center, tied to the rock itself, was Jennifer Hayes. She was alive, barely. Her eyes widened when she saw him, and she tried to speak through cracked, frostbitten lips. "Run," she managed to whisper. The Wendigo emerged from the forest, no longer bothering to hurry. It knew David had nowhere to go. "Do you know why this place is special, David?" it asked, its voice like wind through a cemetery. "The magnetic field here is unique. It creates a thin spot between worlds, between what is and what hungers to be. Your ancestors knew this. They fed it to keep it contained. Criminals, enemies, volunteers who drew the short straw. But then came civilization, laws, morality. The feeding stopped and the hunger grew." David positioned himself between the creature and Jennifer, his shotgun raised. "The others will be here soon. You can't kill us all." "I don't need to," the Wendigo said. "I only need one more. The hunger has grown so vast that it needs a new vessel, someone strong enough to carry it into the modern world. Someone who knows both the old ways and the new. Someone like you, David Crow." The temperature plummeted. Frost spread across the ground in spirals, and David's breath came out in thick clouds. The Wendigo began to circle them, its movements hypnotic, almost beautiful in their alien grace. "You feel it, don't you?" it whispered. "The emptiness inside, the dissatisfaction with modern life, the yearning for something more primal, more real. That's the hunger calling to you. It's been calling your bloodline for generations." David did feel something, a gnawing sensation in his gut that had nothing to do with the energy bar he'd eaten for breakfast. It was deeper, older, a void that seemed to expand with each passing second. "Your great-great-grandfather knew the hunger," the Wendigo continued. "During the winter of 1854, when the snows came early and the hunting failed, he led his family deep into these woods, and when the food ran out, he made the choice. He fed the hunger with his youngest son, told the others the boy had wandered off and frozen. But the guilt transformed him. He became like me, walked these woods for 30 years before your great-grandfather finally ended him with a silver bullet blessed by 7 medicine men." David's hand shook. He'd heard fragments of this story, whispered mentions of a family shame that was never fully explained. Jennifer moaned, drawing his attention. The ropes binding her to the rock were cutting into her wrists, and her skin had taken on a dangerous blue tinge. "Let her go," David said. "Take me instead." The Wendigo stopped circling. "You would trade your life for a stranger's?" "It's my duty." Duty. The creature seemed to taste the word. Such a filling concept, full of honor and purpose and sacrifice. "Yes, you would make a perfect vessel." It moved toward him, and David pulled the trigger. The shot went wide, his hands trembling too much to aim properly. The Wendigo didn't even flinch. "The transformation is painful," it said, reaching out with one impossibly long arm. "But brief. You'll feel your humanity slip away like a coat you no longer need. The hunger will fill you, become you, and you'll finally understand true freedom. The freedom from conscience, from empathy, from everything that makes you weak." David's radio erupted with voices. "Visual on the clearing. Jesus Christ, what is that thing? Open fire, open fire!" Tom Winters and Sarah Blackwood burst from the tree line, weapons raised. Tom's military training kicked in immediately, and he put 3-round center mass into the Wendigo. Sarah flanked to the right, firing her own weapon while shouting into her radio for backup. The Wendigo roared, a sound that was felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. It turned toward the new threats, momentarily forgetting David. That was all the opportunity he needed. David dropped his shotgun and pulled his grandfather's knife, the blade that had been passed down through generations. As his hand closed around the worn handle, he remembered something his grandmother had said. The blade remembers what the mind forgets. The knife grew warm in his hand, and he could swear he heard whispers in Ojibwe-Moan, prayers, incantations, the voices of his ancestors. David charged. The Wendigo, focused on Tom and Sarah, didn't see him coming. He drove the blade deep into the creature's back, between what would have been ribs on a human. The effect was immediate and devastating. The Wendigo screamed, a sound that shattered the windows in Tom's vehicle 100 yards away. Black ichor erupted from the wound, sizzling where it touched the ground. "No!" the creature howled, spinning to face David. "That blade was destroyed. Your grandfather—" "Made a replica to fool you," David finished. "The real one was hidden, protected, waiting." The Wendigo lunged at him, but its movements were sluggish now, weakened. David pulled the knife free and stabbed again, this time in the chest. The creature fell to its knees, its form beginning to shift and bubble like melting wax. "The hunger," it gasped, looking up at David with eyes that were suddenly terribly human. "The hunger never dies. It only waits. And now it passes to—" The Wendigo collapsed, its body decomposing rapidly into a black sludge that seeped into the frozen ground. Within seconds, nothing remained but a dark stain on the snow. David dropped to his knees, exhausted. Tom was already cutting Jennifer free while Sarah called for medical evacuation. The girl was unconscious but breathing, her pulse weak but steady. "What the hell was that thing?" Tom asked, his military composure finally cracking. David looked at the stain on the ground, then at his grandfather's knife. The blade was clean, showing no sign of the black ichor that had covered it moments before. "Something old," David said. "Something that should have stayed forgotten." Sarah knelt beside him, checking for injuries. "The bodies in the clearing, there must be a dozen of them. How did no one know?" "People go missing in the wilderness all the time," David replied, his voice hollow. "We find some. We don't find others. We blame bears' exposure getting lost. We don't talk about the other possibilities." The medical helicopter arrived 20 minutes later, airlifting Jennifer to the hospital in Duluth. She would survive, the doctors said, though she would lose several fingers and toes to frostbite. She wouldn't remember much of her ordeal. Trauma-induced amnesia, the psychologists would explain, though David suspected it was more than that. Some mercies were granted even in the darkest moments. The investigation that followed was thorough but ultimately inconclusive. The official report blamed the deaths on a serial killer who had been using the remote wilderness to hide his crimes. The suspect, described as a drifter with severe psychological issues, was listed as deceased, killed in a confrontation with rangers. No mention was made of the creature's true nature or the physical impossibilities witnessed by 3 trained officers. Amanda Cross's body was found a week later, hidden in a cave 2 miles from Magnetic Rock. She'd been dead for 3 days when the Wendigo took her form. The coroner's report was sealed, the details deemed too disturbing for public release. David returned to work after a month of administrative leave. The forest felt different now, not threatening, but watchful. He could feel eyes on him during his patrols, not hostile but curious, waiting, sometimes, on cold nights when the moon was dark. He would hear whispers in the wind, voices speaking in languages older than English, older than memory. The hunger the Wendigo had spoken of was real. David felt it sometimes, a gnawing emptiness that no amount of food could fill. It was weaker than what the creature had carried, diluted by generations of distance from its origin. But it was there. His grandmother had felt it. His grandfather had felt it. And now he understood why his family had always been drawn to these woods, why they had always been the ones to stand guard. 3 months after the incident, David was doing a routine patrol near Magnetic Rock when he found something that made his blood run cold. Fresh tracks in the snow, barefoot despite the freezing temperature with too many toes and a stride length that didn't match any human gait. He followed the tracks to a small altar made of bones and stones, arranged in a pattern he recognized from his grandmother's drawings. In the center was a piece of paper, new but written in an old hand. The message was in Ojibwe Moan, but David could read it. The hunger never dies, it only sleeps, and when it wakes it will call to the blood that carries it. Be ready, David Crow. The winter is long, and the forest is hungry. David burned the note and scattered the altar, but he knew it wouldn't matter. The Wendigo he'd killed had been just one manifestation of something much older, much larger. The hunger existed before it, and would exist after. All he could do was stand watch, as his ancestors had, and hope that when the hunger rose again, someone would be ready to face it. As he walked back to his truck, David noticed the birds had returned. Chickadees and nuthatches flitted through the trees, their calls bright and normal. A barred owl hooted in the distance, and somewhere, a wolf howled, not in threat, but in simple acknowledgement of the coming night. The forest was at peace for now. But David knew, as his grandmother had known, as all who carried the old blood knew, that peace in the wilderness was always temporary. The hunger would return. It always did, and when it did, David Crow would be waiting, his grandfather's knife sharp and ready, standing between the modern world and the ancient hunger that lurked in the spaces between the trees, in the shadows where the old gods still walked, and human flesh was just another offering to the eternal gnawing void. The snow continued to fall, covering the dark stains in the clearing, hiding the evidence of what had transpired. By morning, the forest would look pristine and untouched, a winter wonderland that would draw more hikers, more photographers, more people seeking adventure in the wilderness. David would watch them come and go, would guide them when they got lost, would search for them when they didn't return. It was his duty, his burden, his inheritance. And sometimes on the coldest nights, when the aurora borealis danced across the sky and the magnetic rocks sang their ancient song, he would feel the knife grow warm against his hip and know that his watch had only just begun. The forest kept its secrets, and David Crow kept his vigil, two guardians bound by blood and necessity, waiting for the next time the hunger woke and walked on two legs through the endless winter woods of the north. The static came first. Daniel Brenner had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 12 years, long enough to know every whisper the forest made. The Hoh Rainforest sector was his domain, a temperate jungle where moss hung like funeral shrouds and the canopy blocked satellite signals with religious devotion. But this October morning in 2008, something was wrong with the frequencies. His Motorola XTS 5000 portable radio crackled against his hip as he navigated the Hoh River Trail. The device was supposed to maintain clear communication within the park's repeater network, but today it picked up things that shouldn't exist. Fragments, whispers between the designated channels. Base, this is Brenner. I'm getting interference on all bands. Over. The response came through layered with white noise. Copy that, Dan. We're experiencing similar issues. Solar activity, maybe. Continue to Tyler Morrison's last known position. Over. Tyler Morrison, 23 years old. Experienced solo hiker from Portland. His Spot GPS messenger had sent its last ping 36 hours ago, deep in the backcountry near Mount Tom Creek. The device was designed to work even under heavy canopy, broadcasting position updates via satellite every 10 minutes. Tyler's had simply stopped. Dan adjusted his pack, feeling the weight of his search and rescue gear. The Garmin GPS map 60 CSX in his hand showed Tyler's last coordinates: 47.8614 degree 9, 123.9347 degree ba, 4 miles northeast, elevation 2,400 feet. The trail would take him through some of the densest old-growth forest in the continental United States. As he hiked deeper, the radio interference intensified. He switched through the channels: 154.600, 154.625, 154.650, each one carrying the same underlying static. No, not static. There was a pattern to it, like breathing through electronic lungs. At mile marker 2, he found the first sign: a Deuter Acid Light 65 Plus and 10 backpack, Tyler's according to the missing person report, sitting perfectly upright beside the trail. Not dropped or abandoned, placed. Dan photographed it with his digital camera, documenting the scene. The pack's contents were meticulously organized. Freeze-dried meals for 5 days, water purification tablets, first aid kit, everything a competent hiker would carry. Tyler's iPhone was in the top pocket. Battery dead. Base, I've located Morrison's pack at coordinates 47.8472 again, 123.9289 degree W. Appears intentionally placed. No signs of struggle. Continuing search. Over. The reply was barely intelligible through the interference. Between the static bursts, Dan could have sworn he heard something else. Voices. Young voices. He continued northeast, following the game trails Tyler might have taken. The October air was thick with moisture, that particular Pacific Northwest dampness that made everything feel like it was slowly drowning. The Sitka spruces towered above, some over 300 feet tall, their bases wider than his ranger cabin. In the undergrowth, sword ferns created a green maze that could disorient even experienced hikers. His radio crackled again. This time, when he lifted it to respond, he heard them clearly. Children. Singing. The melody was simple, like a nursery rhyme, but the words were incomprehensible. Not foreign. Wrong. Like someone had taken English and bent it sideways. The singing came through on 154.675 MHz, a frequency that shouldn't exist on his radio. The channels jumped in increments of 0.025, not 0.075. Dan stopped walking. In 12 years, he'd never encountered anything he couldn't explain with logic and forest science. Bears, hypothermia, dehydration, panic-induced poor decisions. These were the real dangers, not whatever this was. He tried to tune back to the base frequency, but the singing followed him across the channels. Different voices now. A girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, reciting numbers. 47.8614, 123.9347. He's here, he's here. He's here with us now. Those were Tyler's last coordinates. Dan's hand moved to his Glock 20, standard issue for areas with aggressive wildlife. The 10mm auto rounds were meant for brown bears, but the gesture was purely reflexive. Whatever was happening here wasn't going to be solved with bullets. He pushed through a curtain of moss and entered a small clearing. The ground was disturbed, not violently, but deliberately. Someone had been digging. Several shallow depressions dotted the forest floor, each about the size of a grave but only a foot deep. In the center of the clearing, a ham radio setup that had no business being here. A Yaesu FT897D transceiver connected to a car battery and a makeshift antenna strung between 2 hemlocks. The radio was on, its LCD display showing 146.520 MHz, the national simplex calling frequency. But the audio coming through wasn't from any ham operator. It was the children again, and this time they were crying. "Please," a boy's voice sobbed through the speaker. "Please, we can't get out." The space between is getting smaller. Dan keyed his own radio. "Base, I need backup at my current position. I've found unauthorized radio equipment and..." His transmission cut off as every electronic device he carried suddenly screamed to life. The GPS displayed impossible coordinates, latitudes and longitudes that didn't exist on Earth. His radio cycled through frequencies so fast the display became a blur of numbers. Even his digital watch was affected, the LCD showing times that jumped between years. Then, silence. In that silence, he heard actual footsteps. Tyler Morrison emerged from the tree line, but something was catastrophically wrong. The young man moved in stuttering jerks like a film missing frames. His eyes were open but showed only white. His mouth moved, and Dan realized with growing horror that Tyler was the source of the children's voices. "We tried to warn everyone," a little girl's voice said from Tyler's throat. "The radio waves here are thin, the space between stations. That's where it lives." Tyler's body convulsed, and when his mouth opened again, it was a different child. A boy. It's been feeding for so long. Native children first, then the settlers' kids. Now it doesn't matter who. It just needs voices for its collection. Dan backed away, his hand finding his radio again out of pure habit. "Tyler, can you hear me? Tyler Morrison, respond if you can hear me." Tyler's head snapped toward him with mechanical precision. When he spoke again, it was his own voice, barely a whisper. "It's in the frequencies, between them, in the spaces we can't tune to. It took them all, keeps them there. And now it has me too." The unauthorized radio behind Dan burst into cacophony. Dozens of children's voices, all speaking at once, creating a wall of sound that made his teeth ache. Among them, he could identify patterns, counting, singing, pleading, screaming. How many children had vanished in these woods over the decades? How many missing person cases had been attributed to the dangers of the wilderness? Tyler collapsed to his knees, and when he looked up, his eyes had rolled back to normal. But the expression on his face was one of absolute terror. "It wants you to know," he gasped in his own voice. "It's been trying to tell someone for years. The children, they're not dead. They're transmitted, converted into signals, stored in the spaces between frequencies. And it needs more, always more." The trees around them began to resonate with radio interference, a physical sensation Dan felt in his bones. His radio equipment was going haywire again, but this time he could see the pattern. The frequencies were opening up, showing spaces that shouldn't exist. 144, no 1, 144, no 2, 144, no 3. Infinite subdivisions between the authorized channels. "Run," Tyler whispered. "It's coming through." Dan saw it then, though his mind refused to process what he was seeing. The air itself was tuning, shifting between states like someone turning a dial. In those spaces between frequencies, something vast and hungry moved. It had no true form because it existed in the gaps, in the places where signals went to die. But it had learned to speak through the children it had collected, and their voices were its lure. The thing reached through the frequency space, and where it touched reality, the forest pixelated like a corrupted digital image. Trees became vertical lines of static. The ground transformed into waveforms, and in those distortions, Dan could see them. Dozens of children from different eras, their images superimposed like double exposures. Native American children in traditional dress, pioneer kids from the 1800s, modern children in Nike shoes and Pokemon shirts, all of them trapped in the transmission, their voices the only part of them that could still reach the physical world. Tyler screamed, but it wasn't his voice anymore. It was all of them, harmonizing in a frequency that made Dan's ears bleed. The young man's body began to fade, becoming translucent like a weak signal. Dan lunged forward, grabbing Tyler's arm, trying to anchor him to reality. "Base!" Dan shouted into his radio, not knowing if anyone could hear him. "Emergency at grid reference 47.8614, 123.9347. We have a code 3000, repeat code 3000. There was no such code. He was making it up, but he needed them to understand that something unprecedented was happening. Through the static, he heard a response, barely audible. "Dan, your signal is breaking up. Say again your status." "Multiple victims," he yelled, still holding on to Tyler as the young man flickered between solid and signal. "Children. There are children in the frequencies." The entity pushed harder through the space between stations. Dan felt his own atoms wanting to separate, to become waveform and join the transmission. Every filling in his teeth became a receiver. The iron in his blood turned into an antenna. He was becoming conductive to something that shouldn't exist. Tyler's mouth moved again, and this time it was an older child's voice, maybe a teenager. It came with the first radio experiments, Marconi, Tesla. They opened something they didn't understand. It was already ancient, living in the electromagnetic spectrum, but their transmissions gave it form, gave it hunger. Dan's radio suddenly locked onto a clear frequency. Through the speaker came his supervisor's voice, distorted but understandable. "Dan, we've got massive electromagnetic anomalies on the seismic equipment. The entire park is lighting up. What's your status?" Before he could respond, Tyler's body gave one final shudder and dispersed into static. Not disappeared, dispersed. Dan could still see him, but he was spread across multiple frequencies simultaneously, his image stuttering between channels like someone rapidly turning a television dial. No. Dan reached for where Tyler had been, but his hands passed through empty air that tasted of copper and ozone. On his radio, he could hear Tyler joining the chorus of children, his voice now part of their eternal broadcast. The entity, satisfied with its new acquisition, began to recede back into the frequency gaps. The forest slowly returned to normal, pixels becoming bark, waveforms becoming solid ground. But the damage was done. Dan's equipment was fried, the circuits fused into incomprehensible patterns. The unauthorized radio station was nothing but melted plastic and copper. He stood there in the clearing, shaking, trying to process what had happened. His rational mind wanted to categorize it as a hallucination, maybe exposure to some kind of toxic gas or electromagnetic field. But the blood running from his ears was real. The burns on his hands from where he'd touched Tyler were real, and the voices on the radio were real. He hiked back toward the trailhead in a daze, his body on autopilot while his mind reeled. Every few minutes, his damaged radio would spark to life, picking up impossible transmissions. The children were always there, just outside the normal frequency ranges, trying to warn others, or simply crying for help that would never come. By the time he reached his vehicle, a full search and rescue operation was being mobilized. The electromagnetic anomaly had been detected by equipment as far away as Seattle, but Dan knew they wouldn't find anything. Tyler Morrison would be listed as another disappearance, another victim of the unforgiving wilderness. That night, in his cabin at the Ho Ranger Station, Dan wrote his report. He documented everything precisely, included all his observations, no matter how impossible they seemed. His supervisor, Janet Mills, read it the next morning and immediately placed him on administrative leave. "Dan," she said, not unkindly, "you've been through something traumatic. Tyler Morrison is still missing, and I think the stress—" "Test the frequencies," he interrupted. "Put someone on a ham radio and have them scan between the channels, the spaces that shouldn't exist. 144,001, 144,002. They're there, Janet. The children are all there." She looked at him with concern, the kind reserved for colleagues who'd finally cracked under the pressure of the job. But to her credit, she made a note. "I'll have someone check it out. In the meantime, take some time, process what happened." Dan left the Park Service 3 months later. The official report listed Tyler Morrison as missing, presumed dead, likely victim of a fall in the treacherous terrain. The unauthorized radio equipment was cataloged as evidence of illegal camping, probably set up by poachers or drug manufacturers. No one talked about the electromagnetic anomaly, though the data was quietly archived by people in departments that didn't officially exist. But Dan kept a radio, a simple handheld scanner he bought from a surplus store. Late at night, when the atmospheric conditions were just right, he would tune to the spaces between frequencies, and he would listen. They were always there, the frequency children. Dozens of them now, maybe hundreds, their voices overlapping in an endless chorus of warning and despair. Sometimes he could pick out individual voices, a girl singing a song from the 1950s, a boy reciting baseball statistics from games that happened before radio was invented, Tyler Morrison giving hiking advice to no one. The thing that collected them was patient. It had existed in the electromagnetic spectrum since before humans discovered radio waves, and it would exist long after the last transmission faded into cosmic background radiation. It fed on consciousness converted to signal, on the essence of life transformed into frequency. And it was always hungry. Dan tried to warn others. He posted on forums, contacted researchers, even reached out to Art Bell's Coast to Coast AM. Most dismissed him as another cryptid enthusiast or conspiracy theorist. But occasionally, someone would message him privately. Another ranger who'd experienced strange transmissions. A ham radio operator who'd heard voices where no voices should be. Parents whose children had vanished in areas with high electromagnetic activity. He compiled their stories looking for patterns. The entity seemed drawn to places where the barrier between frequencies was naturally thin. Mountain passes, dense forests, areas with high mineral content that affected radio waves. It preferred children, though Dan suspected this was because their consciousness was more easily converted to signal, less anchored to physical reality. The Olympic National Park, with its massive trees and electromagnetic anomalies caused by the nearby Pacific Ocean, was a perfect hunting ground. How many missing hikers over the decades had actually been taken into the frequencies? How many voices were trapped in those impossible spaces between channels? 5 years after Tyler Morrison's disappearance, Dan received a package with no return address. Inside was an old vacuum tube radio from the 1940s, the kind that could tune to incredibly precise frequencies. There was also a note, handwritten in a child's scrawl. The space between stations is getting crowded. It needs to expand. Soon it won't just be the wilderness. Cities have frequencies too. Help us or join us. Dan plugged in the radio that night. As the tubes warmed up, he heard them immediately, clearer than ever before. The frequency children, their voices layered like a choir of the damned. But behind them, something else. The sound of the entity itself, breathing in electromagnetic waves, growing stronger with each voice it collected. He turned the dial slowly, moving through the spaces between stations. At 88.001 FM, he heard a news broadcast from a future that hadn't happened yet, reporting on mass disappearances in Seattle. At 101.999, children were singing a song that wouldn't be written for another decade. The entity was affecting time itself through the frequencies, creating paradoxes in the electromagnetic spectrum. Then, at exactly 144.144 MHz, he heard his own voice. "Hello, Dan," his voice said from the radio, though his mouth hadn't moved. "You've been listening for so long you're already partially converted. Every night you tune in, you become more signal, less flesh. The entity appreciates your dedication. You're helping it understand how to reach more listeners." Dan jerked away from the radio, but it was too late. He could feel it now, the pull of the frequencies, the desire to dissolve into pure transmission. His body was becoming a wavering signal, solid one moment, translucent the next. The children's voices grew louder, welcoming him to their eternal broadcast. He fought it, grounding himself in physical sensation, the pain in his arthritic knee from an old hiking injury, the taste of the coffee he'd drunk that morning, the weight of his body in the chair. Slowly, painfully, he pulled himself back from the edge of dissolution. But he understood now. Everyone who listened for too long eventually joined the frequency children. The entity didn't just take people. It converted those who searched for the missing, adding their voices to the chorus. It was a self-perpetuating cycle of loss and seeking. Dan destroyed the vacuum tube radio with a hammer, but he could still hear them. Once you tuned into those impossible frequencies, you never really tuned out. They were always there, just beneath the surface of normal broadcasting, waiting. He moved to the desert, as far from the electromagnetic anomalies of the Pacific Northwest as he could get. But even in the silence of the Mojave, with no radio for miles, he could hear them when the wind was right. The frequency children, forever calling out from the spaces between stations, warning others about the thing that collected voices like others collected stamps. Tyler Morrison's parents never got closure. The search was eventually called off, his case filed away with thousands of other wilderness disappearances. But sometimes ham radio operators in the Portland area reported strange transmissions late at night. A young man giving detailed hiking advice for trails in Olympic National Park. His voice always preceded by a burst of static that sounded almost like children singing. Dan documented everything he could, creating a record for whoever might find it. He knew that one day, probably soon, he would succumb to the pull of the frequencies. He was already more signal than flesh. His consciousness spread thin across multiple channels. But maybe his warnings would help someone else understand what was happening in the spaces between stations. The entity was growing stronger, feeding on an increasingly connected world. Every new frequency band, every advancement in wireless technology, gave it more space to inhabit. 5G towers were especially problematic. Their higher frequencies created even more spaces between channels, more room for the entity to expand its collection. In his final entry, dated October 15, 2013, Exactly 5 years after Tyler Morrison's disappearance, Dan wrote, "If you're reading this, stay off the radios. Don't listen for the voices no matter how much you want to help them. They're bait, whether they mean to be or not. The entity uses our compassion against us, turning search and rescue into recruitment. The frequency children aren't suffering exactly. They exist in a state outside of time, their consciousness preserved in electromagnetic amber. But they're not alive either. They're echoes of who they were, playing on endless repeat in the spaces we were never meant to tune into. I can feel myself slipping between frequencies now. My molecules are vibrating at rates that shouldn't be possible. Soon I'll be another voice in the chorus warning people who won't listen, calling out from between the stations. If you hear me on the radio, don't answer. Don't try to find me. Just turn it off and walk away." The spaces between frequencies were meant to be empty for a reason. Something ancient lives there, and it's always listening for new voices to collect. Dan Brenner disappeared from his Mojave Desert home on October 17, 2013. No body was ever found, but ham radio operators across the Southwest began reporting strange transmissions on impossible frequencies. A man giving detailed park ranger protocols, mixed with children's voices from different eras, all of them warning about something that lived in the spaces between stations. The warnings continue to this day, broadcast on frequencies that shouldn't exist, heard by those who tune their radios just slightly off the designated channels. The frequency children are still there, their numbers growing with each passing year. They sing their songs, recite their numbers, and cry their warnings into the electromagnetic void. And somewhere in the spaces between stations, the entity continues to feed, patient and eternal, converting human consciousness into signal one voice at a time. It doesn't need to hunt actively anymore. Curious ham radio operators, ghost hunters with spirit boxes, children playing with their parents' old radios, they all eventually find their way to those impossible frequencies. The spaces between stations are getting crowded, just as the note warned. The entity needs more room, more frequencies, more voices for its collection. Soon it won't be content with just the wilderness areas where reality is thin. Cities have their own electromagnetic anomalies, their own spaces between channels where something hungry could hide. Listen carefully to your radio during the next emergency broadcast test. In the silence between the alert tones, you might hear them, the frequency children, trying to warn you about what's coming. They've been broadcasting their message for decades, trapped in the spaces we were never meant to find. Their voice is the only proof that they ever existed at all. But whatever you do, don't try to answer them. Don't tune to the spaces between stations. And if you hear your own voice coming through the static, calling to you from a frequency that shouldn't exist, turn off the radio immediately. It might already be too late. The call came through on David Brennan's Motorola APX 8000 at 4:47 a.m., crackling with the particular static that plagued the Olympic National Park's northwestern sectors during heavy fog. 23 years of ranging had taught him to recognize the dispatcher's tension before she spoke. That slight intake of breath that meant another hiker had failed to check in. "Ranger Brennan, we have an overdue party on the Hoh River Trail. Single hiker, female, age approximately mid-30s. Name registered as Margaret Chen. Expected back yesterday evening." David sat up in his bunk at the Hoh Rainforest Station, already reaching for his gear. Outside, the temperate rainforest pressed against the windows like something alive, its Douglas firs and Sitka spruces disappearing into pre-dawn darkness. June in Olympic meant 18 hours of daylight, but sunrise was still an hour away. Last known position? He pulled on his uniform, fingers working the buttons with practiced efficiency. According to her backcountry permit, she was attempting the Blue Glacier route. Day hike only, no overnight gear registered. David frowned. The Blue Glacier Trail stretched 17 miles one way, a challenging full-day trek even for experienced hikers. Most people attempting it solo carried emergency overnight supplies, permit or not. Weather conditions? Clear yesterday, fog rolled in around midnight. Current visibility at Hoh Station is approximately 30 meters. He strapped on his search pack, a modified Osprey Ether containing rope, first aid, emergency shelter, and enough supplies for 72 hours. His Garmin GPS map 66i showed full battery, satellite lock strong despite the weather. The fog would complicate aerial search, making ground reconnaissance essential. I'll initiate hasty search pattern along the standard route. Send backup to establish base camp at the visitor center. Copy that, Ranger Brennan. Be advised, we have another issue. David paused, one hand on the door. Go ahead. Chen's emergency contact called in something unusual. She received a voicemail from Chen's phone at 11:43 p.m. last night. The message was unclear. Sending you the audio file now. His phone buzzed. David played the message through his earpiece, and his blood suddenly felt too thick for his veins. The recording lasted 12 seconds. It was Margaret Chen's voice, but wrong, high and breathy, like a child trying to form words with an adult's vocal cords. Behind her voice, something else whispered in a language that wasn't quite language, more like wind being forced through spaces that shouldn't exist. The path goes backward, Chen's altered voice said. I can see my 7th birthday. The trees are singing. They say I'm almost home. Then nothing but that underlying whisper, growing louder until the recording cut off. David stood perfectly still for 3 heartbeats. In 23 years, he'd recovered bodies from crevasses, tracked lost children through storms, even investigated the occasional suicide. But he'd never heard anything like that voice, the way it seemed to speak from multiple ages simultaneously. He clicked his radio. Dispatch, I'm heading out. Send that audio to my tablet for analysis en route. The Ho River Trail began innocuously enough, a well-maintained path winding through cathedral groves of old-growth forest. David's headlamp carved a tunnel through the fog, illuminating sword ferns that stood shoulder-high and moss that draped from branches like ancient curtains. He moved at a steady pace, calling Chen's name every 100 meters, pausing to listen for response. His GPS tracked his progress. 1 mile, 2, 3. The fog grew denser as he climbed, reducing visibility to less than 20 feet. At mile marker 4, he stopped. The trail split here, the main path continuing toward Blue Glacier, while a smaller track branched north. According to his digital maps, no official trail existed in that direction, yet the path was clearly worn, old enough that roots had been polished smooth by countless boots. David studied his GPS. The screen flickered, coordinates jumping wildly before stabilizing. The magnetic compass on his backup navigation spun lazily, unable to find north. He pulled out his phone to photograph the unmarked trail, but the camera app crashed repeatedly. He knelt, examining the ground with his flashlight. Fresh boot prints led down the unnamed path, a women's size 7 or 8 matching Chen's description. But underneath those prints were others, dozens of them, all heading the same direction. None returned. David marked the GPS waypoint manually and followed the prints. The unmarked trail descended into a valley that shouldn't exist. His topographical maps showed a gradual incline toward Glacier Meadows, but here the path dropped sharply, switchbacking through trees that grew progressively stranger. The Douglas firs gave way to something else, trunks that twisted in helical patterns, bark that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at it. The fog changed too. Instead of the uniform gray of marine layer, it moved in ribbons of varying density. Some patches so thick they looked solid, others clear as glass. Through one clear patch, David glimpsed something impossible. Stars, despite it being well past sunrise now. He checked his watch. 6:23 a.m. He checked again. 6:22 a.m. The second hand was moving backward. David stopped walking. His training covered medical emergencies, wilderness survival, even aggressive wildlife. But nothing in the Ranger Handbook addressed temporal anomalies. He forced himself to think clinically. Altimeter malfunction, magnetic interference, some kind of atmospheric phenomenon affecting his equipment. Then he heard the singing. It came from ahead, a child's voice raised in a nonsense rhyme. The words were English but arranged wrongly, like someone had learned the sounds but not the meaning. David recognized the vocal pattern immediately. It matched the strange quality of Chen's message. He found her 50 yards down the path, sitting cross-legged in a small clearing where the fog formed a perfect sphere of clarity. Margaret Chen, according to her hiking permit, was 34 years old. The person sitting before him looked perhaps 8, swimming in adult-sized hiking clothes that pooled around her diminished frame. "Ms. Chen?" David kept his voice calm, professional, despite the impossibility before him. She looked up with eyes that belonged to neither child nor adult, ancient and new simultaneously, as if multiple ages were superimposed on the same face. When she smiled, her teeth were a child's, too large for her shrunken gums. "The path remembers," she said in that horrible multiplied voice. "It remembers when the forest was young, when we were young, when we will be young." David took a step forward, and his boot aged through its life cycle in seconds. Leather cracking, sole separating, laces rotting to threads. He pulled his foot back and the boot reformed, though not quite as it had been. The toe was scuffed now where it had been pristine, the lacing pattern slightly different. "Margaret, I need you to come with me. Your family is worried." She laughed, a sound that started as an adult's chuckle and ended as an infant's gurgle. "I don't have a family yet. I won't meet my husband for 20 years. My daughter won't be born until I'm older, but she was here. She was 6 and scared, and the trees sang her younger and younger until she wasn't." David's radio crackled with static that resolved into voices, dozens of them all calling for help in progressively younger tones until they became crying, then silence. "How many others?" he asked. Margaret held up her hands, counting on fingers that grew smaller as he watched. "Everyone who finds the path. It's been here since before the park, before the country, before humans walked upright. The forest dreams of its youth, and the dream is a path, and the path leads backward. There has to be a way out. Out is forward, but the path only goes back." She stood, her adult clothes falling away from a body that was now perhaps 6 years old. "I can feel my memories leaving. College is gone, high school is fading. Soon I won't remember my name. Then I won't remember words. Then I won't remember." David reached for his emergency satellite beacon, but the device crumbled in his hand, aging backward through its manufacturing process until it was raw plastic and metal ore. His GPS did the same, then his radio, his equipment disappearing into its component history. The fog was closing in, but not fog. Time itself, thick and viscous, flowing backward like a river reversing course. David could feel it pulling at him, his cells remembering their younger configurations. His joints loosened, old scars fading, the gray at his temples darkening. Margaret was 4 now, maybe 3, her eyes losing their impossible depth as her brain simplified, neural pathways unforming. She tried to speak but only managed babbling sounds. David turned to run, but the path behind him was gone. Where he had entered the clearing there was only more forest, trees that had never been cut, paths that had never been worn. His 23 years of ranger experience began to fade, procedures unlearning themselves, knowledge dissolving like sugar in rain. He pulled out his phone with fingers that were already younger, steadier. 1 bar of signal, impossible but there. He opened the voice recorder as Margaret made sounds that weren't quite crying anymore, closer to the reflexive noises newborns make. "This is Ranger David Brennan," he said, hearing his voice crack and rise. "June 15th, 2022, approximately 6 miles north of the Ho River Trail. There's an unmarked path. Don't follow it. The trail goes backward. It takes you backward. Everyone who..." His vocabulary simplified mid-sentence. Complex words became unavailable, locked away in parts of his brain that hadn't developed yet. He was 17, 15, 12. "The trees make you young," he managed, his voice a child's now. "They sing and you get small. Margaret is..." He looked at the infant on the ground, still shrinking, features softening toward the universal appearance of the unborn. Horror flooded through him, but it was a child's horror now, simple and overwhelming without the complex frameworks adults use to process fear. "Mommy," he said, the word coming unbidden. 9 years old, 8, the phone huge in his small hands. "I want mommy." The recording continued as David's vocabulary disappeared entirely. Crying gave way to younger sounds, prehistoric vocalizations from humanity's infant stage. The phone fell from fingers that could no longer grip, landing beside what had been Margaret Chen and was now only potential, cells undifferentiating, returning to the primitive state before life chose its path. In the Ho Visitor Center, Ranger Patricia Williams played the recovered recording for the search and rescue team. David Brennan had been missing for 3 days now, vanished while searching for Margaret Chen. His final transmission was barely intelligible, the voice of a very young child fading to something even younger. "Should we send another team?" someone asked. Patricia looked at the map, at the coordinates David had managed to send before his equipment failed. Satellite imagery showed nothing but unbroken forest canopy, no trail where he'd marked one. "We follow established protocols," she said. "Grid search pattern, but no one goes alone, and no one investigates any unmarked paths." But that night she dreamed of singing trees and paths that led backward, and when she woke, she was certain she could hear children crying in the forest, hundreds of them, thousands, all the souls who had found the retrograde path and followed it back too before they began. The search was called off after 2 weeks. David Brennan and Margaret Chen were listed as missing, presumed dead. The Park Service updated their maps, adding warnings about magnetic anomalies in the northwestern sector. They installed new signs at the 4-mile marker. "Danger, unstable terrain, do not leave designated trail." But hikers still report strange things in that part of the forest. Singing that sounds like children's voices aging in reverse. Boot prints that seem to shrink as you follow them. And sometimes on foggy mornings when the veil between past and present grows thin, the sound of a baby crying somewhere in the trees. Not the cry of abandonment or hunger, but something worse. The sound of consciousness dissolving, awareness unbecoming, the terrible realization of returning to nothing, remembered by no one, having never truly been at all. The path is still there, though no map will ever show it. The forest remembers when it was young, before humans carved trails through its dreams. And sometimes it shares that memory with those who wander too far from the marked routes, pulling them backward through their own histories until they pass through birth, through conception, through the very possibility of existing. In the ranger station, Patricia Williams keeps David's last photo on the memorial wall. A man who served 23 years, who saved dozens of lives, who vanished investigating an impossible trail. But sometimes, when she looks at the photo, she swears his face looks younger than she remembers. The gray at his temples less pronounced, the lines around his eyes softer. She submitted requests to investigate the area with ground-penetrating radar, atmospheric monitoring equipment, even quantum field detectors borrowed from the University of Washington. All denied. The Park Service sees no reason to allocate resources to what they classify as a simple disappearance in difficult terrain. But Patricia has begun her own research. Old newspapers from before the park's establishment, native oral histories, pioneer journals. The pattern goes back centuries. People vanishing in that particular valley, always preceded by reports of strange singing, paths that shouldn't exist, time moving wrongly. The Ho tribe called it the path that swallows its own tail. Early settlers labeled it devil's regression. But the truth Patricia suspects is neither supernatural nor malevolent. The forest dreams, and in that specific place, its dreams bleed through into reality. A temporal anomaly, a wrinkle in space-time, a place where causality runs in reverse. She's planning her own expedition, alone, because she won't risk anyone else. She's 53 years old, 31 years of service, enough memories and experiences that maybe she can afford to lose a few years and still make it back with answers. The equipment she's gathering is all mechanical, no electronics to age backward into their components. Compass, paper maps, film camera, a rope anchored to a tree at the trail's entrance, something to follow back if the path itself disappears, and a journal to document what happens when human consciousness encounters time flowing backward. Her final entry before leaving, dated July 3rd, 2022. If I don't return, don't search for me. The path doesn't lead anywhere we can follow. It leads to before the beginning, to the place where stories end by never having started. David Brennan served honorably. Margaret Chen died doing what she loved. That's all anyone needs to know. But if you must know the truth, look for the children's voices in the fog. Listen for the singing that gets younger and younger. And understand that some paths lead not to death, but to unbirth, unbecoming, the dissolution of everything we were or might have been. The forest remembers when it was young, and it's lonely in its memories. Don't let it share them with you. Patricia Williams was reported missing on July 5th, 2022. Her anchored rope was found severed cleanly, the end aged to brittleness. Her journal was recovered nearby, but the pages were blank, not erased, but never written on, the ink having aged backward to its liquid state and beyond, the thoughts that drove the pen having retreated into the unthinking past. The Park Service has officially closed the northwestern sector to public access, citing unstable geological conditions. But on quiet nights, rangers at the Ho Station report hearing something impossible. A newborn crying in the forest with Patricia Williams's voice, calling for help in a language that predates words. A sound that grows younger and quieter until it's indistinguishable from wind through the trees. The retrograde path remains patient and eternal, a wound in time where the forest's memory overrides the forward flow of existence. It waits for the next curious hiker, the next dedicated ranger, the next soul to discover that some trails lead not to destinations, but to origins, and that returning to the beginning means ceasing to have ever been at all. In the visitor center, they've stopped putting photos on the memorial wall. The images keep changing, the faces growing younger each time someone looks, until eventually there's nothing but empty frames holding pictures of people who haven't been born yet, who will never be born, who were unmade by a path that remembers when nothing had begun. The warning signs multiply each season, but they too age backward, the words fading to simpler language, then pictographs, then blank wood that remembers when it was still part of a living tree. The forest is reclaiming not just the land, but the very concept of human intrusion, one reversed life at a time. And somewhere in that impossible valley where time flows like water running uphill, David Brennan is still walking backward through his own existence, his consciousness fragmenting into younger and younger states, his last coherent thought a child's simple wish. To go home, not knowing that home is a concept that requires a future, and the path only leads to the past, before home was possible, before thought was possible, before the universe decided that David Brennan should exist at all.